Chapter 55-47. The Emperor Brush continued, "The undying world is about to be destroyed, not the epoch." "What do you mean?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Someone is devouring the world source of the undying world. If the world source of the undying world is completely devoured, the undying world will definitely fall apart." The Emperor Brush explained. Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. Who was devouring the world source of the undying world? How could they do such a wicked thing? If the undying world was destroyed, how many people would die? Lin Feng had been in the undying world for so many years, but he had only been to a few places. Why did he go to so few places? It was because the undying world was too big. It would take a few hundred years to go around it. How could Lin Feng have so much time to wander around the undying world? The undying world was so huge. One could imagine how many creatures there were in the undying world. "Tian Di, it must be Tian Di," Lin Feng said. He felt that Tian Di might be devouring the world source of the undying world. However, Lin Feng soon felt that it might not be Tian Di. After all, Tian Di was the ruler of the undying world. He had been in charge of the undying world for so long. There was no need for him to destroy the undying world. Moreover, Lin Feng remembered that Tian Di had merged with the undying world. Therefore, Tian Di could borrow the power of the undying world to fight against his enemies. It was unimaginable how terrifying Tian Di was now. Logically, Tian Di wouldn't destroy the undying world. Of course, nothing was absolute. Who knew what Tian Di would do? Maybe it really is Tian Di. The Emperor Brush said. He kept frowning. No one knew what he was thinking. "Let's part here. I have to go and take a look. If I can stop it, I will." "Of course, you don't have to worry for now. Even if the world source of the undying world is completely devoured, it won't be a problem to hold on for 100 or 200 years. The Emperor Brush said. 100 or 200 years. Hearing that, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. If they could persevere for so many years, they could move a portion of the people away. But the Sin domain was so huge, and 90% of the people were destined to be buried here. This was something that could not be helped. But if they left the undying realm, where would they go? It was so dangerous outside. Lin Feng began to curse the bastard who wanted to destroy the undying world. Which bastard was doing this kind of thing? Be careful that you don't give birth to a son who doesn't have an anus. What a bastard. The Emperor Brush left. He hoped that the Emperor Brush would be able to stop this from happening. Lin Feng was no longer in the mood to cultivate, he was observing the situation in the undying world. If the undying world was still being destroyed, he would consider returning to the Sin realm, and then organize everyone to escape from the undying world. This was the worst-case scenario. Perhaps, at this very moment, all the cultivators of the undying realm were paying close attention to this matter. They were also praying. In the following 3 months, the undying world continued to move towards destruction. The cracks in the sky were getting bigger and bigger, and the cracks in the earth were getting bigger and bigger. 3 months later, everything returned to normal. The crack in the void stopped expanding, and the crack in the earth stopped expanding as well. It's calmed down. Will the undying world be destroyed? That should be the case. I wonder what happened. The undying world has been preserved. We don't have to die. Lin Feng was in bestial Imperial City, he saw countless people celebrating. The Demon Lord said, "What's the big deal? If the era is destroyed, nobody will be able to stop it. The undying world, the 10,000 worlds, and even the 3 highest worlds will be destroyed in a very short time. That's a real disaster. You won't even have a chance to escape. Even if you escape to the outside world, you won't be able to escape death, because the outside world will also be destroyed." Lin Feng's heart was heavy. The undying world was going to be destroyed. It was already despairing enough, let alone the entire universe. That's why we have to kill the mastermind. If we kill them, we can stop the era from being destroyed. Lin Feng said. You're right, but it's easier said than done to kill those people. The Demon Lord sighed. There's still some hope. Lin Feng said. Lin Feng decided to go into seclusion. He couldn't wait to break through and increase his strength. Lin Feng didn't want to wait any longer. However, the others were still in a state of shock. Lin Feng left bestial imperial city. He entered a mountain forest. A large part of the forest had collapsed. There were huge cracks everywhere. The spacetime crack in the sky hadn't closed either. This was an extremely terrifying situation, even though the Undying Realm was not destroyed. The Undying World wasn't destroyed, but what had happened before had caused great damage to it. Lin Feng felt helpless. He couldn't stop it. Lin Feng found a secluded place in the forest and started his seclusion. Lin Feng first refined the original strength of Tian region's Holy King. No wonder he was a cultivator of the 8th celestial layer. The source energy was unimaginably terrifying. After refining the Sky region Sage King's source energy, Lin Feng's cultivation began to improve by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng was originally at the 7th stage of the virtual immortal realm. Soon, he broke through to the 8th stage of the virtual immortal realm. Then, he reached the 9th stage of the virtual immortal realm. The 10th stage of the virtual immortal realm. Finally, he reached the peak of the 10th stage of the virtual immortal realm. Even at the peak of the 10th stage of the virtual immortal realm, the Sky region Sage King's source energy had only been consumed by 60%. There was still 40% of the source energy left. Lin Feng was shocked. It was so difficult for him to increase his cultivation and the consumption was so great. However, the Sky region Sage King still had so much source energy left. The source energy of the Sky region Sage King was extraordinary. The remaining 40% could be used together with the Kunlun Immortal Crystal. This could help Lin Feng break through to the Tao Immortal Realm. Lin Feng didn't immediately break through to the Tao Immortal Realm. He rested for 10 days. Then, Lin Feng went into seclusion again. This time, Lin Feng swallowed the Kunlun Immortal Crystal. After Lin Feng swallowed the Kunlun Immortal Crystal, Lin Feng began to break through to the Tao Immortal Realm. The tribulation light flickered between his brows. Lin Feng had indeed attracted the lightning tribulation. With the energy of the Kunlun Immortal Crystal and 40% of the Sky region Sage King's source energy, Lin Feng was confident in breaking through to the Tao Immortal Realm. Bolts of incomparably thick thunderbolts blasted over. In the next 5 months, Lin Feng began to undergo the tribulation. Lin Feng didn't know how many bolts of lightning tribulation others would undergo when breaking through. But when he broke through to the Tao Immortal Realm, he actually underwent more than 2 million bolts of lightning tribulation. This really made Lin Feng extremely depressed. Fortunately, Lin Feng successfully passed all the lightning tribulations and successfully broke through to the Tao Immortal Realm. Chapter 55-48. Cultivation, First Celestial Layer of Tao Immortal. Soul, First Celestial Layer of Great Saint. Body, Peak of Great Saint. Lin Feng was very satisfied after checking his condition. This time, it wasn't only a breakthrough in his cultivation, but also in his soul and body. In addition, Lin Feng discovered that his own Tao had also made a breakthrough. Lin Feng's Tao of the Sovereign had also broken through from minor success to great success. This was a very important breakthrough. Throughout history, the Tao of the strongest was extremely tyrannical. Lin Feng's Tao belonged to the highest level, crushing all Taos. However, if he wanted to increase the power of his Tao of the Sovereign to the peak, he first needed to raise his Tao. After breaking through from minor success to great success, Lin Feng's battle prowess had at least doubled. I need to find a place to recuperate. Lin Feng quickly left the place of tribulation. Although he had succeeded, his physical condition wasn't particularly ideal. His injuries were quite serious. Lin Feng needed to heal his injuries as soon as possible. At the same time, he needed to familiarize himself with the power of the new Tao of the Sovereign. 1 month later, Lin Feng came out of seclusion. Lin Feng was in seclusion. 1 month in the outside world was actually 1 year in the time and space. Lin Feng's harvest was great. Then, Lin Feng returned to Demon Imperial City. Currently, Demon Imperial City was still in a state of panic. Although countless people were talking about the Battle of Extinction, Many people felt that the battle of extinction was very far away from them. However, some time ago, the undying world was almost destroyed. This kind of situation was nothing compared to the battle of extinction at the end of the epoch. Therefore, many people were really panicking. All kinds of news began to spread. Lin Feng heard 3 versions of the news about the undying world being almost destroyed. In the first version, after Heaven Emperor fused with the undying world, he suddenly discovered that if he devoured the world origin of the undying world, he might be able to complete a complete transformation. Therefore, Heaven Emperor planned to devour the world origin of the undying world. The price was that the undying world would be destroyed and countless people would die miserably. However, Heaven Emperor didn't care about this at all. Every man for himself, especially at the end of the epoch. In order to control more power, Heaven Emperor decided to gamble on this opportunity. In the second version, many top experts from other worlds, including foreign creatures, wasteland experts, experts from the 3 paramount realms, and other places, after hearing that Heaven Emperor had fused with the undying world, they set their sights on the world origin of the undying world. Because after Heaven Emperor fused with the undying world, the world origin of the undying world had undergone a great upheaval. As a half-supreme realm, the undying world's world origin wasn't something that cultivators could pry into. However, after Heaven Emperor fused with the undying world, the world origin of the undying world leaked out. Therefore, those top experts came to the undying world one after another to snatch the world origin of the undying world. Those foreign experts naturally didn't care about the life and death of the undying world's cultivators. To put it bluntly, the destruction of the undying world and the deaths of countless people had nothing to do with them. It had nothing to do with them at all. It would be strange if they cared. In the third version, Heaven Emperor, foreign experts, they were all prying into the world origin of the undying world. The Celestial the Arch had wanted to take all the spoils for himself, and the foreign experts naturally wanted a piece of the pie as well. Therefore, both sides fought. As for why the undying world wasn't destroyed, it was said that a few extremely powerful and mysterious cultivators appeared and stopped Heaven Emperor and those foreign experts. In the end, Heaven Emperor and the foreign experts gave up on devouring the world origin of the undying world. All the experts sealed the world origin of the undying world. It was extremely unrealistic for others to want to devour the world origin of the undying world. Although the undying world was preserved, about 60 to 70% of the world origin had been devoured. Now, only a portion of the world origin was left. If there was enough world origin, the undying world could still repair itself. Now that a large amount of world origin was missing, it was impossible for the undying world to repair itself in a short period of time. Only after the undying world produced a large amount of world origin would it be possible for the undying world to repair itself. And it seemed that there weren't many years before the end of the era and the Doomsday Battle. It was conceivable that before the end of the era and the Doomsday Battle arrived, the undying world would probably have no possibility of repairing itself. The current undying world was extremely dangerous. There were space-time cracks everywhere, and huge cracks in the ground. In fact, many ancient cities were affected when the undying world was almost destroyed the last time. Those ancient cities were destroyed one after another. Many people were cursing these top experts, but what was the use of this? Those top experts didn't care about other people's curses. Lin Feng sighed. This world was too cruel, and 99.9% of people were destined to die in these catastrophes. Now, Lin Feng only wanted to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Only by increasing his cultivation could he deal with all kinds of situations. Otherwise, in the end, not to mention protecting his loved ones, family, friends, and subordinates, even he might die in these catastrophes. Lin Feng inquired about the Pangu secret dimension. To Lin Feng's surprise, he really did find some information. There was a piece of news that said that an illusory world had appeared in the East Sea of Deathly Silence. That illusory world was faintly discernible, and no one knew if it would really appear. No one could prove that it was the Pangu secret dimension, but it was still a relatively important clue. After Lin Feng returned, he used the 8 trigrams technique to deduce. This trip is extremely dangerous. Lin Feng glanced at the divination and couldn't help but frown. Actually, Lin Feng wasn't very good at using the 8 trigrams, but even if he wasn't very good at it, he could still predict good and bad things. If he went to that place, it would be a bad omen. That wasn't a good sign. Lin Feng divined several times, and each time, it was extremely dangerous. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur to himself. He quickly flew towards the deathly silence. Big Yellow, the god in the mirror of the future, said, "If it's an extremely dangerous divination, why do you still want to go there?" Lin Feng said, "An extremely dangerous divination means that I'm likely to encounter a calamity there. Huangfu Qingtian is the first successor of Pangu. If he can obtain Pangu's orthodoxy, then he might be able to threaten me. That's why I have to stop him. If he really obtains Pangu's orthodoxy, then it'll be an extremely terrifying matter. Please remember the domain name of this book." Chapter 5549. The Deathly Silent Sea region was an extremely dangerous region. It was said that a great battle had taken place in the Deathly Silent Sea region. Originally, there was a top force in the Deathly Silent Sea region called the Dead Soul Island. The Dead Soul Island was one of the strongest forces in the Eastern Sea region. Moreover, it was a demonic force. However, it wasn't that bad. There was a reason why so many evil forces were hated so much. First, the cultivators of the demonic forces cultivated extremely vicious and evil techniques. If they wanted to cultivate those techniques, they would need to kill a large number of people as sacrifices. Second, it was for benefits. The Dead Soul scripture cultivated by the Dead Soul Island didn't require the sacrifice of living people. Therefore, their sect didn't kill innocent people. Moreover, there were conflicts of interest. The Dead Soul Island controlled a large territory. There were countless precious resources under the sea. They didn't lack any resources at all. They didn't have any conflicts of interest with other forces. However, the Dead Soul Island was still destroyed. It was said that the Dead Soul Island seemed to have obtained something very important. Therefore, many major forces joined forces and destroyed the Dead Soul Island under the pretext of eliminating the demonic forces. The people of the Dead Soul Island died miserably. However, this was the current situation in the world of cultivators. Many times, a groundless crime could cause your family and the force behind you to die without a burial ground. Lin Feng had seen this kind of thing too many times. Perhaps it was because they died too unjustly and miserably. Therefore, before the last batch of higher-ups of the Dead Soul Island were killed, they would turn into dead souls and kill all the cultivators who came to the Dead Souls Sea region. This curse had been passed down until now. Some people believed it, so they avoided the Dead Souls Sea region. However, some people didn't believe in these legends. However, regardless of whether they believed in these legends or not, there was one thing that was hard to refute. The Dead Souls Sea region was indeed very dangerous, especially at night. It was said that many dead souls would wander out. Late at night, the ancient starship Shenyuan was floating above the sea. The weather was getting colder. A chill assaulted the body. Grey mist filled the air above the sea. If the King of Hell wants you to die at midnight, he won't let you live until midnight. An eerie voice echoed above the sea. Not long after, many ancient ships of the dead drifted over from the distance. Too many people had died tragically at sea. In the end, they turned into undead spirits and boarded the ancient undead spirit ship, drifting towards hell. Lin Feng remembered that when he was sailing on the sea, he had been deceived by the wicked Daoist priest. At that time, immeasurable Daoist had lied to him and said that he had died, causing him to be sad for a long time. In fact, immeasurable Daoist had gotten himself the identity of a netherworld emissary. However, his identity as the underworld's emissary had already been stripped away by the underworld. Lin Feng's identity as a netherworld emissary was also stripped away. However, Lin Feng managed to snatch a token from another netherworld emissary. He was still a netherworld emissary, but he was just pretending to be one. Humans walk the human path, ghosts walk the ghost path. Humans and ghosts walk different paths. Since you've trespassed on the ghost path, I'll capture your soul on behalf of King Yama. A sinister voice rang out. An endless amount of ghost chi immediately surrounded Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. Acting all mysterious. A puny netherworld emissary dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Lin Feng opened his eyes and pointed in front of him. An immortal light flew out and hit the ghost chi that was flying towards him. Bang! That ghost chi. It directly exploded. Then, a cultivator fell out of the ghost chi. Great Immortal, please spare me. Great Immortal, please spare me. The cultivator was shocked. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. He quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Feng, begging for mercy. Heh, now you know how to beg for mercy. Don't you think it's too late? Lin Feng sneered. Great Immortal, please be magnanimous and forgive this lowly one. This lowly one is willing to serve Great Immortal as his master. The cultivator begged. Someone like you wants to be my servant. Do you think you're qualified? Forget it, I don't want to kill anyone today, so I'll spare your life. However, you have to answer a few questions of mine. Lin Feng said. Yes, as long as this lowly one knows something, I won't dare to hide anything from Great Immortal. The cultivator hurriedly said. Lin Feng asked, what's the situation in the underworld now? Previously, only the first layer of the underworld was open. Now, all 32 layers of the underworld have been opened. Many terrifying existences that were sealed inside have come out. The underworld is in chaos now. Those terrifying existences are forming factions, fighting for territory, fighting for luck, and fighting for opportunities. They want to strengthen themselves as much as possible before the Armageddon War arrives. What about the underworld? Lin Feng asked. The underworld is now the strongest group because 2 emperors of hell and a few kings of hell have returned to the underworld after breaking the seal, said Lin Feng. The cultivator said. So you're saying that you're sending these souls to the underworld? Lin Feng asked. Yes. The cultivator hurriedly said. Good. You may leave now. Lin Feng said. Yes, yes, yes. Many thanks to Great Immortal for sparing my life. The cultivator thanked Great Immortal profusely and didn't dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly left. Lin Feng remained seated cross-legged and closed his eyes. 5 days later. The ancient starship Shenyuan finally arrived at the periphery of the illusory world. When they arrived, Lin Feng's primitive Immortal Sutra actually started circulating on its own. This surprised Lin Feng. Immediately, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. If the primitive Immortal Sutra started circulating on its own, didn't that mean this was really the Pangu Arcane Dimension? He had finally found the Pangu Arcane Dimension. However, how could he enter the Pangu Arcane Dimension? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Could it be that he had to wait for the Pangu Arcane Dimension to become a real world before he could enter? If that was the case, how long would he have to wait? Lin Feng walked out of the ancient starship Shenyuan and stored it in the space-time continuum. Then, he flew toward the illusory world. Outside the illusory world, many cultivators were pacing back and forth. I heard that several groups of people have already entered. At that moment, Lin Feng heard an old man speak. The cultivator beside the old man asked, how did those people enter? They all have tokens to enter. The old man said. Damn, we don't have tokens. Doesn't that mean we'll never be able to enter? A cultivator said gloomily. Chapter 5550. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. To his surprise, someone had already entered the Pangu mystery domain. Others had entered with Pangu's token, and those people might be Pangu's successors. It was normal. Huangfu Qingtian wouldn't be the only successor of an existence like Pangu. He would definitely have several successors, and in the end, these successors would compete for Pangu's ultimate legacy. Of course, different successors would inherit different things, and the order would definitely be different. For example, Huangfu Qingtian might have obtained an extremely extraordinary legacy, so he was now the first successor of Pangu. The others might be second, third, fourth, and so on. They were all behind Huangfu Qingtian. In theory, Huangfu Qingtian was most likely to obtain Pangu's legacies. However, this was only a theoretical possibility. Perhaps someone else would suddenly appear and seize the heaven-defying fortune in order to obtain Pangu's legacies. Now, Lin Feng had to find a way to enter the Pangu mystery domain. If he couldn't even enter the Pangu mystery domain, then there was no need to talk about obtaining Pangu's legacy. It was simply a daydream. Lin Feng tried to see if he could enter the Pangu mystery domain with the help of the primitive Immortal Sutra, but he didn't gain anything. It seemed that the primitive Immortal Sutra couldn't help him enter the Pangu mystery domain. Not long after, news spread that someone had a token to enter the Pangu mystery domain, but to enter, one had to prepare 100 million high-grade immortal stones. This wasn't a world where time had reversed. Even in a world where time had reversed, 100 million high-grade immortal stones was a sky-high price. Let alone in the undying realm. After this news spread, it caused a great uproar. Someone tried to lower the price, and the other party finally set the price at 30 million high-grade immortal stones. And the quota was limited. 3 days later, the person with the token would appear and lead a group of people to the Pangu mystery domain. After learning this news, Lin Feng was very happy. If the other party could really bring them into the Pangu mystery domain, 30 million high-grade immortal stones was nothing to Lin Feng. It was just a drop in the ocean. Next, he just had to wait. More and more people came to the Pangu mystery domain. Perhaps the Pangu mystery domain won't appear and will always be in this illusory state. Only a few fated people can enter it, and the others are destined to have no chance to enter. They can only look at it and sigh. An old cultivator's words. Yes, I have to admit, this is really quite depressing matter. Someone said. Many people's discussions about the mystery domain. But that night, something terrible happened. In the outer region, more than 10 cultivators' bodies disappeared, leaving only their clothes floating on the surface of the sea. Their companions' companions. All he did was turn his head. When he turned back to chat with them, their companion was already dead. This kind of thing was too strange, so it instantly aroused the vigilance of countless people. At first, some people thought that the other party was playing a prank, but after careful inquiry, they realized that all of this was true, and it was not a prank by the other party. This was too terrifying, and it made people tremble. Many people were watching, including Lin Feng. He saw a dozen clothes floating on the surface of the sea. It was really strange. Where did they go? Why did they disappear in an instant? Only their clothes were left. What did this mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. He really didn't find anything special. These people's deaths were really strange. Curse. It must be a curse. Someone shouted in horror. Is it the curse of the island of the dead souls? Someone asked in a trembling voice. Yes, it's the curse of the island of the dead souls. Someone else replied. The cultivators who dared to enter the deathly silent sea naturally didn't believe in the legends about the island of the dead souls. However, what was happening in front of them was too strange. No one could explain what was happening in front of them. So, sometimes, they had to believe in some things even if they didn't want to. For example, what was happening before their eyes? It doesn't feel like a curse. Lin Feng said. Why do you say that? Someone asked Lin Feng. Can you feel the power of the curse? Lin Feng said. Everyone shook their heads. Lin Feng continued, even if the power of the curse dissipates very quickly, it's impossible that we can't feel it, right? Yes, what this little brother said makes sense, someone said. That's right. Many people needed to find a way to vent their emotions. Lin Feng's words comforted them. Actually, the main reason was that the curse was too terrifying. They didn't want to believe that it was the power of the curse. This meant that they would also be attacked by the power of the curse. That was an extremely terrifying thing. At that moment, an old man said, "There's a powerful magnetic field around the Pangu secret dimension that can block a cultivator's perception of many powers. The power of the curse is strange to begin with. Coupled with the magnetic field, even if the curse is really causing trouble, it might be able to deceive everyone." Hearing the old man's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Feng had considered this before. When he heard the old man's words, he didn't refute it. However, Lin Feng had a vague feeling that it wasn't the curse that was causing trouble. Lin Feng had always been extremely confident in his feelings. However, Lin Feng didn't say anything else. Even if he explained, the others might not necessarily believe him. "Let's run," a cultivator said in a trembling voice. A cultivator said with a trembling voice, unwilling to stay here any longer. "Let's leave immediately," another cultivator said. Thus, some cultivators who didn't want to stay here any longer decided to leave. "It's night. It's not good to fly over the sea," someone reminded them. "It's better than staying here," someone else said. The others didn't say anything else. The others did not say anything else. Tens of cultivators banded together and flew into the distance, wanting to leave this place. However, they only flew for a few dozen miles before they stopped. What's going on? Many people were puzzled. Even though it was night time, they could still see what was going on more than 10 miles away. After all, the cultivators who came here were very strong, and their night vision was extremely shocking. The bodies of the dozens of cultivators suddenly became extremely stiff. Then, they let out shrill screams. A moment later, something terrifying happened. Those people's bodies actually melted in an instant. In the end, everyone's bodies melted away. Only their clothes were left floating on the surface of the sea. Chapter 55-51. Dead. They're all dead. Curse. It's a curse. I told you it was a curse. Do you believe me now? It's all because of the curse. So miserable. They died so miserably. Not even their corpses are left. Only their clothes are left. We're not going to die here, are we? I don't want to die. Many people cried out in horror. No one wanted to die. But now, they were all scared to death. The unknown was the scariest, and everything that was happening in front of them was unknown. Many people were trembling in fear, and their faces were as pale as paper. But sometimes, one had to face these things head-on. There was no escape. The more one wanted to escape, the worse the situation would be. "Let's go and take a look," a cultivator said. Many people flew towards the dead cultivators. Lin Feng was also in the crowd. They had arrived at the sea. After searching carefully, they didn't find anything special. Lin Feng tried to sense the power of the curse. But it was the same as before. He still couldn't find the power of the curse. These cultivators had died in front of everyone. No one had any clue as to the cause of their deaths. Everything was so strange. Could it really be a curse? Lin Feng couldn't help but doubt himself. "What should we do?" a cultivator said with a pale face. They were in despair. The situation in front of them was a huge torture for many people. "Ah!" another cultivator cried out wretchedly. Everyone turned to look and saw that a cultivator had died miserably. His body had melted away, leaving only his clothes behind. The clothes floated on the surface of the ocean. It was the same as the cultivators who had died earlier. It was really strange. What was going on? At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly heard a special sound. It was like the sound of wings flapping, but he didn't see anything. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Miserable screams rang out one after another as cultivators died tragically. "It's over. It's really over. The curse is working." Many people cried out in despair, as if they were about to go crazy. At this time, Lin Feng took out the heavenly flame because the sound of flapping wings had alerted Lin Feng. When the heavenly fire enveloped Lin Feng discovered something astonishing. It seemed like something was rushing towards him, but it was blocked by the heavenly flames. Could it be that it was that thing that had killed so many cultivators? If that was the case, the deaths of those cultivators had nothing to do with the curse. Thinking of this, Lin Feng tried to use his Eye of Origin to observe what the existence hidden in the void was. However, what made Lin Feng extremely depressed was that his Eye of Origin was actually unable to see those strange creatures clearly. This was something that made Lin Feng extremely surprised. Many cultivators were still dying, but no one could stop those strange existences. At this time, a veiled female cultivator flew over from afar. The veiled female cultivator was dressed in black, and her figure was quite hot and enchanting. Because her face was covered, no one could see her face, and no one knew what she looked like. However, just by looking at her figure, one could tell that the veiled female cultivator was definitely a top-grade beauty. The veiled female cultivator took out a mirror. She held the mirror in her hand, and a dazzling light shone from the mirror, enveloping all the cultivators. Then, everyone saw that there were actually many transparent insects in the void. Those insects had wings, and no one knew what kind of insects they were. After seeing those insects, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble slightly. No wonder no one could discover anything. It turned out that the culprit was these transparent insects. It's not the curse. It's these damned insects that killed so many people, a cultivator said fiercely. After the insects were illuminated by the light of the female cultivator's mirror, they couldn't move. The female cultivator took out a spatial porcelain bottle and put all the insects away. The rest of the people heaved a sigh of relief. The feeling of surviving a disaster was really great. After the female cultivator put away the mirror and the spatial porcelain bottle, she quickly flew towards the Pangu arcane dimension. From the beginning to the end, she didn't say a single word. The female cultivator took out a token. The token was very special, and it emitted the light of primal chaos. The light of primal chaos enveloped the female cultivator. Then, the female cultivator flew towards the interior of the Pangu arcane dimension. She actually flew into the interior of the Pangu arcane dimension. Was that token just now the token? Someone asked, his eyes full of envy. However, everyone could only be envious. 3 days passed very quickly. An old cultivator arrived. The old cultivator had a token that allowed one to enter the Pangu arcane dimension. Old senior, the other tokens are in the hands of the young cultivators. Why is this token in the hands of the old senior? It doesn't seem to make sense. Pangu's successor shouldn't be such an old cultivator, right? It can't be a fake, right? A cultivator asked, raising his doubts. That cultivator's words were very reasonable. Who knew if the old man's token was real or not? If it was a fake token, when the time came, everyone would believe that they had paid the immortal stones. The old man could then take away a large amount of immortal stones and escape. Don't worry, it's definitely real. This old man obtained this token after killing one of Pangu's successors. The old man said with a smile. Chapter 55-52. The old man's smile was very kind, but the words he said were too sinister and terrifying. This old man was definitely not a kind person. However, Lin Feng still believed the old man's words. He had a feeling that this old man really did have the token to enter the Pangu arcane dimension. Since that was the case, Lin Feng naturally believed him. Lin Feng flew to the old man's side, looked at him, and said, 30 million high-tier immortal stones, right? Yes. The old man nodded. Lin Feng took out 30 million high-tier immortal stones and sealed them away. He handed them over to the old man. You have a good eye. The old man smiled. Lin Feng smiled and said, when do we depart? We depart tomorrow. The old man said. More and more cultivators arrived. Some of them clearly recognized the old man, and they all paid 30 million immortal stones. 1 day later, a total of 20 people paid 30 million immortal stones. Originally, the old man had wanted to bring 30 cultivators with him to enter the Pangu arcane dimension. However, he didn't manage to achieve his goal. Clearly, the old man was somewhat depressed. However, even if there were only 20 people, he would still be able to earn 600 million high-tier immortal stones. This was an enormous amount of wealth. It was enough to make anyone go crazy with jealousy. The old man said, I'm only in charge of bringing everyone in. I don't care about anything else. As for what you'll obtain, what you'll experience, and so on, it has nothing to do with me. Of course. Everyone nodded. The old man said, then let's go. As the old man spoke, he took out a flying shuttle. That flying shuttle could roughly hold 30 people. After seeing the flying shuttle, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. It seemed that these so-called tokens were all different. The token that the veiled female cultivator had taken out was a token, while the old man's was a flying shuttle. Most likely, The others' tokens were also some strange and bizarre items. After everyone boarded the flying shuttle, the old man activated it. Whoosh! Once the flying shuttle was activated, it flew forward at high speed. The speed of the flying shuttle was very fast, and it flew directly into the illusory world. After entering the illusory world, Lin Feng and the others discovered that the illusory world was completely different from what they saw outside. From the outside, it looked like a large forest. However, after entering, he discovered that he was surrounded by a chaotic world. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The Pangu arcane dimension was indeed a little strange. The shuttle stopped. The elder said, "We've already entered the Pangu mystic dimension. Everyone can go down now." Everyone flew down from the old man's flying shuttle. After everyone flew down, the flying shuttle quickly flew forward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. There were only 20 people left. They were also on guard against each other. Whoosh! A middle-aged cultivator was flying towards the depths of the mountain. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. The other cultivators also flew deeper into the forest. Lin Feng chose a direction. Similarly, he flew towards the depths. Soon after, Lin Feng smelled blood in the air. He flew over to check and found that a cultivator had died tragically. The dead cultivator was actually one of the cultivators on the flying shuttle from before. Boom! At the same time, behind Lin Feng, a cultivator stepped out. He punched towards Lin Feng. The other party wanted to take advantage of Lin Feng's unpreparedness. He directly killed Lin Feng. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 55-53. Buzz. In that moment of danger, a huge energy barrier appeared around Lin Feng, protecting him. When the opponent's attack arrived, it directly hit the barrier. Because of that, Lin Feng was completely unharmed. The cultivator quickly retreated. Lin Feng turned around and saw that it was a monk. The monk was wearing a black monk's robe, and there was a black chi swirling around his forehead. He also had a necklace around his neck that was made from a human skull. It seemed that he was an evil monk. Lin Feng sneered when he saw the monk. "Master, you're really strong. If it weren't for my skills, I would have been killed by your attack just now." The demon monk said, "Benefactor, your skills are indeed extraordinary. In that case, this poor monk will spare your life." The moment he finished speaking, the demon monk turned around and prepared to leave. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. How could this guy be so thick-skinned? Did he think that he could pretend that nothing had happened after his sneak attack failed? How laughable. Lin Feng had the urge to slap this guy to death. He sneered and said, "Master, don't go. I want to take something from you. I hope you can help me. What do you want?" The demon monk looked at Lin Feng coldly. Although his sneak attack had failed, he clearly wasn't afraid of Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng indifferently, "I want to kill you, master. Is that possible?" "That depends on your ability." The demon monk sneered. He put his palms together and quickly chanted an incantation. Behind the demonic monk, a terrifying existence emerged. Half of its body was that of a demon, while the other half was that of a Buddha. Buddha and demon were supposed to be opposites, but now, they had appeared in the body of the same person. It was truly unbelievable. Buddha and demon dual cultivators can destroy the world. Suddenly, the demon monk spoke. The terrifying existence behind him stood up and directly rushed towards Lin Feng. The endless Buddhist and evil lights intertwined together as if they were about to destroy the world. Such a power made people's hair stand on end and their faces pale with horror. One had to admit that this demonic monk was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. Lin Feng didn't retreat. He transformed into a yin-yang diagram. That yin-yang diagram seemed to be able to tear the world apart with a light sweep. The yin-yang diagram quickly flew to the side of the half-Buddha, half-demon existence, and slashed at him. Puff! With a tearing sound, the half-Buddha, half-demon existence was killed by Lin Feng. The demonic monk's expression suddenly changed. He clearly didn't expect Lin Feng to be such a troublesome character. Endless Buddhist and demonic light lingered on his palm. He then slapped at the yin-yang diagram formed by Lin Feng, intending to resist Lin Feng's attack. But he had failed. The power of the yin-yang diagram formed by Lin Feng was too terrifying. It broke through the demonic monk's divine ability and split his body into two halves. I actually died just like that. I'm really unwilling. After the demonic monk's voice came out, he was completely dead. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He kept the demonic monk's storage ring and flicked his finger. A cluster of heavenly fire flew out and wrapped around the demonic monk's corpse. Then, the heavenly fire burned fiercely. The demonic monk's body was instantly burned to ashes. Lin Feng continued to fly forward. Soon, he passed through the area shrouded in the aura of chaos. What appeared in front of him was a huge world. At a glance, it was boundless. The trees, mountains, rivers, fierce beasts, and so on here seemed to emit an ancient aura from the absolute beginning era. Lin Feng flew quickly in the sky. There must be many opportunities in the forest, but Lin Feng was not interested in ordinary opportunities at all. Only Pangu's orthodoxy could arouse Lin Feng's interest. 5 days later, Lin Feng saw an unimaginably huge mountain. That mountain stood between heaven and earth, towering into the clouds. There was no way to know where the mountain peak was. The mountain peak was so huge that it was like a pillar supporting the sky. In front of the mountain peak, there was a 3,000-meter tall stone tablet. There were 3 words written on the stone tablet. Pangu Mountain. Pangu Mountain. Pangu Mountain. It's here. The inheritance must be in this mountain peak. Could it be at the peak of the mountain? Lin Feng could not help but be puzzled. In the distance, a cultivator flew over. When he saw Pangu Mountain, he was extremely excited and quickly flew towards it. However, when he was 10 kilometers away from Pangu Mountain, waves of death rippled in the void. Bang! The powerful cultivator's body directly exploded. How terrifying! After seeing this, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Pangu Mountain was not simple. He did not want to fly up like the previous cultivator. Instead, he descended from the sky and walked towards Pangu Mountain step by step. When he arrived at the foot of Pangu Mountain, Lin Feng felt an oppressive aura. Pangu Mountain seemed to have merged with Pangu's will. It was very oppressive and uncomfortable. However, this did not scare Lin Feng away. Lin Feng entered Pangu Mountain. He could not help but mutter that he could not fly up. He could only walk up. Lin Feng had heard that some ancient godly papers were important to some things. For example, respect. These people were here to search for Pangu's orthodoxy. You came to Pangu's place of inheritance and wanted to fly up to search for it. It was not too far. Can't you just walk up? If you wanted to obtain the orthodoxy of some experts, you would have to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. It did not even require you to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. That was already good enough. Wasn't it too disrespectful to Pangu to fly up directly? After all, Pangu was one of the earliest Xiantian life forms of this epoch. In the legends, Pangu was described as the creator of the world. One had to be full of respect for Pangu. After reaching the top of Mount Pangu, Lin Feng quickly flew up the mountain. Not long after, Lin Feng was stopped. There were more than 10 cultivators here with powerful auras. Why are you stopping me? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked. A young woman in a pink dress with a rather voluptuous figure said, "Young master, please don't misunderstand. We are inviting you to explore a dangerous place. I'm not free. I want to find Pangu's ultimate orthodoxy." Lin Feng directly refused. Chapter 55-54. She said, "Don't worry, young master. Pangu's core system is at the peak of the mountain, but it hasn't come out yet. When the 9 bells ring, it'll come out. So even if you go now, you won't get anything. You'll only suffer a calamity if you try to force your way in." "Oh, there's such a thing." Lin Feng was surprised. "Young master, don't you know? Logically speaking, all cultivators who come with a token should know about this," she said. Lin Feng said, "I spent 30 million high-grade immortal stones to buy a spot. Who knows what's going on in Pangu's system? I have to thank this beautiful sister for her reminder. Many people were speechless. 30 million high-grade immortal stones just to buy a slot to enter. This brat was really rich and overbearing. He wondered which power he was from. They didn't ask. Because of the Undying Realm's source, there were many foreign cultivators. For example, some of the cultivators here were foreign cultivators. Many were like Lin Feng. They didn't have tokens and used other methods to get in. But no matter what method they used, as long as they could get in, it was a great harvest. She smiled and said, "Are you willing to join us now, young master?" Lin Feng asked, "Tell me what we're looking for first. If there's no great fortune, I won't go." Someone sneered, "Kid, don't put on airs here. There's no simple person here. If you want to show off, I'm afraid you've chosen the wrong place." Lin Feng was speechless. He was just saying what he wanted to say. If it was an ordinary fortune, Lin Feng wouldn't even care. For Lin Feng, looking for ordinary treasures was simply a waste of time. However, there were always some people who looked at others with their own eyes. There was a saying, viewing the sky from the bottom of a well, that was exactly what it meant. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Do I need to show off in front of you? Who do you think you are? What did you say?" The cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng. "You don't understand human language?" Lin Feng replied. "Hey, you're a native of the Undying Realm, right? The natives of the Undying World are so rude." The cultivator mocked. It seemed that this person was not from the Undying World. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. "Zhong Yong, stop talking," the young woman said in a deep voice. Zhong Yong was obviously a little afraid of the young woman. Therefore, after hearing the young woman's words, he did not say anything more. The young woman looked at Lin Feng and said apologetically, "Sir, my friend was quite frank and outspoken, but she didn't mean any harm." Lin Feng replied, "I've always been a magnanimous person, so I won't stoop to his level." "You." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhong Yong was so angry that his mouth almost became crooked. His expression became extremely gloomy, but after seeing the young woman's gaze, he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. He didn't say anything else. The young woman introduced herself. "My name is Hong Yuling. How should I address you, sir?" "My name is Ji," Lin Feng said. "Ah, so it's Sir Ji." The young woman smiled and continued, "It's like this, according to what we know, a terrifying cultivator is buried there. That cultivator is a winged dragon. That winged dragon was Pangu's mount back in the days. The winged dragon was a terrifying existence. Its bloodline was second only to the true dragon. It was on the same level as the sky dragons, eastern divine dragons, and other dragons. However, the winged dragon was very different from the eastern divine dragons and the sky dragons. For example, the sky dragons, eastern divine dragons, and even the true dragon were all dragons without wings. Generally, only the western divine dragons had wings. They looked like huge winged lizards, and their bodies were more bloated. However, the winged dragon had wings. Among the eastern divine dragons, the winged dragon was the only one with wings. Although the bloodline of the winged dragon was on the same level as the eastern divine dragon and the sky dragon, it was still much stronger than the eastern divine dragon and the sky dragon. Perhaps it was because of the extra pair of wings. Pan Jiyu was so ancient. He was so powerful. His mount must be incomparably terrifying, and the things he left behind must be extremely precious. "All right, I can join," Lin Feng said. With Lin Feng's addition, the team was like a tiger that had grown wings. However, the young woman and the others had no intention of moving. It seemed that they wanted to continue inviting other cultivators. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the young woman and the others must have already gone to check out the situation. Otherwise, with so many people joining forces, they would have already gone. After waiting for a while more, another 5 cultivators joined in. Everyone moved. The young woman led the way. Everyone traveled through the mountains. 2 hours later, they arrived at a huge rift valley in the mountains. This area exuded an eerie and terrifying aura. In the depths, darkness lingered. It was obvious that this was an extremely dangerous place. What's so special about this place? Lin Feng asked. The young woman replied, It's very dangerous. Lin Feng smiled and said, You're so naughty. The young woman smiled and said, Sir, please don't blame me. I just wanted to adjust the atmosphere. The young woman continued, Before we enter, we should first understand some things about the Pangu secret dimension. Everyone should know that Pangu is the incarnation of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. Actually, to be precise, this saying is not particularly accurate. Pangu came before the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. According to what I know, Pangu suffered a calamity back then and had no choice but to reincarnate. This reincarnation body is the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. Oh, there's such a thing. Lin Feng was shocked. The young woman nodded and continued, When Pangu's corpse was decomposed, it was decomposed on Mount Pangu. Pangu's mount, the winged dragon, was also injured at that time. In the end, it fell on Mount Pangu. I think that when the winged dragon died, it was extremely unwilling, so after it died, its resentment was extremely strong. Such a strong resentment caused some changes in this place. Lin Feng said, I presume that you've already gone to investigate. Yes. The young woman nodded. Lin Feng asked, What did you find? The young woman replied, We didn't find anything because we didn't even go to the depths. Not only did we not find anything, but we also lost 3 people. Is it that dangerous? Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This place had indeed piqued his curiosity. The group didn't stop and directly entered the large rift valley in front of them. After entering the palace, Lin Feng sensed a strange and gloomy qi which was penetrating into his body. Chapter 55-55. This place was indeed very strange, so Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. They continued to walk deeper into the cave. The further they went, the more they could feel the eeriness of this place. They could even faintly hear the eerie sound of teeth grinding. That sound was too terrifying, and it made everyone's hair stand on end. What the hell is that sound coming from? Asked a cultivator who had joined the group later. It can't be an evil ghost or something else, right? Someone else asked. Let's try searching, said a cultivator. Everyone used their divine senses to search, but they couldn't find anything. The sound was too eerie, and it was even more obvious in this place. No one could completely ignore the sound. Even Lin Feng couldn't do that. The young woman said, We didn't hear this sound before, but it's strange this time. It's really strange. She couldn't find out what was going on. Everyone had no choice but to be patient and continue walking deeper into the cave. Time passed. The sound of teeth grinding could still be heard. Many people felt even more uneasy. This kind of voice could give people an extremely strong sense of danger. However, no one had any intention of leaving. They had already come this far, so how could they leave? At the very least, they had to see if there were any opportunities inside before deciding whether to leave or not. Finally, everyone arrived at the place where the young woman and the others had been attacked. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, they didn't encounter any trouble. Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but feel extremely surprised. They had thought that they would encounter some inexplicable attack here, but that didn't happen. The young woman pointed in a direction and said, Look, they're corpses. Lin Feng and the others looked over and saw 3 corpses. Lin Feng and the others walked over. They discovered that although the 3 corpses were dead, they hadn't been damaged. A cultivator quickly walked over, wanting to take the storage rings from the corpses. This guy was obviously trying to take advantage of the fact that no one had reacted to the situation to make a fortune out of the corpses. This wishful thinking was quite good. However, when the cultivator approached the 3 corpses and wanted to take the storage rings from their hands, the cultivator suddenly stopped. Suddenly, something terrifying happened. The cultivator's body trembled violently. Next, he fell to the ground. After twitching a few times, he breathed his last and died. This scene was truly bizarre to the extreme, causing everyone to jump in fright. No one knew how this cultivator died. In the blink of an eye, this person had died. What exactly happened? Everyone was puzzled. Then, they looked at each other. No one dared to go forward to check for fear of being robbed. Heavenly Reflection Talisman. At this moment, the young woman spoke. She took out an item. It was a yellow talisman. The yellow talisman was very extraordinary and emitted a violent fluctuation. What talisman is this? Someone asked doubtfully. The young woman replied, it's a talisman that I obtained by chance. It's said to be able to see through the mountains and rivers of the heavens and see through all nothingness. Perhaps I can use this talisman to see some strange places. Normally, I wouldn't be willing to use this talisman, but now, the situation is not good. I have no choice but to use this talisman. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. The talisman was extraordinary and would definitely play an important role. A high-level cultivator said, quickly let the talisman show its power. The young woman nodded and didn't waste any time. She directly activated the talisman. After the talisman was activated, it directly flew into the air. Then, the talisman shook and emitted a terrifying fluctuation. In the next moment, the talisman turned into a mirror. It was really strange to the extreme. A talisman turning into a mirror. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a situation. The talisman that had turned into a mirror emitted a mirror-like light. The mirror-like light spread out in all directions. It shrouded the entire area within it. However, nothing appeared in the mirror. This was a little strange. Finally, the mirror dissipated. This is really strange. I didn't find anything special. The young woman said. Maybe the talisman's power isn't enough. Someone said. The young woman said, this talisman was forged by an expert at the 9th level of the Saint Realm. If this kind of talisman isn't enough, then perhaps no other talisman will be able to work. Lin Feng said, why bother? Since we don't know what's going on, let's not think about it or touch the dead people. Let's just continue moving forward. The others nodded. However, there were also people who wanted to leave. This was because they felt that it was too dangerous. Everything was unknown, so they didn't want to continue taking risks. Everyone had their own ambitions. Since the other party wanted to leave, the others naturally couldn't force them. In the end, 3 cultivators left, and the others continued to move forward. Everyone saw many skeletons. It seemed that someone had been here before. Lin Feng said, it seems that Pangu's secret realm has been opened more than once. These skeletons are probably left behind when cultivators died in the past. The other cultivators nodded. This was indeed possible. A cultivator said, Pangu's ultimate Daoist teachings couldn't have been taken away by someone else, right? Many people couldn't help but reveal bewildered expressions. What this cultivator said was possible. The young woman said, although it's possible, I don't think it's very likely. If someone else had taken away Pangu's ultimate Daoist teachings, there wouldn't have been so many tokens of Pangu scattered throughout the universe. We also wouldn't be gathered here today. Yes, I think so too, another cultivator said. Another cultivator said, agreeing with what the young woman said. Everyone nodded and didn't say anything else. The most important thing right now wasn't to think about Pangu's ultimate Daoist teachings. Rather, it was to see if they could obtain anything from the place where Raindragon had died. Lin Feng and the others didn't encounter any danger for the rest of their journey. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part of the secret realm. Look. Someone pointed at the deepest part of the secret realm. Everyone looked over, and many people gasped. There was a huge creature residing in the deepest part of the secret realm. That creature's aura was extremely ferocious and terrifying. It was a dragon, a huge dragon with wings. However, the dragon was already dead. Even though it had been dead for who knew how many years, its aura was still so terrifying. One could only imagine how terrifying this rain dragon had been when it was alive. Chapter 55-56. They didn't act rashly. Instead, they observed the winged dragon's corpse. The winged dragon's corpse was indeed very terrifying. Therefore, they had to wait until they had a clear idea of what was going on. If they rushed forward recklessly and found out that the winged dragon's corpse had turned into an evil corpse, wouldn't that be suicide? After careful observation, Lin Feng and the others found that the winged dragon's corpse was indeed completely dead. It didn't seem to be emitting any evil corpse's aura. Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but sigh in relief. They didn't have to worry so much anymore. "Let's go and take a look," said a cultivator. After investigating the winged dragon's corpse, they were no longer worried about the winged dragon's corpse. They all walked towards it. At that moment, the winged dragon let out a series of cries. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the winged dragon was very interested in something. That was why it made such a cry. Otherwise, the little dragon wouldn't have made such a cry. Lin Feng sent a message to the winged dragon using his divine sense. "Little guy, what do you want?" The winged dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Lin Feng roughly understood what the winged dragon was trying to say. It seemed that the winged dragon wanted the inner core. That was naturally the most precious thing on the winged dragon's body. Moreover, the inner core was very useful for the winged dragon's cultivation. He just didn't know if the others wanted the inner core too. However, no matter who wanted it, Lin Feng wouldn't give it to them. He was determined to get the inner core. Everyone arrived before the winged dragon's corpse. Soon, they discovered something shocking. The winged dragon's body had been cut open. They didn't know who did it, but since that person could cut open the winged dragon's corpse, their strength must be extraordinary. Damn, don't tell me that all the treasures on the winged dragon's body have been taken away by someone else. Damn, this is so depressing. I wonder which immoral bastard did it. Many people started cursing and swearing. It was no wonder that they would curse the other party so angrily. Everyone had gone through a lot of trouble to get here. They all wanted to get some opportunities, but their opportunities had been taken away by someone else. Naturally, they were furious. "Enter the winged dragon's body and take a look," said the young woman. Everyone nodded and rushed into the winged dragon's body. Although winged dragon's body hadn't decayed, it was close to being petrified. With a light tap, it would even produce a thumping sound. The sound was similar to the sound of knocking on a rock. The winged dragon's body was huge, and its blood vessels were like huge passageways that extended in all directions. After entering, the young woman said, "Let's split up. Who can obtain what will depend on their own luck." "All right." Everyone replied. Then, they quickly separated. Xiaolong flew out from the space of time. After the little guy flew out, it took Lin Feng and flew in a certain direction. The little fellow appeared very excited. However, it did not take long before Lin Feng saw some skeletons. They were the skeletons of those who had died inside the winged dragon's body. They must have been the cultivators who had entered the winged dragon's body earlier. It was unknown how they had died here. Lin Feng checked the storage rings of the skeletons. He found that the storage rings of these skeletons were all damaged. It seemed that it was because of the passage of time. Therefore, these storage rings were all damaged. Lin Feng casually threw the storage rings on the ground. He and Xiaolong continued to look for the location of the inner core. Soon, Xiaolong found the inner core. The inner core of the winged dragon was golden in color. It was the size of a fist, and it seemed to have been petrified. However, even if it was petrified, Xiaolong could still swallow it. Xiaolong was very excited and let out a few loud cries. Then, it quickly flew toward the inner core and swallowed it in one gulp. However, at that moment, a golden python with 2 wings suddenly appeared and swallowed Xiaolong. The golden python was in a state of invisibility. It was too strange. Even Lin Feng did not notice the golden python's trace until Xiaolong appeared. Then, the golden python suddenly appeared and attacked Xiaolong. After all, Xiaolong was still young. When it was suddenly attacked, its first thought was to dodge. However, Xiaolong could not dodge even if it wanted to. The golden python was too terrifying. Just as Xiaolong was about to be swallowed, Lin Feng appeared in time. He held the Epoch War spear and swept it toward the golden python. Bang! The spear collided with the golden boa's body. The golden boa was blown away. Lin Feng hastily put the little dragon back into the time and space. Winged golden crown python. I can't believe I encountered such a legendary creature. Lin Feng could not help but be surprised. This was a creature that had long been extinct in the outside world. Lin Feng had read about it before, but he had never seen the true body of this python. This was the first time he had seen the true body of this python. "Lowly human, I will eat you," shouted the gigantic python coldly. It then immediately threw itself at Lin Feng. Its gigantic tail was moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not help but snort. The war spear in his hand swept toward the python again. Bang! Lin Feng's epoch war spear collided with the python's tail. The python was strong. However, Lin Feng's cultivation was too tyrannical. With the help of the epoch war spear, the python was no match for Lin Feng. The huge python was sent flying again by Lin Feng. Many of the python's scales had fallen off. After seeing those scales fall off, the python's eyes lit up. Lin Feng sneered and continued to attack the python. He wanted to kill the python, but he did not expect the python to disappear. Then, it quickly escaped. Lin Feng chased after it. Relying on the python's aura, he followed it all the way. Ah! A short time after, a horrible shriek spread in the air. When Lin Feng heard the shriek, he quickly flew over. He saw a cultivator die tragically. There were no wounds on the cultivator's body, but he was killed. Lin Feng guessed that his soul had been attacked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, many people who heard the commotion quickly rushed over. "What happened?" someone asked. Lin Feng said, "This person was attacked by something and died tragically here." Everyone gathered around. "There are no wounds." Someone frowned. Zhongyong sneered and said, "The fact that there are no wounds means that he was killed by a soul attack. However, a ranker of this level has a very strong soul. It would not be easy to kill him with a soul attack, unless you are familiar with him. Then, you can use a soul attack when he is not prepared. Only then can you kill him by surprise." Chapter 55-57. After hearing Zhongyang's words, Lin Feng could not help but frown. Lin Feng was not stupid, so he naturally understood the meaning behind Zhongyang's words. This guy obviously wanted to say that he was the one who killed the cultivator. Lin Feng and Zhongyang had a verbal conflict earlier, so this guy finally found a chance to slander him. Lin Feng said sarcastically, "Do you think anyone will believe such stupid words? If you don't want people to know, don't do it. It's too late to cover it up now. What's done is done. You have to admit it even if you don't want to." Zhongyang said sarcastically. "Ha ha ha ha." Lin Feng could not help but laugh. He looked at the other cultivators and asked, "What do you guys think?" The others did not speak, but their eyes flickered. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. It seemed that some people were plotting against him. The world of cultivators had always been like this. The strong were respected, and the weak were bullied. In the eyes of these people, he was a young cultivator. He also seemed to be quite rich. Wasn't it normal to kill him and take his treasures? Previously, they wanted to explore together, so they did not make a move. Now that there was no danger, there was no need to care about anything else. At this time, the young woman said, "I think there's some misunderstanding in this matter. We can't jump to conclusions so easily." The young woman's character was not bad. Lin Feng said, "Fairy, you don't have to say good things for me. Today, I'll kill Zhongyong first." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng rushed toward Zhongyong with the epoch war spear in his hand. "Kid, you're the one who wants to die. Don't blame me." Zhongyong sneered. This guy obviously looked down on Lin Feng. Zhongyang's weapon was a long sword. He jumped up, became one with the sword, and slashed at Lin Feng. Zhongyang's cultivation was quite strong, but it also depended on who he was compared to. If he was up against Lin Feng, he was far inferior. Lin Feng held the war spear in his hand and swept it toward Zhongyang, directly sweeping away Zhongyang's sword. Zhongyang's facial expression drastically changed. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. He quickly retreated and wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack, but Lin Feng had already taken a step forward and thrust his spear towards Zhongyang. Pu! With a tearing sound, Lin Feng's tyrannical spear directly pierced Zhongyang's body. Ah! Zhongyang could not help but scream. "Save me!" Zhongyang began to beg. A few cultivators who had a good relationship with Zhongyong had gloomy expressions on their faces. One of them said coldly, "Kid, don't go too far. Hurry up and let Zhongyong go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Not. How could he not be polite? Eat my spear as well. Lin Feng sneered and walked towards the cultivator. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. In an instant, he arrived beside the cultivator. The war spear in his hand pierced the cultivator's body. The cultivator's face suddenly changed and he quickly brought out a defensive magic treasure to block Lin Feng's attack. However, it was useless. Lin Feng's war spear instantly pierced through the defensive magic treasure. Then, Lin Feng's war spear pierced through the cultivator's body. Ah! Another scream rang out. Lin Feng's spear had also pierced through the cultivator. Lin Feng's war spear had Zhongyong and his friends hanging on it. When the others saw Lin Feng's ferocious methods, their faces changed greatly. The few cultivators who had a good relationship with Zhongyong did not dare to say anything. They were afraid of getting into trouble. "Mercy! Mercy! We were wrong. Please spare us." Zhongyong and his friend looked at Lin Feng in horror. They were strong, so even if their bodies were pierced, they would not die immediately. Lin Feng would let them go now. If they recuperated for a while, their injuries should be able to recover. However, Lin Feng did not intend to let these guys go. Since they were courting death, he would fulfill their wish. A merciful heart could be, but it was not for enemies. It was for enemies. It had to be like a demon. Lin Feng revealed a bright smile and said, "If you want to live, you should not have provoked me. I have always had a bad temper. If anyone dares to provoke me, I will definitely let them die without a burial place." As his voice fell, Lin Feng's right hand suddenly shook. Bang! Zhongyong and the other cultivators' bodies directly exploded. The two of them died on the spot. Lin Feng looked at the young woman and said, "This place is dangerous. Try not to stay for too long." Then, Lin Feng walked outside. The young woman looked at the others and asked, "What about you guys?" "We are looking for the sacred bone of the winged dragon." The others replied, "The sacred bone of the winged dragon." It recorded the winged dragon's divine ability. It was definitely extremely precious. The young woman said, "Then I will go out first." The young woman did not stay and quickly chased after Lin Feng. She caught up to Lin Feng in a short time. Ah! 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 At that moment, screams could be heard. The young woman's face suddenly changed. She did not know what had happened inside the winged dragon's corpse. No one rushed out from inside. Those people seemed to have met with a disaster. Something is coming out. Let's go quickly. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed, and he shouted in a deep voice. He could feel that the existence chasing after them was definitely more than 10 times stronger than the python he had seen before. It made Lin Feng's heart tremble. Chapter 55-58. The young woman's cultivation wasn't bad. After Lin Feng's warning, she also sensed the terrifying aura. Her expression became extremely unsightly, but she wasn't good at speed. The aura behind them was getting more and more terrifying. The young woman's face became pale, and she couldn't help but feel despair. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The young woman was a good person, and he couldn't bear to let her die here. Lin Feng turned back and hugged the young woman's slender waist. Then, he quickly rushed outside. Sensing Lin Feng's strong masculine aura, the young woman's pretty face couldn't help but blush, but she was very grateful to Lin Feng. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's warning, she would still be inside the winged dragon's corpse. If that was the case, she would have died a miserable death inside the winged dragon's corpse. Although she had survived, she was still scared. Fortunately, she had listened to Lin Feng and came out early. At this moment, in Lin Feng's arms, she felt very good. His embrace made her feel very warm and comfortable. Of course, the most important thing was that she felt at ease. His embrace gave her a sense of security that she had never felt before. The aura behind them was getting closer and closer. The unknown existence was extremely fast, but Lin Feng wasn't slow either. Before the unknown existence could chase after them, Lin Feng successfully brought the young woman out. The unknown existence seemed to want to rush out, but it was repelled by a terrifying force. This scene surprised Lin Feng. It seemed that the unknown existence was sealed in the canyon. "We're out of danger." Lin Feng sighed in relief. "Yes." The young woman blushed and nodded. Her body was still pressed against Lin Feng's. Lin Feng didn't think about anything else. Now that they were out of danger, he couldn't help but feel that he had been a little rude. Lin Feng let go of the young woman and said, "I'm really sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." The young woman blushed and said, "It's okay, I've always been a person who doesn't care about trifles." Lin Feng replied, "Let's find a place to rest." The young woman didn't have any objections and looked for a place to rest with Lin Feng. The two of them found a quiet boulder and sat on it. The woman asked, "What was chasing us earlier?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I don't know what it is exactly, but I have a feeling. The thing that's chasing us is probably an evil spirit." "Evil spirit? Is there really such a powerful evil spirit?" The young woman said with a slight frown. Lin Feng asked, "What if this evil spirit is actually a winged dragon?" The young woman's face showed a surprised expression. It was indeed as Lin Feng had speculated. An ordinary evil spirit might not be so threatening, but an evil spirit transformed from a winged dragon was different. The winged dragon was simply too terrifying. Therefore, an evil spirit transformed from a winged dragon would be extremely terrifying. However, Lin Feng couldn't tell whether the evil spirit was actually a winged dragon or not. After all, the evil spirit gave off a very strange feeling. Although Lin Feng could sense its existence, he couldn't see what it looked like. However, no matter what the evil spirit was, it was all in the past. They didn't have to worry about being attacked by evil spirits anymore. Lin Feng didn't continue talking about this topic with the young woman. He lay down on the boulder and closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the final inheritance of Pangu's secret plane to open. Dong, dong, dong. On this day, 9 heavenly sounds rang out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cultivators who were resting in various places quickly flew up. Pangu's orthodoxy is about to appear. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The young woman was still by Lin Feng's side. Over the past 3 days, Lin Feng and the young woman had chatted quite a bit. They also became quite familiar with each other. Pangu's orthodoxy was about to appear. It was a very exciting thing. Lin Feng quickly flew up. The young woman followed suit. They arrived at the top of the mountain. It was originally very dangerous and impossible to climb. But now, the danger was gone. Everyone could climb the mountain now. Lin Feng saw at least a dozen figures quickly flying up the mountain. I wonder if all those people have a token? Or did only some of them have tokens? Chaos energy lingered at the peak of the mountain. To everyone's surprise, the peak seemed to have been split open by an axe. In the middle was a huge rift valley. Above the rift valley, there was a stone bridge. Outside the stone bridge, there was a huge stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there were 4 large words written in a flamboyant style. Bridge of the Great Tao. There were some introductions below. Lin Feng read them and understood what the Bridge of the Great Tao was. To obtain Pangu's orthodoxy, one first had to cross the bridge. When one stepped onto the Bridge of the Great Tao, one had to accept the test of the Bridge of the Great Tao. He didn't know what the test was for now. If he was recognized, he would be able to cross the Bridge of the Great Path. If he was not recognized, then, if one wasn't recognized, they still wanted to force their way through. That would be dangerous. At that time, they might end up dead. Of course, not everyone would die. There might be some lucky ones. They could force their way through the bridge. Be careful. Lin Feng looked at the young woman and reminded her. You too, young master. The young woman said. Lin Feng nodded. Without saying anything more, it was time to part with the young woman. Lin Feng stepped onto the Bridge of the Great Tao and walked towards the other side. The Bridge of the Great Tao was very strange. Chaos energy roiled and separated everyone. Suddenly, holy light lingered in front of him. In the holy light, a mysterious existence appeared. The mysterious existence was tall and burly. His eyes were bright and piercing. He stood in the void and seemed to be the backbone of heaven and earth. He could hold up heaven and earth. When he saw that existence, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Could that being be Pangu? "Aren't you going to kneel when you see Pangu?" said the strong cultivator suddenly. Terrifying energies filled the air and moved towards Lin Feng, oppressing him. He wanted to force Lin Feng to kneel on the ground. "Pangu, I respect you as a top god of the absolute beginning, but if you want to use Pangu's Tao against me, you won't be able to do it. I cultivate the Tao of a sovereign. This isn't your real body. Even if your real body were here, you wouldn't be able to force me to submit. Activate your Tao of a sovereign," shouted Lin Feng coldly. He activated his Tao of a sovereign. When Lin Feng activated his Tao of a sovereign, Lin Feng's Tao of a sovereign spread out. The pressure released by Pangu's Tao of a sovereign was instantly dispersed. Pangu's silhouette in the void disappeared as well. Chapter 55-59. Hihi, sure enough, my supreme Tao is more awesome. Lin Feng smiled. Lin Feng's Tao of the supreme cultivator had reached the level of high level, and it was becoming more and more powerful. Even Pangu's Tao couldn't compete with the supreme Tao. This was why the supreme Tao was so terrifying. It could suppress all other Taos. Lin Feng continued forward. He successfully crossed the bridge of the Great Path. As for whether the young woman could cross the bridge or not, it wasn't Lin Feng's concern. If she couldn't cross the bridge of the Great Path, then she could leave. It was better not to force some opportunities that didn't belong to her. Lin Feng quickly rushed into the depths and saw a huge altar. There were a few things placed on top of the tables. The first item was an axe. It should be the sky-splitting axe, or Pangu's axe. Although the names were different, they referred to the same thing. The second item was an ancient book made of bluestone. Lin Feng couldn't help but be moved. Could it be the legendary Pangu immortal scripture? The third item was a black jade tablet. He didn't know what it was for the time being, but since Pangu deliberately left it here, it must be extremely extraordinary. The fourth item was a crystal bead. Lin Feng didn't know what it was, but he felt that it must be extremely extraordinary. At this moment, more than a dozen cultivators were besieging a cultivator. The besieged cultivator was none other than Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian was indeed worthy of being the first successor of Pangu. He could even borrow the power of the altar. No wonder those cultivators besieged Huangfu Qingtian. If they didn't kill him, they wouldn't be able to get those things. Those things belonged to Huangfu Qingtian, the first successor. How dare you try to get the opportunities left behind by Pangu Immortal Venerable? You're really overestimating yourselves. Today, I'll let you feel the power of Pangu's Tao. Huangfu Qingtian shouted coldly. After his voice fell, a terrifying aura pervaded the world. Pangu's Tao, unique and honorable. Martial arts universe, suppressing myriad gods. When Huangfu Qingtian's voice faded away, a terrifying aura of the great Tao permeated between the heavens and the earth. The aura of the great Tao made people's hearts tremble. At that moment, Huangfu Qingtian seemed to have transformed into Pangu. Huangfu Qingtian took a step forward like Pangu. Bang! 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 That formless power directly slammed into many people. Wow! 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 The cultivators spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale. He was sent flying. Although those cultivators were powerful, they were still somewhat inferior to the current Huangfu Qingtian. The current Huangfu Qingtian was too overbearing. Huangfu Qingtian wanted to collect Pangu's system after repelling them, but a cultivator came from the distance. His eyes narrowed after seeing this cultivator. His eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Huangfu Qingtian, I wouldn't have thought that you'd be able to survive until now, but it's over now. Pangu's Tao system is mine, Lin Feng said indifferently. It was as if he was in control of everything. If Huangfu Qingtian left quickly after obtaining the system and found a place to cultivate for many years, he would be a great threat with the help of the heaven-splitting axe. However, Huangfu Qingtian hadn't obtained Pangu's system yet, so Ju Bao would never give him the chance to do so. Ha 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 ha, Huangfu Qingtian burst into laughter when he heard Lin Feng's words. He looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression and said disdainfully, "Lin Feng, didn't you see that some saints were repelled by me just now? I can borrow the power of the altar. I'm the first successor of Pangu. You can't compare to me now. I know your cultivation is strong, but so what? No matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than those saints." Huangfu Qingtian had fought with Lin Feng several times, so he could roughly figure out Lin Feng's strength. However, he didn't know that Lin Feng had entered the world of time reversal. When Lin Feng entered the world of time reversal, he was only an earth immortal, the third level of the hollow immortal realm. Now, Lin Feng had become a Dao immortal, the second level of the true immortal realm. Lin Feng's cultivation had made such a breakthrough in a short period of time, which was simply unimaginable in the outside world. Only in the world of time reversal could such a magnificent feat be accomplished. However, it was obvious that Huangfu Qingtian still thought that Lin Feng was the Lin Feng he knew. Ignorant, Lin Feng sneered. Huangfu Qingtian had been defeated by Lin Feng several times and had even been killed by Lin Feng. Naturally, his hatred for Lin Feng was endless. He didn't want to say anything more to Lin Feng. Huangfu Qingtian directly operated the Pangu's Dao to deal with Lin Feng. With the help of the altar, the Pangu's Dao was indeed extremely terrifying. "Huangfu Qingtian, I'll let you have a taste of my Dao today." Lin Feng sneered. He unleashed his Dao of supremacy. When Lin Feng released his supreme Dao, the sky and the earth were annihilated. Suddenly, they surged. The power of the supreme Dao was released and directly suppressed the Pangu's Dao. Bang! The two Daos collided fiercely. The Pangu's Dao was instantly destroyed by Lin Feng's supreme Dao. Then, Lin Feng's supreme Dao fiercely bombarded Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian was sent flying by the supreme Dao. Barf! In the air, Huangfu Qingtian vomited blood. "No. This is absolutely impossible. How did you become so powerful?" Huangfu Qingtian couldn't accept this. He roared angrily, his eyes full of madness and ferocity. Lin Feng sneered. "Huangfu Qingtian, you're a true immortal now. You should make your own Dao your main Dao instead of making other people's Dao your main Dao. No matter how powerful other people's Dao is, it's not your own Dao. If you want to embark on the supreme Dao, you need to have a strong Dao. This alone is destined to fail." As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, an even more powerful Dao condensed in an instant. Then, once again, it fiercely attacked Huangfu Qingtian. The attack of Dao was invisible and intangible. It was difficult to dodge. Huangfu Qingtian couldn't dodge Lin Feng's Dao. Bang! He was sent flying again, and half of his body directly exploded. Chapter 5560. Who's that kid? How can he be so strong? The experts who were injured by Huangfu Qingtian in the distance were very puzzled. Most of them were foreign cultivators. There were even a few saints among them, but they were still defeated by Huangfu Qingtian. Lin Feng defeated Huangfu Qingtian so easily. It was a bit abnormal. Lin Feng was too young. How could he have such extraordinary strength at such a young age? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he couldn't be so strong. But all of this happened in front of them, so they couldn't help but believe it. A group of people wanted to know who Lin Feng was, but no one knew Lin Feng. "Don't be complacent too early. I have a way to kill you." Huangfu Qingtian roared in anger. Huangfu Qingtian continuously changed his hand seals. Whoosh! The sky-splitting axe flew out quickly and landed in Huangfu Qingtian's hand. The sky-splitting axe was an ancient weapon-level treasure. Huangfu Qingtian's confidence skyrocketed after he grasped it. "Die!" Huangfu Qingtian shouted coldly and jumped out, chopping at Lin Feng with the axe. Even the void was shattered by the impact. Terrifying, terrifying, terrifying. It was indeed a treasure passed down by Pangu. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all. Lin Feng had more than one ancient weapon-level treasure. There was also the Epoch War Spear, which was an ancient weapon-level treasure. Lin Feng planned to collect 9 ancient weapon-level treasures to form a few ultimate killing formations recorded in the stone scripture. These ultimate killing formations were special because they were directly imprinted with formation runes on the ancient weapons. The 9 ancient weapon-level treasures could be connected through the ultimate killing formation. Their power skyrocketed. When the time came, it would be like slaying gods and slaying Buddhas. Epoch Spear Art, Sky-Splitting Spear. Lin Feng shouted coldly and rushed out with the Epoch War Spear in his hand. The Epoch War Spear in his hand collided with the sky-splitting axe in Huangfu Qingtian's hand. Although the power of the sky-splitting axe was terrifying enough, Huangfu Qingtian couldn't release the power of the sky-splitting axe. The reason for this was that Huangfu Qingtian had just used the heaven-splitting axe. One had to know. The epochal war spear was a supreme treasure on the same level as the sky-carving axe. Moreover, it was a supreme treasure passed down from Lin Feng's ancestors. After obtaining the epochal war spear, Lin Feng spent a long time familiarizing himself with it. Huangfu Qingtian had obtained something left behind by Pangu, not even his ancestor. It would be more difficult for him to adapt to it. Therefore, how could Huangfu Qingtian display the power of the heaven-splitting axe? Lin Feng's situation was completely different. He could now wield the epochal war spear as he wished. Moreover, he had the epochal spear technique to complement the epochal war spear. The power of the epoch war spear was too terrifying. When the two sides collided, the heaven-opening axe in Huangfu Qingtian's hand was directly sent flying by Lin Feng. Not good. Huangfu Qingtian's expression changed greatly. He wanted to retreat, but at that moment, Lin Feng had already caught up to him. Lin Feng's epochal war spear pierced towards Huangfu Qingtian's body. Huangfu Qingtian didn't have time to dodge. With a piercing sound, Lin Feng's epochal war spear pierced through Huangfu Qingtian's chest. Ah! Huangfu Qingtian screamed in pain. Why is this happening? I, Huangfu Qingtian, have been a peerless genius since I was a child. I, Huangfu Qingtian, have never been defeated. Until I met you. Are you my nemesis? Huangfu Qingtian's eyes were filled with hatred. He glared at Lin Feng. You must have heard of the saying, those who commit injustice are doomed to destruction, right? You only have yourself to blame for the current situation. You can't blame anyone else. Lin Feng said indifferently. I brought this upon myself. Ha ha ha, I was powerful back then, so I could do whatever I wanted. This is how the world works. The biggest mistake I made back then was agreeing to your 10-year agreement. I should have killed you immediately. If I had killed you back then, none of this would have happened. Huangfu Qingtian said furiously. He was unwilling, truly unwilling. Looking back on his life, how glorious was it? However, until he lost to Lin Feng in a life-and-death battle. There was a turning point in his life. Although he had returned, he had been blinded by hatred. Huangfu Qingtian's motivation to live was to kill Lin Feng. Then he would take revenge. Many years passed. He thought that he could kill Lin Feng, but the reality was so cruel. It turned out that what he thought was actually a joke. Huangfu Qingtian couldn't accept it. He didn't want to die. However, today, they were strangers. The soul reconstruction technique could only be used once in a lifetime. This time, he would die. Huangfu Qingtian knew that he would be doomed eternally. However, he couldn't kill Lin Feng. He really hated it. Said Lin Feng indifferently. In life, you have to look forward, not backward. Don't bully a young man because he's poor. Therefore, Huangfu Qingtian, you're a failure. You can go to hell now. Lin Feng held the battle spear with one hand and suddenly shook. Bang! Huangfu Qingtian's body exploded. After Huangfu Qingtian's body exploded, a resentful voice rang out, I sacrifice myself. I beg Pangu the Immortal to avenge me. That voice turned out to be Huangfu Qingtian's. When the voice faded away, Huangfu Qingtian's exploded flesh and blood burned fiercely. In an instant, it turned into a strange kind of energy. Then the energy. It quickly gathered into the altar. Rumble. 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 The altar began to shake violently. Before Huangfu Qingtian died, he sacrificed himself. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He quickly put away the 4 things left by Pangu. Then he rushed down the mountain. Crack, crack. However, Lin Feng didn't run far before the altar cracked. A beam of divine light rose into the air. In the divine light, a blood-red figure floated. The blood-red figure seemed to be the existence summoned by Huangfu Qingtian after he sacrificed himself. The blood-red figure contained an extremely evil aura. It's an evil will left by Pangu. After absorbing Huangfu Qingtian's flesh and blood, it turned into a blood-red incarnation. Someone exclaimed. The rest of the people's expressions changed greatly. The blood-red Pangu was really terrifying. Its aura was so strong that it shocked people. You killed my successor. You should die. The blood-red Pangu looked coldly at Lin Feng, his voice containing monstrous killing intent. He jumped up and quickly charged at Lin Feng. Chapter 5561. F***K. This guy is terrifying. Lin Feng pulled a long face. Blood-red Pangu was too strong. He couldn't escape. Since it was that way, he had to fight. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of blood-red Pangu. Lin Feng took out the Phoenix Shield and activated the ruler's armor. Lin Feng also activated the ruler's armor. At the same time, the Golden Dwarf, the Magic Lotus, the Stone Golem clone, the Saint Bone, and the ruler's armor were all mobilized. The energy poured into Lin Feng's body. After receiving the energy, Lin Feng immediately felt extremely comfortable. It was a comfortable feeling he had never felt before. Fuck. Lin Feng held the Epoch War spear in one hand and attacked the bloody Pangu. This boy is really tough. The bloody Pangu is so strong, but he wants to fight it head-on, someone said in surprise. He's really strong, and he has a lot of treasures. It's hard to say who will win. Someone else said. Huangfu Qingtian sacrificed himself to summon the bloody Pangu. It's really too strong. It's too difficult to deal with such an existence, someone else said. That's right. That's why it's not easy to deal with the bloody Pangu. If you're not careful, you can die, said an old cultivator. It wasn't easy to deal with the bloody Pangu. Everyone knew that. They also wanted to see if Lin Feng had a way to deal with the bloody Pangu. In fact, many people hoped that Lin Feng would be killed by the bloody Pangu. After all, the bloody Pangu wasn't a real body of flesh and blood. After killing Lin Feng, it might disappear. If the bloody Pangu killed Lin Feng's treasures, the 4 items left by the bloody Pangu, would become ownerless. Wouldn't it be too easy for them? Bang! At this moment, Lin Feng and Crimson Pangu collided fiercely. Crimson Pangu's attack landed on the Phoenix Shield. A terrifying strength bombarded Lin Feng and sent him flying. The Phoenix Shield and Dominator's armor deflected most of the force, but the remaining force still caused Lin Feng's face to turn as pale as paper. Fortunately, Lin Feng's cultivation was strong enough. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what would have happened. What a monster! Lin Feng could not help but sigh. At this moment, the blood-colored Pangu charged towards Lin Feng once more. This kind of head-on confrontation was really too disadvantageous for Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Therefore, he had to think of another way. It would be great if he could break the blood-colored Pangu's unstoppable momentum. Lin Feng thought of the art of curses. Perhaps he could use the art of curses to break the blood-colored Pangu's unstoppable momentum. After thinking about this, Lin Feng hurriedly used the art of curses. However, the blood-colored Pangu was stronger, and its resistance was not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Therefore, it was not easy to use the art of curses to hurt the blood-colored Pangu. The blood-colored Pangu charged towards Lin Feng once more. A terrifying attack condensed and continued to blast towards Lin Feng. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. Lin Feng was sent flying for the second time. Whoa! Lin Feng could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng was really depressed. The blood-colored Pangu was really too awesome. He really wanted to stomp it to death. But he still had to use the art of curses to deal with it. The blood-colored Pangu's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Lin Feng was being suppressed too much. That kid might really be killed. That's a good thing. If that kid is killed, all the treasures will be ours. Some cultivators were communicating with each other using their divine senses. Die! The blood-colored Pangu attacked again, its eyes flashing with a dense killing intent. The blood-colored Pangu's aura soared to the sky. Perhaps in the blood-colored Pangu's opinion, Lin Feng would be completely defeated this time. But at that moment, Pu. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out. A bloody hole had appeared on the blood-colored Pangu's chest. After circulating the art of curses over 100 times, Lin Feng finally succeeded. Lin Feng was really depressed. Against others, he might have succeeded after circulating the art of curses a few times. But against the blood-colored Pangu, he had to circulate it over 100 times. Fortunately, the result was not bad. After the blood-colored Pangu's body was injured, its blood qi was dispersing rapidly. After all, it wasn't made of flesh and blood. Once its body was injured, it would be seriously injured. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. This was a great opportunity to kill the blood-colored Pangu. He quickly rushed forward. Then, he stabbed his spear at the blood-colored Pangu. Kid, you're quite strong. Even I was tricked by you. But it's useless. You're still going to die today. Because even an 8th level Saint Realm cultivator would die in my hands, let alone someone like you. The blood-colored Pangu sneered and grabbed Lin Feng's Epoch War spear. Lin Feng's expression was cold. If you weren't injured, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But you're injured, and your fighting strength has decreased greatly. I can definitely kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the Book of the Dead flew out. The spirits inside the Book of the Dead didn't come out. Although they didn't come out, their strength was gathered together. Under Yang's lead, they activated the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead emitted a powerful qi of the dead. It was very gloomy and terrifying. The countless runes on the Book of the Dead seemed to come alive. They kept twisting and turning. The Book of the Dead violently flew towards the blood-colored Pangu. Bang! The Book of the Dead hit the blood-colored Pangu, and the blood-colored Pangu was sent flying. Lin Feng rushed forward and swept his spear at the blood-colored Pangu. His spear was so powerful that it could even shatter the void. The blood-colored Pangu reacted extremely quickly. He stretched out his hand to block Lin Feng's spear. But at that moment, the blood-colored Pangu couldn't block the Book of the Dead's attack. The Book of the Dead attacked the blood-colored Pangu again. Bang! The blood-colored Pangu's body exploded. Lin Feng took out heaven fire and used it to envelop the blood-colored Pangu's evil will. Let me out. That evil thought began to struggle and roar continuously. But Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to it. Lin Feng burned the evil thoughts of the bloody Pangu into ashes with his heavenly fire. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but shiver. Lin Feng was really too terrifying. He made them tremble with fear. Lin Feng took the Book of the Dead. He ignored the others and quickly flew down the mountain. Chapter 5562. Fortunately, that kid didn't attack us. Otherwise, we'd be dead. Yeah, that kid is really terrifying. I wonder where he came from. Many people started to discuss. However, Lin Feng couldn't hear their discussion anymore. Lin Feng left Pangu Mountain without a hitch. As for the young woman, Lin Feng didn't see her. He wondered if she had left. He had obtained Pangu's orthodoxy. He had also killed his great enemy, Huangfu Qingtian. Lin Feng was in a good mood. Lin Feng planned to digest the opportunities he had obtained. Lin Feng flew out of Pangu Mystic Domain. On the way, he saw the masked woman. He didn't know what she was looking for, but it was obvious that she wasn't after the things left behind by Pangu. It was normal for there to be other things in Pangu Mystic Domain. The masked woman's identity was a mystery, but Lin Feng wasn't interested in finding out her identity. After flying out of Pangu Mystic Domain, Lin Feng left the area where Pangu Mystic Domain was located. He found an isolated island. Then, he opened up a cave residence on the island and entered it. Lin Feng took out the storage rings of the Sky Region Sage King and Huangfu Qingtian. He wanted to see what was in their rings. After all, they both had extraordinary backgrounds. Especially the Sky Region Sage King, who was so powerful. Perhaps there were many extraordinary things in there. Lin Feng probed Huangfu Qingtian's storage ring with his divine will. Lin Feng searched for a while and found that there were many good things in Huangfu Qingtian's storage ring. There were all kinds of high-grade immortal stones piled up like mountains. Apart from that, there were over 100 immortal artifacts as well. There were all kinds of natural treasures, immortal iron, and immortal stones. Huangfu Qingtian's luck was really strong these years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have obtained so many good things. Unfortunately, although there were many good things, there weren't many that could really pique Lin Feng's interest. There wasn't a single treasure that could make Lin Feng excited. The main reason was that Lin Feng's standards were too high. In other people's eyes, some things were extremely rare and precious, but in Lin Feng's eyes, they were extremely ordinary. Lin Feng took Huangfu Qingtian's storage ring. Then, he started to check the storage ring of the Sky Region Sage King. That bastard was a sage from Kunlun Universe. Lin Feng inspected the ring with his godly awareness. There were all sorts of things in it, there were enough things. Lin Feng was mainly looking for important treasures. Lin Feng had indeed seen something special. Lin Feng took it out. It was a painting. It was a painting of a man. The man was standing in the forest with his back to the world. Who is this? Lin Feng felt that the painting was extraordinary. The painting wasn't a magic treasure. However, the painting gave people a very extraordinary feeling. The main reason was that the man in the painting who had his back facing the world was too extraordinary. The man gave people a very special feeling. But Lin Feng couldn't tell what it was. Lin Feng tried to use his godly awareness to inspect the painting. But when Lin Feng's mind came into contact with the painting, Lin Feng's mind was devoured. Strange. It was really strange. This painting could actually devour divine will. Lin Feng tried to refine it with his blood. Lin Feng's blood was absorbed by the painting. But strangely, Lin Feng couldn't refine the painting with his blood. The painting hid many secrets. But it couldn't be explored. Lin Feng could only keep the painting. He would find a way to explore the secrets of the painting in the future. Lin Feng also kept the storage ring of the Sky Region Sage King. Then, Lin Feng took out the 4 things left behind by Pangu. Lin Feng successfully refined the sky-splitting axe. A smile appeared on his face. After refining an ancient weapon-grade treasure, his mood became much better. Then, Lin Feng looked at the remaining 3 things. Chapter 5563. The remaining 3 items were the ancient bluestone book, the black jade token, and the crystal bead. Lin Feng suspected that the ancient bluestone book recorded the Pangu Immortal Sutra. In fact, Lin Feng had already cultivated 14 types of Immortal Sutras. If he could obtain the Pangu Immortal Sutra, he would have 15 types of Immortal Sutras. Why was Lin Feng so powerful? Let's see how many 3,000 great Tao, top-notch divine abilities, and ancient Immortal Sutras Lin Feng cultivated. If Lin Feng's combat strength wasn't strong, then it would be strange. Lin Feng's spiritual will invaded the ancient bluestone book. After carefully searching, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a shocked expression. The ancient bluestone book recorded the Pangu Immortal Sutra. What surprised Lin Feng wasn't just the Pangu Immortal Sutra, but the last paragraph of the Pangu Immortal Sutra. The more one wanted to transcend, the first thing one had to do was recultivate. These 8 words seemed to record the method of transcendence. If one wanted to transcend, one had to cultivate again. Lin Feng suddenly thought of his father. He had recultivated many times, which was why he was so heaven-defying. His father walked the path of recultivation, and even the core divine ability that his father created was a recultivation-type immortal technique. Could it be for the final transcendence? Lin Feng's expression became uncertain. The sentence recorded at the end of the Pangu Immortal Sutra pointed out a cultivation path. However, there was no specific method. The path of recultivation isn't suitable for me. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. If he broke through to the peak of the sage realm and wanted to complete transcendence, Lin Feng still felt that the path of recultivation wasn't suitable for him. Lin Feng didn't want to sever his cultivation and recultivate. Perhaps, He could find another path to complete his self-transcendence. However, Lin Feng was only at the Tao immortal realm now, so he didn't seem to be in a hurry to consider this matter. He would take it one step at a time. Lin Feng memorized the contents of the Pangu Immortal Sutra in his mind. Lin Feng was in a rather good mood now that he had finally obtained the 15th immortal scripture. After putting away the ancient book, Lin Feng took out the black jade token. He carefully observed the black jade token and found that there were countless mysterious runes on it. He didn't know what this black jade token was. Lin Feng's spiritual sense invaded the black jade token. Then, Lin Feng felt his spiritual sense being pulled into a mysterious world. That mysterious world was unimaginably ancient, and in the depths of that mysterious world, there was an unimaginably huge dragon that was chained up in chains. That giant dragon was on the verge of death. Ancestral dragon. Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. Although he had never seen the ancestor dragon before. However, Lin Feng was certain that the dragon that was locked up was the progenitor dragon. In this epoch, only 3 progenitor dragons were born. The progenitor dragons were more powerful than the true dragons. They were equivalent to the true dragon's ancestors. Lin Feng had always thought that the 3 progenitor dragons had fallen. He didn't expect to see such a scene in the jade token. Who's spying on this place? Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Then, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the sky. Those blood-red eyes looked at Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw those blood-red eyes, he felt like he was about to fall into an endless abyss. Roar! At that moment, the progenitor dragon's roar came from the depths. Lin Feng was awakened. His spiritual sense quickly retreated from that world. Lin Feng broke out in cold sweat. That's too scary. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. He had almost met with disaster just now. Moreover, he had almost met with disaster just by sensing that mysterious world with the jade token. That world, where was it? The progenitor dragons were imprisoned in that world. What was going on? Lin Feng's expression was uncertain. Back then, did Pangu want to save the progenitor dragons? Even he couldn't do it. In the end, he was reincarnated into an even more powerful existence. That was the Primordial Lord of Heaven. Why didn't the Primordial Lord of Heaven take these things away? Could it be that he wanted to sever his ties with the mortal world? Perhaps it was possible. Lin Feng put the black jade token away for the time being. Sometimes, without enough power, there were some things that couldn't be done even if one wanted to. For example, exploring the place where the progenitor dragons were imprisoned. This was something that Lin Feng wanted to do but couldn't do. He could only think about it when he was stronger in the future. Lin Feng looked at the last item. The crystal bead. He didn't know what it was. Lin Feng studied it carefully. He realized that there seemed to be something sealed in the crystal bead. This made Lin Feng extremely surprised. His spiritual sense came into contact with the crystal bead. Soon, Lin Feng sensed a lot of information. His face revealed a surprised expression. The thing sealed in the crystal bead was actually Pangu's mark. This was something that Pangu left behind for his successor. Before Pangu's corpse was decomposed, he sealed part of his cultivation in the mark. Pangu's mark completed a transformation over the long years. For example, now, Pangu's mark was no longer as simple as an ordinary mark. Pangu's mark could continuously improve as its owner's cultivation increased. It would become stronger and stronger. However, the prerequisite was that someone could refine Pangu's mark. If Pangu's mark was taken out, if a cultivator failed to refine it, Pangu's mark would eventually dissipate. Refining Pangu's mark was definitely an extremely difficult thing. There was a high chance that a cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand the violent power of Pangu's mark and would directly explode and die. However, this was nothing to Lin Feng. If he couldn't even refine Pangu's mark, Lin Feng would have lived in vain all these years. Lin Feng broke the crystal bead and began to refine the Pangu's mark inside. The power of Pangu's mark was indeed extremely violent. It even wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body. However, Pangu's mark couldn't do that. In the end, Lin Feng managed to refine Pangu's mark. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. The golden figurine. The sacred bone. The ruler's armor. The magic lotus. The stone golem clone. All of them could provide Lin Feng with powerful fighting strength. Now that he had Pangu's mark, Lin Feng's fighting strength had increased even more. This was naturally a good thing. Lin Feng immediately came out of seclusion. The Shenyuan ancient starship flew above the sea. Lin Feng cultivated inside the Shenyuan ancient starship. He was comprehending the Pangu immortal scripture. 5 days later, a woman flew over from afar and fell on Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starship. Lin Feng woke up and walked out. He came to the side of the unconscious woman and helped her up. To Lin Feng's surprise, this woman turned out to be the masked woman from before. The masked woman seemed to have sensed something. She opened her eyes and slammed her palm towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng reacted quickly and grabbed her wrist. Chapter 55-64. Calm down. Lin Feng said. It's you. When the masked woman saw Lin Feng, she was astonished. But in the next moment, she involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her face turned deathly pale, and she fell into Lin Feng's arms, unconscious. When Lin Feng saw the unconscious masked woman, he couldn't help but frown. The woman's cultivation was terrifying, and she had a powerful treasure to protect her. She had entered the Pangu secret dimension to search for something, and now she was seriously injured. Had she been injured by someone? Lin Feng couldn't figure it out. Sometimes, there were things that didn't need to be understood. Lin Feng carried the woman into the cabin. Lin Feng naturally knew that helping the woman might bring him some trouble, but Lin Feng didn't care. The masked woman had helped him before, and she was quite kind-hearted. He couldn't just stand by and watch her die, right? The Shenyuan ancient starship continued flying above the sea. The night was dark, and a gloomy aura filled the air. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Asterisk black chi surged and flew towards the Shenyuan ancient starship from all directions. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of existence was hiding in the black chi, but he could see the black chi flying towards him from outside. Because of that, the Shenyuan ancient starship stopped. As the saying went, those who came didn't come with good intentions. The other party had arrived. Lin Feng just had to deal with it. A cold voice came from the darkness. Boy, hand her over, and we can spare your life. Lin Feng said indifferently. The aura of the netherworld. Are you all from the netherworld? You're quite experienced and knowledgeable. You can actually recognize us at a glance. Since you know who we are, you should cooperate with us honestly. The netherworld is a colossus, and I'm sure you don't want to provoke them, said the existence with a sneer. You're right. Which force are you from the netherworld? Asked Lin Feng. You're asking too many questions. It's best not to ask things you shouldn't ask. The existence in the darkness said coldly. Hee hee. Lin Feng coldly laughed as he said, You came here to ask for someone, yet you told me not to ask anything. How laughable. This woman is now under my protection. As for you, you can scram. What did you say? Brat, are you courting death? Cold voices suddenly sounded. It was obvious that many people were infuriated by Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng asked, You don't understand human language? You're courting death. Streams of black chi quickly flew towards the ancient starship Shenyuan. Namo Amitabha. Suddenly, Lin Feng put his palms together, looking solemn. Meanwhile, an ancient Buddha appeared in the void. That ancient Buddha also put his palms together. Dazzling Buddha light formed. It illuminated the world. Dark night. In an instant, it was as bright as day. When the Buddha's light shone down, sizzling sounds of burning could be heard. Damn it, this brat is proficient in Buddhist techniques. Retreat. The nether realm cultivators shouted in deep voices. Hiss. Suddenly, the ancient Buddha opened his mouth. A terrifying sound wave spread out. This was the swastika mantra of the 6-syllable mantra. Lin Feng used the ancient Buddha's mouth to activate it. The swastika mantra was ranked first among the 6-syllable mantras, so its power was naturally terrifying. One had to know that countless Buddhist techniques were comprehended from the 6-syllable mantras. Therefore, The six-syllable mantra was an unimaginably terrifying technique. It was even more effective against the underworld cultivators. It's the six-syllable mantra, some of the underworld cultivators shouted in fear. Their cultivation was tyrannical, and they were underworld cultivators. Their life characteristics were relatively unique, so many techniques couldn't harm them. However, they were greatly restrained by Taoist and Buddhist techniques. If they encountered Taoist and Buddhist techniques, it would be very troublesome. The six-syllable mantra was one of the most terrifying Buddhist techniques. It was naturally very effective against the underworld cultivators. Bang, 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 accompanied by the sound of bodies exploding, the underworld cultivators' bodies directly exploded, and they died on the spot. The remaining few stronger underworld cultivators escaped, but they didn't dare to stay. They escaped extremely quickly and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The next day, the veiled woman opened her eyes and found herself lying on a bed. Thinking about what happened yesterday, she couldn't help but feel slightly shocked. She quickly checked her body. She knew how attractive she was to men. Although Lin Feng didn't look like a bad person, he couldn't control himself. Who knew if she wouldn't be able to control herself and would do something to him? What if she was taken advantage of because of this? If he took advantage of her, she wouldn't be able to cry even if she wanted to. Fortunately, the veiled woman didn't find anything special. She even found that the veil on her face was still on. After washing up and putting on a clean veil, the veiled woman walked out. When she came out, she saw the young cultivator standing on the deck overlooking the sea. The veiled woman walked out and bowed to Lin Feng, saying, "Thank you for saving me." Lin Feng said, "Didn't you help me before? We don't owe each other anything." The veiled woman said, "My name is Bai Suxin." "What's your name?" "I'm Lin Feng." "Sin Realm's master, Lin Feng?" Bai Suxin asked uncertainly. She had naturally heard of Sin Realm's master, but in Bai Suxin's opinion, there should be a huge difference in cultivation between Sin Realm's master and this human young master. She couldn't be sure. Lin Feng said, "That's me. I never thought that I would meet the famous Sin Realm's master here. Moreover, he's so strong. I heard that before Huangfu Qingtian obtained Pangu's orthodoxy, he was killed by his enemy. It seems like you're the one who killed Huangfu Qingtian and obtained Pangu's orthodoxy." Bai Suxin said. Lin Feng said, "I have to say that you're really smart. However, it's better for women to be a little stupid." Bai Suxin didn't deny it. She then said, "I want to ask you for a favor. I've already repaid the favor you owe me, and I don't want to get involved in the Netherworld's affairs." Lin Feng said. Bai Suxin said, "If you can help me, I can give you an Immortal Sutra's inheritance." Lin Feng was surprised. He then said, "Deal." Bai Suxin revealed a smile. Lin Feng asked, "What's the Immortal Sutra's inheritance?" "The Necromancer's Scripture." Bai Suxin said. Chapter 55-65. When Lin Feng heard the words Death Scripture, a surprised expression appeared on his face. The Death Scripture was an immortal level inheritance that the people of Death Island in the Deathly Silent Sea had cultivated. Lin Feng remembered that the island had been completely destroyed, yet this woman knew about the Death Scripture. It was truly shocking. Lin Feng looked at Bai Suxin and said, "So, you're the successor of the Death Island? This means that some people were lucky enough to escape from the islands of the dead souls." "Yes." Bai Suxin did not refute and directly admitted it. This surprised Lin Feng. It seemed that Bai Suxin was not a simple woman. If it were someone else, they would not have admitted their identity so openly. Lin Feng knew a little about the Death Island, but he did not know much about it. He only knew that the people of the Death Island had obtained something, and news of it had been leaked. They had been besieged by many forces, and in the end, the Death Island had been destroyed. The higher-ups of the Death Island had cursed the island before they died. They said that all cultivators who entered the Deathly Silent Sea would die miserably. In Lin Feng's opinion, this legend was probably nonsense. "What do you want me to do for you?" Lin Feng asked. "Follow me to the Death Island," Bai Suxin said. "Wasn't the Death Island already destroyed?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Bai Suxin said, "Back then, The Dead Soul Island actually sank to the bottom of the sea. However, no one knows where it sank because those people who climbed onto the Dead Soul Island were also trapped on the Dead Soul Island. In the end, they sank together. However, there are some tokens that can lead cultivators to the Death Sea region, and I found such a token. Lin Feng said, "You went to the Pangu secret dimension to look for this token?" "Yes." Bai Suxin nodded. Asked Lin Feng. The Pangu mysterious world appeared before the Dead Souls Island. How could the talisman be in the Pangu mysterious world? Bai Suxin said, "Actually, that keepsake was found by a senior of my clan. However, that senior entered the Pangu mystery dimension and died there, so the keepsake was lost." "I see." Lin Feng nodded. "What about the Netherworld cultivators? What's up with them?" Lin Feng asked. Bai Suxin said, "They're also looking for the token." Lin Feng said, "So, you've been targeted by them?" Bai Suxin replied, "I obtained the keepsake one step ahead of them and was attacked by them." Asked Lin Feng, "Back in the days, what did you obtain on the Dead Souls Island? Why did so many influential groups covet it? Now, even the Netherworld cultivators have gotten wind of it and are eyeing it covetously. I'm really curious." Bai Suxin said, "To be honest, I really don't know what it is. The only thing I'm sure of is that it's still on the Death Island. Let's go to the Death Island and search around to see if we can find it. If we can, we'll know when the time comes." Lin Feng said, "Since I've agreed to explore the Death Island with you, can you teach me the Death Scripture now?" Bai Suxin said, "Of course, there's no problem with teaching you the Death Scripture, but the Death Scripture I have is only an incomplete one. The complete Death Scripture is also on the island." Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Bai Suxin said, "I'm telling you the truth. I'm not lying to you." Lin Feng nodded. He was quite a good judge of character, and he felt that Bai Suxin shouldn't be lying to him. Said Lin Feng, "First, give me the incomplete version of the Death Scripture. I want to see how mysterious it is." "I hope I'll find the complete version on Death Island," said Lin Feng. "Sure," Bai Suxin said. Bai Suxin said as she took out a jade tube. Then, she imprinted the Death Scripture inside the jade tube. Lin Feng took the jade tube from Bai Suxin. "Where are we going now?" Lin Feng asked. Bai Suxin said, "To the west." Lin Feng nodded. Then, he changed the direction of the ancient starship Shenyuan. The ancient starship Shenyuan quickly flew toward the west. The two of them didn't stay outside. Bai Suxin's injuries hadn't recovered yet, so she went back to recuperate. As for Lin Feng, he went to comprehend the Death Scripture. 2 days later, Lin Feng discovered that the seawater had turned blood red. It was extremely strange. However, when Lin Feng took a closer look, he discovered that the seawater had returned to normal. It was really strange. Bai Suxin walked out and said, "We should be arriving soon." Lin Feng asked, "Is this the place where the Death Island sank?" Bai Suxin nodded and said, "It should be this area. You should have noticed that something was wrong earlier, right?" "Yes." Lin Feng replied. "The seawater is actually a normal color, but we sometimes discover that it's actually blood red." "Actually, it's not blood red. It's only because our minds are affected," Bai Suxin said. "That's right. You're saying that there's a powerful magnetic field here?" Lin Feng asked. "That should be the case. We should be able to discover it soon," Bai Suxin said. Lin Feng was right. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to discover that something was amiss. They were lost in the sea. This was because the magnetic field here was too powerful, and it severely affected the Xuanyuan's positioning. Once a cultivator got lost, it would be very frightening. If they were trapped here without being able to leave, they might even die. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the starry sky world or the sea world, encountering a magnetic field would be very troublesome. Lin Feng looked at Bai Suxin and asked, "Where's your keepsake? You can take it out now." Bai Suxin nodded and took out the keepsake she had obtained earlier. The keepsake she had obtained was actually a comb. Moreover, it was a comb made of white jade rhinoceros horn. When she saw Lin Feng's astonished expression, Bai Suxin smiled and said, "Do you find this keepsake of mine very strange?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. He said, "I've seen all kinds of keepsakes, but this is the first time I've seen someone forge a keepsake in the shape of a comb. Bai Suxin said, the person who left this keepsake behind might be a female cultivator from the Death Island. Bai Suxin activated the comb. To Lin Feng's surprise, the comb was not only a keepsake, but it was also a powerful magic treasure. Chapter 5566. The comb flew out, and Lin Feng and Bai Suxin quickly followed. Lin Feng put away the ancient spaceship Shenyuan. Then, he and Bai Suxin followed the comb and quickly flew forward. When they arrived at a region of the sea, the comb entered it. Lin Feng and Bai Suxin were overjoyed. Had they arrived at their destination? They did not hesitate and entered the region of the sea and quickly chased after the comb. They quickly dove down. As they dove deeper, Lin Feng could clearly feel a terrifying magnetic field enveloping his body, and it seemed to be affecting his mind. The situation was very bad. Fortunately, Lin Feng had powerful means and successfully dispelled the magnetic field's influence on him. Bai Suxin's means were also extraordinary. She also dispelled the magnetic field's influence on her. The two continued to dive. Lin Feng said, the magnetic field is so powerful. It seems like we're about to reach the Undead Isles. I wonder what the Undead Isles look like now. It can't be that evil ghosts are everywhere, right? In truth, Lin Feng hoped that such a situation would happen. It would be best if a few powerful evil ghosts were born. At that time, he could collect all those terrifying existences into the Book of the Dead. Currently, there were 56 saint-level undead creatures in the Book of the Dead. Lin Feng felt that it was far from enough. The more undead creatures there were in the Book of the Dead, the better. It was very important to him. Bai Suxin naturally did not know about the Book of the Dead. She rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, "You're such a jinx. We should pray that this trip will go smoothly. I don't want to see those powerful undead creatures. They'll definitely be a huge problem." Lin Feng did not explain anything. If there were no powerful undead creatures, then so be it. However, if there were powerful undead creatures, at that time, I'll let you know how powerful this young master is. Maybe you can be at ease when the time comes. Let's gallop. The two continued to follow the comb as it dived deeper. 4 hours later, a huge whirlpool appeared in his line of sight. After seeing the whirlpool, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. That vortex. It was extremely terrifying and contained a power that could destroy everything. Once sucked into the vortex, the cultivator's body could be instantly torn to pieces. However, that comb had flown into the whirlpool. It seemed that the Dead Soul Island had sunk into that whirlpool. Although that whirlpool was extremely terrifying, Lin Feng's methods were powerful, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to resolve the threat brought about by the whirlpool. The main problem was Bai Suxin. Lin Feng didn't know if Bai Suxin had a way to deal with the threat of the vortex. Lin Feng asked, "Can you deal with that whirlpool?" Bai Suxin replied, "No problem." After saying that, Bai Suxin took out an umbrella. It was a defensive Dharma treasure. Bai Suxin opened the umbrella. Millions of rays of divine light instantly poured down from the umbrella. The divine light enveloped Bai Suxin's body. As for Lin Feng, he took out his ruler's armor. The two of them entered the whirlpool, and a terrifying tearing force surged toward them. The tearing force attacking Lin Feng was blocked by Lin Feng's ruler's armor. The tearing force attacking Bai Suxin was neutralized by Bai Suxin's magic treasure. The two of them passed through the whirlpool and appeared in a huge space. There was actually another world under the whirlpool. "Look." Bai Suxin pointed at a place in the distance. Bai Suxin pointed in the distance. Lin Feng looked over and saw a gigantic island. The island was shrouded in an endless aura of death. Lin Feng also sensed that the power of a curse enveloped the outer region of the island. That island should be the island of dead souls. Bai Suxin put away the comb and said, "We've finally found the Dead Soul Island. However, how are we going to enter the island now?" The reason she said that was because the Dead Soul Island was truly extraordinary. The island of the dead souls was emitting a strong power of death and curse. The power of death was nothing to him. The most terrifying thing was the curse energy. No matter when One could not be careless when encountering the curse energy because it was too strange. The curse power was simply too bizarre. If you dared to underestimate the curse power, you would be in trouble. One might suffer a calamity. Lin Feng said, "It seems that the cultivators of the Dead Soul Island really did set up a curse." Bai Suxin replied, "That's right, they did indeed cast a curse. Their curse trapped everyone on the Undead Island. That's because they were the enemies of the Dead Soul Island. They killed so many people for their own selfish desires. The Dead Soul Island did not harm those innocent people. But now, the Dead Soul Island has become a notorious power. It's truly lamentable." Lin Feng knew the truth behind Bai Suxin's words. There was a rumor in the outside world that the cultivators of the Dead Soul Island had set up a curse when they died. Any cultivator who entered the Deathly Still Sea would die there. The Deathly Still Sea was incomparably dangerous and terrifying. Thus, many cultivators who entered the Deathly Still Sea had died there. And so, the rumor that the Dead Soul Island had set up a curse gradually became a reality. In fact, even though the Dead Soul Island had been destroyed, they did not set up such a vicious curse. Lin Feng said, "History is written by the victors, while the Dead Soul Island is a loser. That's why many rumors are unfavorable to the Dead Soul Island." "Yes." Bai Suxin nodded. The two of them flew toward the Dead Soul Island. They arrived outside the Dead Soul Island. The Dead Soul Island was enveloped by the death energy and curse energy, but it also had extremely powerful restrictions. However, Lin Feng had the stone scripture. He could ignore the restrictions. "How do you think we should enter?" Bai Suxin frowned slightly. She was worried that the curse energy would invade her body. That was an extremely troublesome matter. Lin Feng said, "I've cultivated the Great Curse technique. Perhaps I can use it to resist the invasion of the curse energy. I'll bring you in later." "All right, then I'll have to trouble you, young master," Bai Suxin said. "You're welcome," Lin Feng said with a smile. He hugged Bai Suxin's slim waist. It was so comfortable to hug an ant's waist. Bai Suxin's beautiful face was slightly red. Being in such close contact with Lin Feng while she was awake made her feel very shy. Lin Feng did not think too much about it. His thoughts were all on the Dead Soul Island. Thus, even though he was hugging a beautiful woman, he did not have any evil thoughts. Chapter 55-67. Lin Feng hugged Bai Suxin and flew towards the Dead Soul Islands. When they were close to the Dead Soul Islands, Lin Feng activated the stone scripture and the restrictions were no longer a threat. Bai Suxin's umbrella-shaped magic treasure was still being used by her, so her body was still surrounded by divine light. Although the divine light could not block the curse power, it could block the death power. Bai Suxin did not have to worry about the death power invading her body. At this moment, the powerful curse power surged towards the two of them. Lin Feng didn't dare waste time. He hastily used his Great Cursing technique. When the Great Curse technique was activated, the curse power was actually blocked by Lin Feng's Great Curse technique. Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal a happy expression. As expected of the Great Curse technique, it was indeed awesome. Lin Feng took this opportunity to quickly rush into the Dead Soul Islands with Bai Suxin. The curse power could not be felt inside the Dead Soul Islands. It seemed that the curse power was concentrated in the outer regions of the islands. Its purpose was to prevent the cultivators who invaded the Dead Soul Islands from escaping. Lin Feng let go of Bai Suxin. Bai Suxin blushed slightly and said, "Thank you, young master." Lin Feng thought to himself, "If you really want to thank me, then let me hug you for a while." Of course, he did not directly say this out loud. When the words reached his mouth, they became something like this: "Fairy, you're welcome." The Dead Soul Islands were covered in a dense forest. Lin Feng and Bai Suxin rushed into the depths of the forest. After entering the dense forest, they saw many corpses. They were densely packed together and could not be counted. Who knew how many people had died in the past? It seemed that, in the past, the factions that attacked the Dead Soul Islands must have mobilized a lot of experts. Lin Feng inspected some of the corpses. He discovered that many of the corpses had the curse power invading them. It seemed that the deaths of these people were directly related to the curse on the Dead Soul Islands. When she looked at the corpses, Bai Suxin revealed a hateful gaze. Many of Bai Suxin's ancestors had died because of these people. Even though countless years had passed, this kind of blood feud was hard to forget. The two of them went deeper and deeper. After they reached the depths, they saw a large number of dilapidated palaces, large numbers of temples, and so on. Those places should be where the Dead Soul Island used to live. It was just that in the battle back then, these places had already been destroyed. Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned around to look. Whoosh! He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Feng felt a shadow flash behind him and disappear. Damn, what's going on? Lin Feng's mind couldn't help but tremble slightly. Given his powerful cultivation base, he would be able to do so. If someone were to appear here, it would be impossible for them to not sense the other party. However, what was the actual situation? However, Lin Feng didn't discover anything. This was too terrifying. What's wrong? Bai Suxin looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng asked, didn't you notice anything earlier? What have you discovered? Bai Suxin asked. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Was it an illusion? It wasn't a good thing to have such an illusion in a place like this, but he really didn't find anything earlier. Lin Feng said, it's fine. Maybe I sensed wrongly. The two of them entered the ruins. Corpses were piled up like a mountain. As they walked, Bai Suxin couldn't help but cry. Women were more emotional, especially this place. For Bai Suxin, it was indeed a sad place. There were so many corpses. Many of them were Bai Suxin's ancestors. After they died, they couldn't even be buried in peace. Bai Suxin was naturally very sad. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be in a good mood. Lin Feng originally wanted to persuade Bai Suxin, but after thinking about it, he didn't. Lin Feng really didn't know how to persuade her. Should he say something like my condolences? Who would be able to restrain their grief when faced with the tragic deaths of their clansmen? The two of them walked through the ruins. They went to many places, including the ancestral hall, the treasury, and other places. However, they didn't find anything. The treasures in the treasury were also gone. Most likely, the people who escaped back then took the treasures with them. It's really strange that we didn't find anything. Lin Feng frowned. He felt that there should be something here. Lin Feng looked at Bai Suxin and asked, did you find anything? Bai Suxin shook her head. She wasn't in a particularly good mood. Lin Feng knew that Bai Suxin was sad, but now wasn't the time to be sad. The most important thing was to find the opportunity here and leave this damned place as soon as possible. Lin Feng kept feeling that something was wrong, so he didn't want to stay here for long. Lin Feng said, try circulating your bloodline. See if you can sense anything. Bai Suxin nodded. She also knew that now wasn't the time to be sad. She began circulating her bloodline. When Bai Suxin's bloodline started circulating, something shocking happened. Boom. 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 8 pillars of light soared into the sky. After the 8 pillars of light appeared, countless runes interweaved, and the area turned into a huge formation. The piles of corpses there were instantly reduced to ashes. Lin Feng and Bai Suxin quickly flew toward that area, and they saw that there was an altar there. Waves of death energy surged from the altar. The power of death had completely sealed off the entire altar. 8 gates necromancy formation. It's actually such a formation. The person who set up such a formation will never be able to reincarnate. It seems like this formation must have been set up by your ancestors to deal with those invaders. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The Dead Soul Isle had been too miserable back then. Bai Suxin nodded. She couldn't help but feel sad when she thought of the tragic experiences of her ancestors. At that moment, something shocking happened. Corpses appeared on the altar one after another. Lin Feng gasped when he saw the corpses. There were a total of 49 corpses. It seemed that they were the upper echelons of the Dead Soul Isle. 7 by 7, 49. 9 was the ultimate number, and it meant great misfortune. Lin Feng finally understood why those people had been trapped here. In order to kill those invaders, The people of the Dead Soul Isle didn't even leave themselves a way out. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw something. The cultivator at the front was holding it in his hand. It was a palm-sized green stone tablet. Could it be? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Back then, those people had schemed and even destroyed the Dead Soul Isle for the sake of that green stone tablet. But what was the origin of that green stone tablet? What secrets did it record? Why were those factions so crazy about it? Lin Feng was puzzled. Chapter 5568. How can we obtain the green stele from that ancestor? Bai Suxin asked. She could tell that the tablet was extraordinary, but obtaining it wasn't going to be an easy task. The Eight Gates Undead formation was too terrifying, and it was too difficult to resist. Furthermore, there were some differences between the Eight Gates Undead formation and other formations. Other formations would grow weaker as time passed, but the Eight Gates Undead formation was different. However, the Eight Gates Undead formation was a little special. So many people had died here, and the powerful death energy had been nourishing the Eight Gates Undead formation for a long time. That was why the Eight Gates Undead formation was so terrifying, and it was even more powerful than it had been in the past. Anyone who got too close to it might die. Bai Suxin knew how terrifying the Eight Gates Undead formation was, so she didn't know how to retrieve the tablet. Lin Feng said, "I can give it a try." "You have a way." Bai Suxin's eyes lit up. Lin Feng nodded. He then said, "I just don't know if it's possible. We'll find out soon enough." Lin Feng's method was to use the stone scripture to enter the Eight Gates Undead formation. Ordinary formations wouldn't be able to do anything to the stone scripture, but the Eight Gates Undead formation was too strange. That was why Lin Feng was a little nervous, as he didn't know how effective the stone scripture would be. Lin Feng activated the stone scripture and walked towards the Eight Gates Undead formation. When Lin Feng arrived outside the Eight Gates Undead formation, a terrifying wave of energy surged out. The Eight Gates Undead formation immediately released a terrifying attack towards Lin Feng. Just as the attack was about to hit Lin Feng's stone scripture suddenly released waves of terrifying devouring power. The devouring power directly devoured the attack from the Eight Gates Undead formation. Lin Feng couldn't help but look happy. Even though the Eight Doors deployment spell was powerful, it was still very powerful. Although the Eight Gates Undead formation was powerful, his stone scripture was even more powerful. Lin Feng entered the Eight Gates Undead formation and held the green tablet in his hand. However, at that moment, something terrifying happened. A large amount of destructive power surged out of the Eight Gates Undead formation. The Eight Gates Necromancer formation was about to self-destruct. This scared Lin Feng to death. If the Eight Gates Necromancer formation self-destructed, that would be disastrous. Lin Feng quickly rushed outside. The Eight Gate Necromancy deployment spell wanted to trap Lin Feng, but it didn't work. Lin Feng successfully rushed out. A relieved expression appeared on his face. He had finally escaped. It had been too dangerous. Lin Feng rushed out of the Eight Gates Undead formation. The Eight Gates Necromancer formation self-destructed in an instant, along with the corpses of the cultivators. Lin Feng wiped his sweat. Fortunately, he had come out in advance. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to ashes. "I've taken it out. Let's go," Lin Feng said. Bai Suxin was also very happy. She quickly nodded her head and was about to leave with Lin Feng when a gloomy aura suddenly filled the area. A large amount of ghost chi surged. Within the ghost chi, there was a frightening aura. "The Netherworld's people are here again." Bai Suxin's expression became unsightly. Lin Feng nodded. He couldn't help but frown slightly. The other party had clearly followed him and Bai Suxin. They hadn't noticed them before, which meant that the leader of the Netherworld's people was an extremely terrifying existence. Lin Feng said, "Let's wait and see." "Boy, you're very strong. You were able to kill so many of the Netherworld's experts. Even I admire you a little." A gloomy voice came from within the ghost chi. "How should I address you?" Lin Feng asked. "The Ninth Ghost Lord." The being within the ghost chi replied. Lin Feng's pupils shrank when he heard that. The ninth Ghost Lord was definitely a titled god, and he was the most powerful titled god. This guy was from the same era as the ninth human emperor, and he was still alive. Lin Feng knew that only the first layer of the netherworld was open. The other layers had been sealed. It seemed that the ninth Ghost Lord had also been sealed previously and had just broken out of the seal, right? I really didn't think that there would be someone as strong as you in this era. Lin Feng said. Hihi, I've only managed to survive until now. The ninth Ghost Lord said. Your voice is loud and clear, and you're full of vigor. You're not just surviving. I think we can sit down and talk. Lin Feng said. What's there to talk about between us? The ninth Ghost Lord said. How about we fight against the apocalypse battle together? Lin Feng said. Talk my ass. I won't participate in the apocalypse battle. I just want to live. The lives of others have nothing to do with me. The ninth Ghost Lord sneered. Lin Feng said, Don't say that. This is a great merit. The ninth Ghost Lord said, Don't give me this useless talk. Hand over the green stone tablet, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and he said, Then let's see who will win. Kill them. The ninth Ghost Lord gave the order, and an endless amount of ghostly chi rushed towards Lin Feng and Bai Suxin. The aura was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he summoned the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead shone with an endless amount of ghostly energy. Bang, 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 many of the ghosts hiding in the ghostly chi exploded. The Book of the Dead. The ninth Ghost Lord was shocked, but then he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, I never thought that I would find the Book of the Undead here. What a great opportunity. I'll take both the Book of the Undead and the Cyan Stone Tablet. As soon as he finished speaking, the ninth Ghost Lord personally attacked. He sent a palm strike towards the Book of the Dead from afar. Bang! That tyrannical slap sent the Book of the Dead flying. Suppress! The ninth Ghost Lord shouted coldly, and a ghost mountain condensed in the air. It directly suppressed the Book of the Dead in the air. Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. He didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly took out his 36 bamboo swords. The 36 bamboo swords quickly attacked the ninth Ghost Lord. Good fellow, you even forged a powerful young treasure. But your treasure hasn't transformed into a holy weapon, so it can't hurt me. The ninth Ghost Lord sneered and flicked his finger. Clang, 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 a series of collisions rang out, and Lin Feng's 36 bamboo swords were also sent flying. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Feng's expression became gloomy. Let's run. Bai Suxin said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Right now, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Chapter 5569. Escape. How naive. Do you really think you can escape? The ninth Wraith Lord sneered. Lin Feng retorted. Don't get too cocky. I have my ways to deal with you. Lin Feng took out Pangu's axe. Aside from the Epoch War Spear, Pangu's axe was the only ancient weapon that he could use easily. As for the other ancient weapons, Lin Feng found it difficult to unleash their full power. Lin Feng wielded Pangu's axe and swung it at the ninth Wraith Lord. A thick beam of axe light condensed and appeared in front of the ninth Wraith Lord. The ninth Wraith Lord sneered and flicked his finger. The beam of axe light was shattered. Lin Feng took out the Epoch War Spear, and Pangu's axe flew out. In mid-air, Pangu's axe expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it was over 100 meters long. Its aura was terrifying, and its might was overwhelming. Such a supreme treasure was naturally shocking. Lin Feng followed closely behind. Pangu's axe. Looks like you've inherited Pangu's legacy. Take this attack from my Wraithlord sword. Facing the incoming Pangu axe, the ninth Ghost Lord took out a treasured sword. This treasured sword should be the Wraithlord sword that he had mentioned before. The ninth Wraith Lord swung his sword at Pangu's axe. Clang! The Wraithlord sword and Pangu's axe collided fiercely. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound was heard. It was as if the void was almost shattered. At this moment, Lin Feng charged forward with the Epoch War Spear in hand. Lin Feng saw the ninth Wraithlord's appearance clearly. He was skinny, and he looked like he was in his 30s. His face was pale, and his eyes were sinister. This was the 9th Wraith Lord. Go to hell. Lin Feng didn't hold back, and he stabbed his spear at the 9th Wraith Lord. You're a terrifying figure to be able to kill your way to me, but that's all. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. As soon as he finished speaking, a vertical eye appeared on the forehead of the 9th Wraith Lord. The Eye of the Wraith Lord. This was an eye that only a Wraith Lord could condense. It was extremely terrifying. The Eye of the Wraith Lord shot out billions of beams of deathlight, blasting toward Lin Feng. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly summoned his ruler's armor and phoenix shield to defend himself. Bang! The opponent's terrifying attack fiercely bombarded Lin Feng's phoenix shield. Lin Feng was blown away by the explosion. Even though he had the phoenix shield and the dominator's armor to block that terrifying attack, it was still too late. However, Lin Feng still felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt his qi and blood churn, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The 9th Ghost Lord's expression was indifferent as he charged towards Lin Feng. However, at this moment, the 9th Ghost Lord seemed to have sensed something and looked behind him. A withered old woman appeared behind the 9th Wraith Lord. The old woman sent a palm strike at the 9th Ghost Lord. The 9th Ghost Lord hastily reacted and sent a palm strike at the old woman. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely, and the 9th Ghost Lord was sent flying by the old woman. Who are you? The 9th Ghost Lord's expression became extremely solemn. He was a terrifying existence. Even if he attacked hastily, there were very few people who could force him back. However, the old woman had done it. It was truly shocking. Lin Feng and Bai Suxin also looked at the old woman in shock. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Earlier, he had sensed a black shadow flash behind him. However, when he searched carefully, he hadn't found anything. But now, that black shadow was very likely the old woman in front of him. Could it be that the old woman was a cultivator from the Dead Souls Island? When he thought of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Bai Suxin had obviously thought of this possibility as well. She looked at the old woman somewhat excitedly. Could it be one of her ancestors? The old woman's voice was hoarse as she said, "The Netherworld's reach is really long. This is the Yang realm. The Netherworld and the Yang realm should not interfere with each other. This is a rule that has been set since the beginning of this era, right?" The 9th Ghost Lord said, "There is indeed such a rule, and the Netherworld has been abiding by it for many years. However, what time is it now? This is the end of the era. Heaven and earth are crumbling, and the sun and moon are sinking. The heavens and the earth are on the verge of destruction. Heaven and earth are in complete chaos. Who would still abide by those rules?" The 9th Ghost Lord's words made a lot of sense. In an era that was about to be destroyed, everyone was only concerned with preserving their own lives. Naturally, there were fewer and fewer people who followed the rules. One could only imagine how chaotic it would be after a while. Wouldn't the Yang realm be filled with burning, killing, and looting? When that time came, it would definitely be a mess. If the beings of the Netherworld came out again, it would really be a night of 100 ghosts. It would be extremely chaotic. The old woman snorted coldly and said, "I don't want to say anything else to you. Leave, and I won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." The 9th Ghost Lord was obviously not someone who could be scared with a few words. After all, the 9th Ghost Lord was really too terrifying. The 9th Ghost Lord said coldly, "It just so happens that I want to experience your techniques." As soon as he finished speaking, the 9th Ghost Lord raised his Ghost Lord sword and attacked the old woman. The old woman stretched out her hand and made a grabbing motion. The comb that Bai Suxin had put away immediately flew out. Seeing the comb fly toward the old woman, Bai Suxin became even more excited. That comb was a keepsake left behind by her ancestor. Now that it was flying toward the old woman, it meant that the old woman was very likely the owner of the comb. This also proved the old woman's identity. At that moment, the comb magic treasure flew in front of the old woman and quickly grew bigger. Under the old woman's control, the comb magic treasure quickly flew toward the 9th Ghost Lord. Clang! The old woman's comb magic treasure collided with the ninth Ghost Lord's Ghost Lord sword. Both sides were evenly matched. However, at that moment, a large amount of death energy surged out from the Isle of Dead Souls and was all devoured by the old woman. After receiving the support of the death energy, the old woman's battle prowess suddenly increased greatly. When she activated the comb magic treasure again, the old woman's battle prowess suddenly increased greatly. When she used the comb magic treasure again, its power also increased greatly. The comb magic treasure collided with the ninth Ghost Lord's Ghost Lord sword again. The ninth Ghost Lord was sent flying. The old woman quickly rushed forward. Bang bang bang! 3 consecutive palm strikes landed on the ninth Ghost Lord's chest. Whoa! The ninth Ghost Lord could not help but vomit blood. Someone as strong as him, he was actually injured. He was really mad with hatred. Your life. I want it. The old woman said coldly and quickly rushed toward the ninth Ghost Lord. However, the ninth Ghost Lord did not have the heart to continue fighting. The ninth Ghost Lord did not fight the old woman head-on. Instead, he turned around and fled. Chapter 5570. The ninth Ghost Lord fled. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. That guy was too terrifying, but the old woman had actually forced him to retreat. It was clear how powerful she was. Senior. Bai Suxin looked at the old woman excitedly. The old woman sighed and said, "It's fate. We shouldn't have met, and if we did, we would have met a calamity." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he heard the old woman's words. Could it be that something bad would happen when the old woman and Bai Suxin met? Bai Suxin's expression changed abruptly. She asked, "Senior, what do you mean by that?" The old woman did not answer Bai Suxin's question. Instead, she said, "It's good that we meet. I'll give you my clan's necromancy scripture." The old woman took out an ancient scripture as she spoke. The ancient scripture flew towards Bai Suxin. It should be the complete necromancy scripture. Bai Suxin accepted the ancient scripture. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, can I ask you something?" The old woman looked at Lin Feng and said, "Ask away. What's so special about this green steely? Why did so many people go crazy over it?" Lin Feng asked curiously. The old woman said, "Rumor has it that someone once gathered all the steelies and comprehended some terrifying supreme divine techniques from them. Afterward, those supreme divine techniques were branded onto the green steely." What? There's such a thing? Lin Feng's face was filled with disbelief. This piece of news was really too shocking. Someone had actually managed to gather all the steelies in history. What a terrifying method. Lin Feng asked, "The method to immortality couldn't have been recorded there, right?" "I don't know. Back then, my clan obtained this thing, but unfortunately, we didn't manage to comprehend its contents." The old woman sighed. How prosperous was the Necromancy Islands back then? It had been destroyed because of the green steely. Even now, the old woman still couldn't let go of this matter. Lin Feng thought to himself, "You guys can't comprehend it, but I can. If I can really comprehend the method to immortality, that'll be awesome. By then, yours truly would never be able to die. Heaven and earth are destroyed, but I am immortal. Epochs perish, but I live forever." The old woman looked at Lin Feng and asked, "You want it?" "Yes," Lin Feng said. He didn't feel awkward at all. He wanted this item anyway. However, this did not belong to Lin Feng. It belonged to Bai Suxin. Or rather, they belonged to their lineage. "Alright, promise me one thing and I'll give you this green stone tablet," the old woman said. Bai Suxin was shocked. The Dead Souls Island was destroyed because of this item. Now, the old woman was willing to give it away. She couldn't understand this. However, Bai Suxin didn't say anything else. She knew that the old woman must have her reasons for doing so. "What is it?" Lin Feng asked. "Marry her." The old woman pointed at Bai Suxin and said. "What?" Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He thought he had misheard. "Senior," Bai Suxin looked at the old woman in disbelief. She really couldn't understand why the old woman would make such a request. Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed dryly and said, "Well, marriage is something that requires both parties to be willing, right? After all, nothing forcibly done will be sweet. The old woman looked at Bai Suxin and said, "Child, take off your veil." Bai Suxin didn't dare to disobey the old woman, so she took off her veil, revealing a flawless face that could topple nations. She was truly beautiful and moving. "Now, let me ask you. If you marry her, I'll give you the green stone tablet as her dowry. Do you agree?" The old woman looked at Lin Feng again and asked. "Of course, there's no problem with me." Lin Feng laughed dryly. Not only did he get the green stone tablet, but he also got to marry such a beautiful woman. Lin Feng was naturally happy. This was like a pie falling from the sky. "Senior, how can you decide my marriage so hastily? Besides, I don't want to get married." Bai Suxin blushed. She was speaking from the bottom of her heart. Bai Suxin really didn't want to get married. She only wanted to silently protect her clansmen. The old woman said, "Child, come with me. I have something to say to you in private." Bai Suxin nodded. Bai Suxin followed the old woman. Lin Feng waited in place. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. He didn't know what the old woman would say to Bai Suxin, but he felt that it should be about the marriage. Before long, the old woman and Bai Suxin returned. The old woman looked at Lin Feng and said, "She has agreed." Lin Feng glanced at Bai Suxin and saw that she was blushing. She looked so beautiful that he couldn't imagine what would happen to her. Lin Feng said, "However, it's obvious that there's a price to pay for this. I want to know what the price is." The old woman said, "Protecting my clan is the same as protecting your own clan. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you must not abandon them. Can you do that?" Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the old woman to raise such a condition. However, Lin Feng quickly understood some of the reasoning behind it. The Armageddon War was about to arrive. The old woman's words seemed to be a farewell. In other words, the heavy responsibility of protecting their clan fell on Bai Suxin. But what about Bai Suxin? Could Bai Suxin really protect their clan? The old woman clearly didn't have any confidence in Bai Suxin. Perhaps even Bai Suxin didn't have much confidence in him. Thus, the old woman thought of himself. A powerful existence like the old woman would definitely be able to see how extraordinary his background was. If he tied their clan to him, he would be able to soar into the sky. At that time, if he could soar into the 9 heavens, his clan would be protected, and perhaps they would not be exterminated. Lin Feng said, "I agree, senior." "All right, I'll be your witness. Now, bow to the heavens and earth," the old woman said. In any case, Lin Feng's face was thick enough. Naturally, there was no problem. Although Bai Suxin agreed to marry Lin Feng, she was still very shy when it came to it. However, Bai Suxin quickly adjusted her emotions. Under the old woman's witness, she bowed to the heaven and earth with Lin Feng. "Wife." Lin Feng called out. He was very happy in his heart. He actually had such a beautiful wife. He could even wake up from his sleep with a smile. "Hubby." Bai Suxin blushed and bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng helped Bai Suxin up. He accidentally touched Bai Suxin's hand and felt that Bai Suxin's skin was as smooth as silk. He could feel it. It was extremely comfortable. "I hope you two can love each other," the old woman said. Then, she walked into the distance and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chapter 5571. What is the old senior going to do? Lin Feng asked. Bai Suxin secretly shed tears and said, "The ancestor said that she doesn't have much time left, so she wants to find a place with beautiful scenery to bury herself." Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Was this considered a farewell? Lin Feng felt that the old woman was quite a nice person. He couldn't help but sigh. There were too many things in the world that didn't go as one wished. For example, what happened today made him sigh endlessly. "Let's go." Lin Feng looked at Bai Suxin and said, "Okay." Bai Suxin nodded. However, now that her identity had changed, she was naturally a lot more bashful when she was alone with Lin Feng. Lin Feng could also see that. He said, "Right, I have something for you." "What is it?" Bai Suxin asked curiously. "Close your eyes," Lin Feng said. Bai Suxin's thoughts were simple, so she didn't think too much about it. When she heard Lin Feng telling her to close her eyes, she closed her eyes. Bai Suxin closed her eyes. At that moment, Bai Suxin felt something on her lips. She opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes widened. That was her first kiss. It was gone just like that. Bai Suxin didn't know what to do. She then realized that she had been deceived by Lin Feng, and her anger instantly reached its peak. However, before Bai Suxin could flip out, Lin Feng ran into the distance. "Don't run. You're lying. You're a bad guy. I'm going to kill you," Bai Suxin screamed. Lin Feng realized that Bai Suxin, who looked as gentle as water, had the potential to be a tigress. Lin Feng said, "You're my wife, and we've even bowed to heaven and earth. What's wrong with kissing you? That won't do." "I'm not ready yet," Bai Suxin said angrily. She quickly chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng ran while shouting, "Help! You're trying to murder your husband." The two of them came out of the Isle of the Dead, and Lin Feng summoned the ancient starship Shenyuan. He boarded the ancient starship, and Bai Suxin chased after him. Lin Feng hugged her. "You rogue! Let me go." Bai Suxin blushed and struggled, but she couldn't break free. Lin Feng hugged Bai Suxin and fell to the ground. He smiled and said, "I'm your husband. How can I be a rogue? Come, let's hug each other like this and look at the sky. Isn't that nice?" Lin Feng's body. Bai Suxin was leaning against Lin Feng's chest. Bai Suxin struggled but couldn't break free. She had no choice but to let Lin Feng hug her. However, her pretty face was flushed red. "What kind of person are you?" Bai Suxin asked. She was very nervous because she wasn't particularly familiar with Lin Feng. If the old woman hadn't said so many things to her, Bai Suxin wouldn't have agreed to it. But since she had agreed, Lin Feng would truly be her lover in the future. Of course, she hoped that Lin Feng was a good person. She hoped that he would be nice to her and her clansmen. Bai Suxin's requirements were very low. However, she didn't know if Lin Feng was capable of doing so. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, these requirements were still too high. Lin Feng said, "I'm someone you can trust." Bai Suxin said, "I hope so." The ancient starship Shenyuan flew above the sea. 10 days later, Lin Feng and Bai Suxin arrived at a foggy sea and landed on an island. Bai Suxin said, "There's a spatial barrier here, and it's very hidden. My clansmen are currently living inside the spatial barrier." Lin Feng asked curiously, "How many clansmen do you have?" "About 2,000, Bai Suxin said. Lin Feng nodded. "That's still not a lot," Lin Feng said. Lin Feng followed Bai Suxin into the spatial barrier. The spatial barrier wasn't very big. There were many thatched huts in the distance. The environment was quite good. "Big Sister Suxin is back. Big Sister Suxin is back." When they saw Bai Suxin return, some children who were playing around immediately started shouting happily. "It seems like you're quite popular," Lin Feng said. "Of course," Bai Suxin said proudly. "Have you thought about what you're going to say to my grandfather?" Bai Suxin asked. On the way, Lin Feng and Bai Suxin chatted a lot. Lin Feng knew that Bai Suxin's parents were dead, and she only had one close relative left. Her grandfather was the current clan leader. Lin Feng said, "Of course, I've thought about it. But you can't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I won't forgive you," Bai Suxin threatened. However, she was too beautiful. Even when she threatened Lin Feng with a fierce look, she didn't look fierce at all. Instead, she looked very cute. Not long later, Lin Feng and Bai Suxin arrived at the village. Many people walked out. The person in the lead was a white-haired old man. He should be Bai Suxin's grandfather. "Suxin, you're finally back. It's good that you're back." The old man had a kind expression on his face. He naturally noticed Lin Feng. Bai Suxin had never brought outsiders here before. The clan also had a rule that forbade outsiders from entering. Logically speaking, Bai Suxin shouldn't have made such a mistake. However, Bai Suxin had brought outsiders here today. There must be a reason behind it. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "Grandfather, Junior Lin Feng has something to say to you in private." Is that all right? Bai Suxin muttered in his heart. Who is this kid? Why is he calling me grandfather? Why is he so thick-skinned? However, Bai Suxin wasn't an ordinary person. He nodded and said, young friend, come with me. Bai Suxin didn't follow Bai Suxin. She knew what Lin Feng wanted to talk to her about, so she was too embarrassed to go. Bai Suxin was actually very shy. She didn't know how Lin Feng would talk to her grandfather about the two of them. An hour later, Bai Suxin saw her grandfather and Lin Feng walking out while talking and laughing. Bai Suxin had an incredulous expression on her face. In her eyes, her grandfather should be an extremely stubborn old man. How could his granddaughter's marriage be a trifling matter? He might even quarrel with Lin Feng. However, the two of them were looking at each other as if they regretted not having met earlier. It was truly inconceivable. Bai Suxin couldn't help but feel puzzled. What kind of bewitching potion did Lin Feng feed her grandfather? Old Master Bai waved at Bai Suxin. He said, Suxin, come here. Bai Suxin walked over. Bai Suxin said, Suxin, you and Lil Lin must have had a hard journey. Take Lil Lin to rest. Yes, grandfather. We'll pay you a visit in the evening. Bai Suxin said with a red face. She then pulled Lin Feng towards her residence. I've been too busy during the new year. I'm too tired. I'm taking a break today. Chapter 5572. Bai Suxin's residence was a stone house. It looked very simple, but Bai Suxin clearly did not care about it. Bai Suxin looked at Lin Feng and asked, what did you say to my grandfather? Why is my grandfather treating you so warmly? Lin Feng smiled and said, I told my grandfather that if he follows me in the future, all the young men in the village will have enough cultivation resources, and they will also have beautiful women as their wives. Fat. Bai Suxin burst out laughing. She naturally did not believe Lin Feng's words. If he said such shallow words, wouldn't his grandfather blow his beard and glare at him? What the hell did you say? Are you trying to hide it from me? Bai Suxin looked at Lin Feng in annoyance. Her shy and angry expression was so beautiful that it was suffocating. A top-grade beauty was indeed a top-grade beauty. However, this beautiful woman in front of him had inexplicably become his wife. It was a very strange thing. However, it was all real. Lin Feng was in a very good mood. Anyone would be in a good mood if they had such a top-grade beauty as their wife. Lin Feng pulled Bai Suxin into his embrace. Pervert, what are you doing? Let go of me. Bai Suxin's face turned red, and she began to struggle. However, she was unable to break free. Lin Feng said, you need to accompany your husband to rest. This is what a wife should do. Scoundrel, it's broad daylight. Bai Suxin's face turned even redder. Lin Feng smiled and said, so you're saying that we can do it at night? Bai Suxin blushed and said, I didn't say that. However, Lin Feng did not let go of Bai Suxin. Even if he did not do anything, all he wanted to do was to hold this fragrant body in his embrace. It was also a great pleasure. It's been a tiring journey. Let's rest. Lin Feng smiled and said. He then hugged Bai Suxin and fell asleep. At night, a bonfire party was held in the village. It was very lively. Bai Suxin's clansmen were very simple. Although they cultivated the death spirit scripture, it didn't affect their personalities too much. People were divided into good and evil. Cultivation techniques didn't differentiate between good and evil. These words were very reasonable, but too many people had long forgotten the meaning of these words. After the bonfire party ended, Old Master Bai gathered some of the respected elders in the village to discuss leaving this place. This place could indeed be called a paradise. However, their days were not easy. It was because they were the descendants of the Dead Souls Island. If they were discovered by others, it would be disastrous. Therefore, they were basically living in seclusion. The younger generation of the clan needed a lot of resources to assist in their cultivation. These were all things that the clan could not provide. Although it could provide some resources, it was only a portion of the resources. Those resources were far from enough for a cultivator to advance by leaps and bounds. There was also another matter, and that was to continue the family line. In the past, There would be some disciples who would look for their sweetheart outside in order to avoid marriage between close relatives. This was because the children born from close relatives were very unhealthy. However, not everyone could find their sweetheart. Or even if they found their sweetheart, they couldn't get together in the end due to various reasons. In particular, the identity of the descendants of the Dead Souls Island was too sensitive. Many people didn't dare to come into contact with the outside world. Many of the descendants of the Dead Souls Island died tragically outside after their identities were exposed. Continuing the family line was also a serious problem. And all the problems. Lin Feng could help them solve them perfectly. Therefore, leaving with Lin Feng naturally made them feel happy. Everyone began to pack their things. In fact, there didn't seem to be much to pack. Lin Feng summoned the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. Then, everyone boarded the ship. Many children looked very excited after boarding the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. They kept jumping around and chattering about many things like little adults. When it was time to leave, many people still felt a little sad. After all, their ancestors had lived here for many years. Naturally, they had feelings for this place. However, even if they had feelings for it, it was time to leave. They rushed to a new life, to welcome new hope. Half a year later, the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship arrived at Sin City. After returning to Sin City, Lin Feng sent people to arrange things for Bai Suxin and his clansmen. Sin Domain. Everything was developing in an orderly manner. After returning, Lin Feng secretly hung out with Great Demon Yu and Hong Yuer for a while. Some time ago, when he was with Bai Suxin had ignited a lot of fire in him. But there was nothing he could do. Every time at a critical moment, Bai Suxin would resist to death. Lin Feng suppressed all the anger in his body. After hanging out with Lin Feng for a while, Great Demon Yu and Hong Yuer were glowing. Shui Yushin wanted to see Lin Feng several times, but Lin Feng refused with the excuse that he had something to do. Lin Feng's matter was, of course, his hanging out with Great Demon Yu and Hong Yuer. On this day, someone came to deliver a letter to Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked the guard to bring the messenger over. After asking around, he found out that the messenger was sent by An Ziru. This surprised Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the letter and read it. An Ziru said that she had returned to Huang Fuxianer's side, and that Huang Fuxianer knew about Huang Fu Qingtian's death. After learning about this, Huang Fuxianer went into seclusion for 3 days. During those 3 days, she did not see anyone. Then, Huang Fuxianer came out. Huang Fuxianer left alone, and her whereabouts were unknown. After reading the contents, Lin Feng couldn't help but have some doubts. Huang Fuxianer disappeared. This woman was very scary, and she was the reincarnation of the 9th heaven mystical maiden. Where did Huang Fuxianer go? Huang Fuxianer must have known that he killed Huang Fu Qingtian. Could it be? Did Huang Fuxianer come to cause trouble? Huang Fuxianer, if I'm not mistaken, the woman who snatched Huang Fu Qingtian's corpse after I killed him in my first battle with him was you, right? Although you were wearing a veil at that time, you looked like a celestial being. You must be a peerless beauty. It's fine if you don't come, but if you dare come here, I'll capture you. Then, I'll train you to be my maid. Lin Feng already had Great Demon Yu as his maid, but Lin Feng didn't mind having a few more peerless beauties as his maids. Chapter 5573. Shui Yushin sent another message, saying that she wanted to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng already knew that Shui Yushin had a problem. However, Shui Yushin still didn't know that she had been exposed. Lin Feng still didn't see Shui Yushin. Over the next few days, Sin City became more and more lively. First, Su Yingran from Heavenly Tower came to visit Lin Feng. She had an extraordinary status in Heavenly Tower. She and Lin Feng had a bit of an ambiguous relationship. Of course, this wasn't enough to reach the level of a couple. Su Yingran came to tell Lin Feng a piece of news. She said that the Celestial Emperor had colluded with some foreign experts. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard the news. Lin Feng said, previously, the foreign cultivators fought with the Celestial Emperor to the death for the Undying Realm's source energy. It hasn't even been that long, and they're already colluding with each other. How shocking. Su Yingran said, benefits can make people let go of their prejudices and even their hatred. So, what are they trying to do by colluding with each other? Lin Feng asked Su Yingran. They're scheming something big. Su Yingran said. Heavenly Tower was well informed, and Lin Feng believed that Su Yingran knew a lot of important information. For example, Lin Feng looked at Su Yingran. Restoring the might of the heavenly court is only the first step. Many powers will either submit or die. Su Yingran said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. It seems that the undying realm is going to be in turmoil. Su Yingran said, young master, you might not know this, but many places are already in turmoil. Oh, did the heavenly court make a move? Lin Feng asked. Yes, they did. Many powers have been in their own territories for a long time and were overlords. Naturally, they weren't willing to submit. They were all destroyed, and all the treasures in their vaults were taken away. Su Yingran said. Lin Feng asked, from what you're saying, the people of the heavenly court are very interested in some treasures? Su Yingran replied, it's like this. I'm sure you've heard of something. The immortal world is also divided into 33 layers. Lin Feng nodded. He had indeed heard of this matter. However, Lin Feng didn't see the other 32 layers of heavens in the undying realm. This was what puzzled him the most. Su Yingran replied, the heaven realm's 33 layers of heaven were formed by the heavenly Tao. The 33 layers of the undying world were created by the celestial emperor, so they're also called the illusory world. Tian Di hasn't finished his task yet. If he does, he'll be able to transcend, said Lin Feng calmly. What a powerful technique. Lin Feng couldn't help but be greatly shocked. Su Yingran said, yes, the celestial emperor's techniques are truly astonishing. He's been madly destroying many large organizations and collecting precious treasures. It seems that he wants to complete the 33 layers of heavens. Lin Feng sighed. If he succeeds, no one will be able to subdue him. The Sin realm needs to make preparations. Su Yingran reminded him. Yes. Lin Feng nodded gloomily. Lin Feng then wrapped his arm around Su Yingran's waist. What are you doing? Su Yingran hadn't expected Lin Feng to take advantage of her like this. She was both angry and embarrassed. Lin Feng said, you've come from so far away to tell me this. You're telling me such important news. I'm very touched. Of course, I want to repay you. Don't take advantage of me. I'm not that kind of woman. Su Yingran blushed. Actually, when she had first met Lin Feng, she had already had a good impression of him. That was why she had personally come to tell Lin Feng the important news. However, Su Yingran herself was indeed as she had said. She wasn't that kind of person. Lin Feng's actions were somewhat frivolous. I naturally know that you're not that kind of person. I really like you. I want to take the initiative and take you into my arms. As soon as he finished speaking, he kissed Su Yingran's red lips without waiting for her to react. Su Yingran only felt her mind go blank. Her body softened slightly and she fell into Lin Feng's arms. After a long time, Su Yingran's face was red as she lay in Lin Feng's arms. She said, I took a lot of risks to tell you the news, but I didn't expect to be bullied like this. If I had known earlier, back then, I would have. Su Yingran seemed to want to say something like I wouldn't have come. But these words went against her heart, so she didn't say it. Lin Feng said, how am I bullying you? I simply love you too much, okay? Lin Feng was an old hand in the field of love. All kinds of teasing words of love were naturally at his fingertips. Although Su Yingran was a member of Heavenly Tower, she was exposed to all kinds of news every day and could be considered experienced and knowledgeable. However, no matter how experienced and knowledgeable she was, she had never been teased like this. Moreover, she didn't have any intimate contact with the opposite sex. When she heard Lin Feng's words of love, she felt happy and shy. All kinds of feelings made Su Yingran feel complicated. But in her heart, she was extremely happy and happy. Darling wife, I want to ask you something. Lin Feng said with a smile. Ah. Hearing the words darling wife, Su Yingran blushed and quickly buried her head in Lin Feng's arms. She simply didn't dare to look at anyone. Lin Feng was secretly happy. He had never thought that Su Yingran was such a shy person. Shyness meant that she had little contact with men. It meant that she was chaste. He had really picked up a treasure. Su Yingran said, "May I know what you want to ask? You're so young, but you're already in charge of Heavenly Tower's tower master position in a main city. Does that mean you have an extraordinary background in Heavenly Tower?" Lin Feng asked. Women were easily suspicious. When she heard Lin Feng's words, Su Yingran's face paled. She said, "Could it be that the reason you're getting close to me is because of the faction behind me?" Lin Feng naturally knew what Su Yingran was thinking. He slapped Su Yingran's breasts 3 times. Su Yingran's eyes were filled with tears. "Sir." Su Yingran was extremely embarrassed. Lin Feng said, "What nonsense are you thinking? I was just asking. Besides, since you know so much about me, I should at least know what my father-in-law does, right?" When she heard the words father-in-law, Su Yingran's face turned so red that it seemed like blood would drip from it. Su Yingran's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. "My father is the Vice Tower Master of Heavenly Tower's main branch." Lin Feng was astonished. He had thought that Su Yingran's father being an elder of Heavenly Tower's main branch was already a very high status. He hadn't expected him to be the Vice Tower Master of Heavenly Tower's main branch. This identity greatly exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. Chapter 5574. In fact, Su Yingran was of great help to Lin Feng, because intelligence was very important to any power. Lin Feng let Du Zhu be in charge of the construction and development of Xin Domain's intelligence organization, which was developing quite well. However, compared to Wen Tianlu, which had been rooted in the Undying Realm for countless years, there was still a big gap. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Lin Feng naturally liked Su Yingran, who was a beautiful woman. When he got her, he could also get help from the power behind her. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Feng arranged a place for Su Yingran to stay. At night, Lin Feng wanted to be the groom. Even if he couldn't be the groom every day, he could be the groom every once in a while. However, Su Yingran locked the door. She was probably worried that Lin Feng would do something bad to her at night. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't force Su Yingran. Now, Lin Feng wanted to play the elegant route, making Su Yingran willingly gallop with him. Therefore, he walked back to his residence. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng planned to see what the 7th layer of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace had. Every time the Divine Tao Immortal Palace opened, good things would appear. Lin Feng was naturally looking forward to it. Lin Feng entered the Divine Tao Immortal Palace and opened the restrictions of the 7th layer. Then, he entered the 7th layer. When he entered the 7th layer, Lin Feng found that there was nothing in the 7th layer. This made Lin Feng very puzzled. Damn, what's going on? Logically speaking, the 7th layer should have some good things, right? Why is there nothing this time? Lin Feng was very puzzled. He was also very depressed. At that moment, a voice suddenly resounded in the 7th layer. The voice said, "Congratulations on entering the 7th layer. Here, you will be able to swim freely in the Great Tao. Wonder your ass." Lin Feng said speechlessly. "F***CK, why are you swearing like that?" The other party said unhappily. Lin Feng replied, Sorry, I spoke without thinking. I'm actually a very kind person, and I didn't mean any harm." The other party snorted. Lin Feng asked, "What kind of existence are you? Are they the gods here?" The other party replied, "You can understand it that way. What's so special about the 7th level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. Hehe, the other party suddenly smiled. Lin Feng felt that the other party's smile was too wretched. Couldn't he be a little more normal? Why do you have to make yourself look so wretched? I despise you. The 7th level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace is called the Great Tao Palace. Great Tao Palace? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The name sounded pretty awesome. Lin Feng asked, "What does the Great Tao Immortal Palace do?" "If you cultivate in the Great Tao Immortal Palace, you'll be able to increase your cultivation speed by 10 times. F***ck, is this for real? Lin Feng cried out in disbelief. Divine abilities, immortal sutras, Taos. It wasn't too hard to gain basic mastery, but it was harder to reach minor mastery. The difficulty increased exponentially from minor mastery to major mastery. As for going from major mastery to major mastery, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Going from major mastery to major mastery was like going from a fantasy. In other words, one could dream of such a thing happening. For example, right now, Lin Feng's many top-tier divine abilities were basically stuck at major mastery. If he wanted to break through again, it was just too difficult. If he cultivated here, he would be able to increase the speed of his divine abilities, immortal sutras, and Tao by tenfold, which would save him a lot of time. The god of the great Tao Immortal Palace continued, increasing the cultivation speed of divine abilities, immortal sutras, and Taos isn't the most amazing thing about the great Tao Immortal Palace. You should know that the cultivation of divine abilities, immortal sutras, and Taos is related to many aspects. Of those, the most important is comprehension. Theoretically speaking, when you gain some enlightenment, you'll have a chance to improve your divine abilities, immortal sutras, and Taos. At that time, 10 times the cultivation speed will save you a lot of time. But the prerequisite is that you gain some enlightenment. If you don't, you won't be able to improve. The Great Tao Palace can also help cultivators gain enlightenment on divine abilities, immortal sutras, and Taos. Awesome! 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 Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He was extremely excited. The Great Tao Immortal Palace was really awesome. It could help him improve his divine abilities, immortal sutras, and Taos. Think about it. Even if he didn't break through his own cultivation level, if he broke through his divine abilities, immortal sutras, and Taos, how many times would his battle power increase? If he broke through his own cultivation level, his divine abilities, immortal sutras, and Taos would all break through at the same time. How many times would his battle power increase? Lin Feng cultivated in the Great Tao Immortal Palace for a few days. Sure enough, he found that his divine abilities, immortal sutras, and Taos improved much faster in the Great Tao Immortal Palace. After Lin Feng came out of the Great Tao Immortal Palace, he was very satisfied. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, Lin Feng received news that someone was looking for him. Lin Feng went to the living room to see the person. Lin Feng found that it was Xu Yihan. Xu Yihan, what brings you here? Lin Feng asked with a smile. When Xu Yihan saw Lin Feng, she quickly got up and threw herself at Lin Feng. She hugged Lin Feng and burst into tears. Lin Feng was shocked by Xu Yihan's actions. What was wrong with this shrewish girl today? Lin Feng felt that something must have happened. Lin Feng held Xu Yihan in his arms. If it was in the past, he would definitely take advantage of her. However, Lin Feng was not in the mood today. Xu Yihan was crying too hard. After crying for a long time, Lin Feng's clothes were wet. Only then did Xu Yihan stop crying, but she was still sobbing. Lin Feng asked, "What happened?" Xu Yihan's expression was indescribably miserable. She said, "The goddess palace was annihilated." What? When Lin Feng heard that, his facial expression suddenly changed. The goddess palace was Xu Yihan's sect, and it was a famous force in the Undying Realm. It was really shocking that it had been annihilated. The heavenly court did it? Lin Feng asked. Xu Yihan nodded while crying. What about your senior sister, Mu Yashi? Lin Feng asked. He had a good relationship with Mu Yashi, and they could be considered friends. Since the goddess palace was annihilated, Lin Feng was naturally worried about Mu Yashi's safety. That day, senior sister lured Di Wudao away and won us a chance to survive. Since then, there has been no news of her. Xu Yihan said sadly. Chapter 55-75. After hearing Xu Yihan's words, Lin Feng's face turned gloomy. Did Mu Yashi suffer a calamity? Lin Feng could not help but think of Mu Yashi's beautiful face. She was so extraordinary and otherworldly. She was like a fairy that descended from the 9 heavens. However, Lin Feng never thought that Mu Yashi would have such a tragic fate one day. It really made those who heard it sad and those who heard it cry. Lin Feng, what should I do now? My senior sister and master are all dead. I'm so sad. Shu Yihan said while crying. The originally lively and cheerful Shu Yihan had now become melancholic. It really made people sigh. Some things could change a person's character. Are you the only one here? Lin Feng asked. Shu Yihan nodded and said, although senior sister lured Di Wudao away, there were still many powerful cultivators chasing after us. In the process of escaping, many senior and junior sisters died tragically. I escaped by myself, but I didn't know where to go. I thought of you, so I came to seek refuge with you. I don't know if I will bring you trouble, but if I will leave now. Shu Yihan's expression became even more miserable when she said this. Perhaps in her opinion, Lin Feng was her last support. If Lin Feng drove her away, then she really had no way to live. Lin Feng hugged Shu Yihan in his arms and said, "Silly girl, what are you thinking? How can I drive you away? You can treat this place as your own home. I will definitely protect you well in the future. I will also kill Di Wudao to avenge your dead fellow disciples and masters." Hearing Lin Feng say this, Shu Yihan quickly nodded. This little girl seemed to be really tired and sleepy. She directly fell asleep in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng carried Shu Yihan back to the room and then placed her on the bed. Then he left the room. Lin Feng frowned. Even a powerful force like the fairy palace was destroyed. The undying world might soon be completely controlled by the heavenly court. Previously, the undying realm was in a state of separation. That was because the celestial emperor had not broken through. Now that the heavenly emperor had broken through and devoured many of the world origins of the undying realm, plus the heavenly emperor had created the 33 layers of heaven. The current heavenly emperor was too terrifying. Moreover, the heavenly emperor had joined forces with many powerful foreign cultivators. The heavenly emperor already had the strength to regain control of the undying realm. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. However, many forces still wouldn't submit to the Sky Emperor. They were very clear about how ambitious the Sky Emperor was. Once they surrendered, they would only be cannon fodder for the Sky Emperor. Submitting meant death. If he resisted, he might still have a chance of survival. Even if he risked his life, so what? If he took a gamble, he might be able to fight for a bright future. Lin Feng called Du Zhu and Su Yingran over. He told Du Zhu and Su Yinran about the fairy palace. Su Yingran said, "It seems that the heavenly court has sped up." "That's right." Lin Feng nodded and said, "The final battle with the heavenly emperor might happen soon." Su Yingran said, "Perhaps the Sin realm will become the final battlefield." Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu, took out a jade tube, and handed it to Du Zhu. Lin Feng said, "There are many forces recorded here. These forces are more or less related to me. Send an envoy to them and tell them not to fight the heavenly court head-on. The gains won't make up for the losses. If they're willing to come to the Sin realm, they're welcome." Du Zhu said, "Sir, do you want to gather all the major forces and fight the heavenly emperor to the death?" "That's right." Lin Feng nodded. "All right. I'll send an envoy to these forces and tell them your plan. I'm sure they'll know what to do." Du Zhu said, then quickly left. Lin Feng then looked at Su Yingran and said, "Yingran, help me investigate Di Wudao's whereabouts." "What do you want to do?" Su Yingran asked. Lin Feng said, "During the final battle, I want to give the heavenly emperor a great gift." Su Yingran naturally guessed Lin Feng's plan. She said, "It's too dangerous. Di Wudao is too terrifying." Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely kill him. If I can't, then there's no need for me to talk about the final battle with the heavenly emperor." "All right, give me 3 days." Su Yingran said. "All right." Lin Feng nodded. Su Yingran then left as well. There was an office in the capital of Sin. It wasn't difficult for Su Yingran to gather information. After Su Yingran left, Lin Feng left the living room and walked around the garden alone, thinking about some things. "Sir." A surprised voice called out. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice. Not too far away, a tall and beautiful woman wearing a pink dress was looking at him. Perhaps it was because of the contrast of the pink dress. It made her look even more alluring. That woman was none other than Shui Yushin. During this time, Shui Yushin had been wanting to meet Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had never met her. Now that he had met her, Lin Feng didn't believe it was a coincidence. Shui Yushin quickly walked over. When she reached Lin Feng's side, she bowed to Lin Feng. No need for formalities. Lin Feng looked at Shui Yushin leisurely. Sir, Yushin missed you so much. Shui Yushin's face was flushed. She was truly beautiful. Especially that shy and coy appearance of hers, it was simply charming to the point of death. Lin Feng had already decided to make a move against Di Wudao. Therefore, he didn't want to continue playing with Shui Yushin. Of course, Lin Feng knew that Shui Yushin had no choice. He was probably being controlled by Di Wudao's soul assimilation technique. Lin Feng hoped to use a gentle method to save Shui Yushin. He couldn't reveal that he already knew that she was being controlled. Otherwise, Di Wudao's trump card might kill Shui Yushin. Lin Feng said, Yushin, come, let me hug you. Shui Yushin blushed slightly but didn't refuse. She snuggled into Lin Feng's embrace. Bang! However, Shui Yushin had just snuggled into Lin Feng's embrace when Lin Feng knocked her out lightly. Lin Feng carried Shui Yushin up. After returning to Shui Yushin's residence, Lin Feng placed Shui Yushin on the bed. Di Wudao's trump card must have been placed in Shui Yushin's soul. This way, he could destroy Shui Yushin anytime. After Lin Feng placed Shui Yushin on the bed, his powerful spiritual force directly entered Shui Yushin's mind. You found out. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. It was Di Wudao's voice. Lin Feng's spiritual force had just entered Shui Yushin's mind when it was discovered by Di Wudao. Chapter 5576. Di Wudao was indeed powerful. He had instantly discovered Lin Feng's divine sense. This was going to be troublesome. Stall for time. That was Lin Feng's first thought. If he could stall Di Wudao for a while, he might have a chance to save Shui Yushin. Or else, Shui Yushin would definitely die. Di Wudao, I really didn't expect you to be reduced to such a state. Lin Feng said. Reduced to such a state? Brat, are you blind? Di Wudao had wanted to destroy Shui Yushin's soul, but after hearing Lin Feng's words, he stopped. His voice also became gloomy. He, Di Wudao, was an extraordinary person. How could Lin Feng say that he was reduced to such a state? Di Wudao. How could he accept such humiliation? Lin Feng said, if you hadn't been reduced to such a state, why would you send a woman to deal with me? You think you can't deal with me, so you sent a woman to deal with me, right? Your schemes are all in my head. You're really stupid, I really despise you. Ha 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 ha, if you appear next to me, I'll crush you as easily as crushing an ant. Di Wudao sneered when he heard Lin Feng's words. Brat, even though you haven't learned your father's methods, you're much more arrogant than him. You're not strong enough, yet you're still so arrogant. You're an idiot. I'm not strong enough, said Lin Feng mockingly. Di Wudao, you think too highly of yourself. If I wanted to kill you now, it would be as easy as killing a dog. Back in the days, you were my father's dog servant. Therefore, according to social status, you are also my dog servant. You're a dog servant who lives off of me and betrays others. When I see you, I'll kill you. You deserve to die 1,000 times. Di Wudao's cold voice suddenly sounded. Anger, anger. Di Wudao's fury reached the heavens. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this. But now, Lin Feng actually dared to look down on him like this. Di Wudao was an extremely arrogant person. How could he endure being looked down upon by Lin Feng? Little boy, you won't be able to be arrogant for long. Very soon, Sin City will be destroyed, and you'll be cut to pieces, Di Wudao said coldly. Time to wake up from your daydream, Lin Feng said sarcastically. Di Wudao burst out laughing. Compared to your father, you're a far cry from him. Let's not talk about temperament or strength, just your IQ. Your IQ really makes me anxious. Do you know how foolish you are to provoke me now? I'll let you watch the people around you die one by one, but you can't do anything about it. Let's start with this woman. As soon as he finished speaking, Di Wudao wanted to destroy Shui Yuexin's soul, but the power of destiny suddenly appeared in Shui Yuexin's mind. It even enveloped Shui Yuexin's soul. The appearance of the power of destiny was too sudden. Suddenly, Di Wudao couldn't react in time. When Di Wudao wanted to destroy Shui Yuexin's soul, he realized that he couldn't do it anymore. The power of destiny had wrapped around the imprint that Di Wudao had left in Shui Yuexin's soul. The imprint flew out. I've been tricked, you despicable bastard. Di Wudao's imprint roared furiously. His eyes looked like they were about to spit fire, and an endless amount of murderous intent filled them. He couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Lin Feng sneered. You have the nerve to call others despicable and shameless. How can your skin be so thick? If we're talking about despicable, shouldn't you be the one despicable and shameless one? Besides, it makes sense to use any method to deal with a scum like you. I'll destroy your imprint first, then I'll kill you when I see you again. Lin Feng flicked his finger. A beam of light landed on Di Wudao's imprint. Bang! Di Wudao's imprint immediately shattered. At that moment, Shui Yuexin slowly woke up. When she saw Lin Feng, Shui Yuexin stood up and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. She said tearfully, Lin Feng, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I was controlled. I didn't want to hurt you. Lin Feng tapped Shui Yuexin's back and said, It's all right. Have a good rest. Shui Yuexin didn't let go of Lin Feng. Instead, she offered her red lips to him. Lin Feng wasn't a gentleman. How could he not eat her when she delivered herself to his door? In the next few days, Lin Feng was more relaxed. He didn't cultivate. He just enjoyed it. Life was something that should be enjoyed when it was time. That day, the Snow Lady came from the mountain village to the capital of Sin. When he saw her, Lin Feng was very happy. She was as beautiful as ever. She obviously missed Lin Feng very much, even though their relationship hadn't reached its final stage yet. However, they were close friends. At night, on the roof, Lin Feng rested his head on his hands and looked at the stars in the sky. The Snow Lady sat down next to Lin Feng and said, I intend to go to the north, said Lin Feng. Why are you going there? Lin Feng asked. I feel like something is calling me, she said. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. This might be the Snow Lady's opportunity. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't stop her. The next day, the Snow Lady left. On the same day, Su Yinran came and brought Lin Feng news about Di Wudao. Di Wudao was in the immortal celestial domain. The immortal celestial domain was close to the fairy palace. The fairy palace was located at the border between the immortal celestial domain and the fairy palace. Lin Feng planned to go to the immortal celestial domain to kill Di Wudao. On this day, Lin Feng went to the immortal celestial domain alone. Immortal celestial domain. Sun Moon City. Many top geniuses gathered here, such as young Master Ming Yu, young Master Xing Yu, and young Master Shui Yu. Their forces supported Di Wudao to begin with, and now they had become his loyal supporters. Other than these top young masters, there were also many beautiful fairies who attended this gathering. Do you think Mu Yashi is really dead? A female cultivator asked at the gathering. The gathering, which had been quite lively, instantly quieted down. No one had mentioned Mu Yashi's name for a long time. Many of the people present had families and forces behind them that had sided with Di Wudao. However, some of them were friends with Mu Yashi. They were just juniors and couldn't participate in the family matters. However, they hoped that Mu Yashi was fine. Perhaps she should be dead. Young Master Ming Yu said. Previously, he had some feelings for Mu Yashi. However, Mu Yashi was very noble and didn't pay attention to him. Young Master Xing Yu sneered and said, Lord Di Wudao wants to take Mu Yashi as his concubine, but this woman doesn't know what's good for her. She actually dared to reject Lord Di Wudao. Chapter 55-77. Those who had a good relationship with Mu Yashi could not help but sigh. It seemed that Mu Yashi had truly passed away. She was a peerless fairy. Yet, she had died just like that. Their hearts were filled with sorrow. Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open by someone. Everyone looked over and saw a young human cultivator walk in. "Brat, are you courting death?" one of the geniuses said furiously. What kind of status did they have? They were having a gathering here, but someone actually kicked the door of their private room. If this matter were to spread out, they would be in big trouble. All of them would have no face left. They were naturally infuriated. The newcomer's expression was indifferent. He flicked his finger, and a cold light flew out. Pu. A piercing sound rang out. A bloody hole appeared in the cultivator's head, and he fell to the ground on his back. He was dead. "Brat, who are you? Why did you kill someone the moment you arrived? Brat, you've gone too far. Are you courting death by killing someone here?" One cultivator after another stood up. Regardless of whether they were male or female, they all looked at the newcomer with gloomy eyes. "Hihi, young Master Shuiyu, young Master Mingyu, and young Master Xingyu, it's a pleasure to meet you." "I didn't expect to meet you here," said the newcomer with a cold smile. Many people were shocked. This newcomer actually knew the three young masters. It seemed that this person's status was extraordinary. "Lin Feng, you've come to the wrong place," said young Master Shuiyu sinisterly. "Lin Feng? His Lin Baitian's son? The master of Sin Realm, Lin Feng?" Many people were shocked. Now, who in the undying world did not know of Lin Feng's name? As the saying went, who in the world did not know of a monarch? Lin Feng's name had long since shaken the undying world. Lin Feng found a place and sat down. He looked around the private room and said coldly, "I presume that the factions behind you have already submitted to Di Wudao, right? Many of you are famous geniuses, but you've become someone else's slaves. How laughable." Many people's expressions were gloomy. The factions behind them had chosen to submit to Di Wudao. It was something they could not change. Some people felt that it was the right choice, while others felt extremely sullen. However, they did not dare to casually refute Lin Feng. Lin Feng was too ferocious. "Lin Feng is. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Is the Sin Domain's master that amazing?" Now he was mocking Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him indifferently and said, "Young Master Shuiyu, I've wanted to kill you for a long time, but I never had the chance. Today is a good opportunity." Young Master Shuiyu looked at Lin Feng disdainfully and said, "You think you can kill me? How laughable. Let me take your head and give it to Sir Di Wudao. Sir Di Wudao will be very happy then." Young Master Shuiyu leaped forward and charged at Lin Feng. He was one of the 8 young masters. Young Master Shuiyu was famous. His cultivation base was very high. Although he was only a young cultivator, his battle prowess could compete with many of the older generation's cultivators. That was why many people looked at Lin Feng indifferently when they saw young Master Shuiyu attack. In their opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure. Young Master Shuiyu's killing intent surged out of him. He quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng. His killing intent seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. It directly enveloped Lin Feng. "Die." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he lightly tapped the air. Pu. A cold light flew out and pierced through young Master Shuiyu's head. Fresh blood immediately spurted out. Young Master Shuiyu did not die immediately. He even saw blood spurt out of his forehead. He reached out to block the wound. However, blood continued to flow out. "Why is it like this? Why is it like this?" Young Master Shuiyu cried out in disbelief. He had always looked down on Lin Feng. He had never placed Lin Feng in his eyes. In his opinion, dealing with Lin Feng was easy. It was as easy as flipping his hand. However, he could not even take a single blow from Lin Feng. He could not accept this. Plop. In the next instant, young Master Shuiyu fell to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. Dead. Young Master Shuiyu was dead. He was killed without even being able to take a single blow. At this moment, the room was completely silent. Whether it was the geniuses or the fairies. They all looked at Lin Feng as if he was a demon. Lin Feng's reputation. They had heard too much about him. However, they had never imagined that Lin Feng would be so strong and terrifying. Young Master Ming Yu, young Master Xing Yu. Lin Feng looked at the two of them. Hearing Lin Feng call their names, the two of them hurriedly stood up. They were among the 8 young masters. However, facing Lin Feng, it was like ants facing a dragon. Plop, plop. Young Master Ming Yu and young Master Xing Yu actually knelt on the ground. Princess Lin, please spare us. The two of them begged for mercy. No one would believe that young Master Ming Yu and young Master Xing Yu had knelt down and begged for mercy. However, this had happened before everyone's eyes today. They had no choice but to believe it. Where is Di Wu Dao? Lin Feng asked coldly. This time, Lin Feng had come to the immortal celestial domain to kill Di Wu Dao. He wanted to kill Di Wu Dao, but who would have thought that he wouldn't be able to find Di Wu Dao? Lin Feng was annoyed. However, Lin Feng was not completely without results. Although he did not find Di Wu Dao's whereabouts, he found out that a group of geniuses and fairies were gathered here. Young Master Xing Yu said, "We don't know." Poof! Lin Feng flicked his finger and a beam of light instantly pierced through young Master Xing Yu's head. Young Master Xing Yu fell to the ground. Dead. Young Master Xing Yu was also dead. Even the 8 young masters did not have the courage to attack Lin Feng. They were about to be killed in an instant. The remaining geniuses, fairies, and fairies were all trembling in fear. They did not want to die, but they were worried that Lin Feng would kill them as well. Young Master Ming Yu quickly kowtowed and begged for mercy, saying, "Lin Gongzi, I really don't know where Di Wu Dao is, but I know where Mu Yashi is." "Oh, you know where Mu Yashi is? Mu Yashi is still alive." Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Chapter 5578. At this moment, in order to survive. How could young Master Ming Yu dare to hide anything from Lin Feng? He would definitely tell him everything he knew. Young Master Ming Yu said, "Yes, Mu Yashi isn't dead yet. She escaped to the Eternal Demon Cave. That place is really dangerous, and Di Wu Dao is there too. He chased after her, but in the end, he retreated. I don't know what the situation is now." Pu. As soon as young Master Ming Yu finished speaking, Lin Feng stretched out his hand, and a beam of light instantly pierced through young Master Ming Yu's head. Young Master Ming Yu fell to the ground. His body twitched violently, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. He originally thought that when he revealed these secrets, Lin Feng would let him live. But Lin Feng didn't do that. Young Master Ming Yu was such an amazing person. He wasn't willing to die like this. But, so what if he wasn't willing to die? Lin Feng wasn't the kind of person who would let a tiger return to the mountain. The others were already trembling with fear. They were all silent. Their faces were pale. Lin Feng's methods were really too terrifying. It was simply too despairing. 3 of the 8 outstanding figures had actually all fallen. If this news spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. We really had no choice. Lin Gongzi, please spare our lives. Many people knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. These people were all geniuses of the heavens, goddesses of the heavens. They were high and mighty, looking down on the heavens. They were so powerful and extraordinary that they were praised by countless people. But now, in front of Lin Feng, they were like ants. The heavenly court will be destroyed. Persuade the higher-ups of your families not to be stubborn. Otherwise, they will definitely be annihilated. Lin Feng said indifferently. If Lin Feng hadn't killed the 3 super geniuses and said this before, everyone would have snorted disdainfully. But now, who would dare to do that? Now, everyone was incomparably convinced by Lin Feng's words. In their hearts, Lin Feng was like a god, a devil, an immortal, and a saint. In their hearts, they were already deeply convinced. Lin Feng didn't stay any longer. He quickly left. Half a month later, Lin Feng arrived at the Eternal Devil Cave. The Eternal Devil Cave was a famous land of death in the immortal heaven domain. The Eternal Demon Cave was located deep within a black mountain range. From afar, one could see that the black mountain range was shrouded in a terrifying aura of death. It was rumored. The Eternal Demon Cave had buried no less than 10 top demonic path powerhouses. After these top demonic path powerhouses died, their magnetic fields superimposed upon each other, changing the world laws of the Eternal Demon Cave. Thus, the current Eternal Devil Cave was incomparably dangerous. If a cultivator didn't enter the Eternal Demon Cave, then it was fine. If anyone dared to enter the Eternal Demon Cave, they would be able to escape. It was very likely that he would die. Back then, she had lured Di Wudao away in order to win a chance of survival for the other members of the sect. One could imagine the extent of her despair at that time. As soon as he entered the Eternal Demon Cave. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's killing intent was monstrous. Di Wudao. He had to die. In the past, there would definitely be many cultivators here to admire the Eternal Devil Cave's peerless glory. But with the current situation, who would have the mood to do so? As far as the eye could see, there was no one here. Where was Di Wudao? Lin Feng shouted, Di Wudao, come out and die. When Lin Feng's shout rang out, whoosh, 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 more than a dozen figures flew out of the forest. These people had all hidden themselves before this. They only came out when they heard Lin Feng's shout. Moreover, Lin Feng discovered that these people were all true immortals. Their auras were deep and terrifying. Achem! So many true immortals. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt that something was wrong. Could these people have been lying in ambush in order to stop Muyashi? Brat, who are you? How dare you be so disrespectful to young Master Di Wudao? A skinny middle-aged cultivator said in a sinister tone. You shouldn't be from the Undying Realm, right? Lin Feng didn't answer, but asked instead. It was actually quite easy to determine that these people weren't from the Undying Realm. The Undying Realm lacked peerless experts, and these people in front of him were all very powerful. They definitely weren't from the Undying Realm. The thin cultivator said, you have some foresight. That's right, we're not from the Undying Realm. We're cultivators from the Celestial Realm. Hee, did Di Wudao's father send you here? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked. The group was slightly stunned, and then their expressions darkened. Whether it was the Undying Realm or the Celestial Realm, there were rumors that Di Wudao wasn't the Celestial Emperor's son. That Celestial Emperor had cheated on his disciple. Thus, Di Wudao was born. As for which Celestial Emperor it was, the outside world didn't know, and they didn't dare to guess. That was a Celestial Emperor, and he represented the will of the Heavenly Tao. If they dared to guess the Celestial Emperor's identity, wouldn't they be courting death? However, no matter which Celestial Emperor it was, everyone seemed to believe this rumor. Di Wudao. He was the Celestial Emperor's son. These people naturally knew that Lin Feng was mocking Di Wudao's background and the Celestial Emperor. They had indeed been sent by the Celestial Emperor to assist Di Wudao. Their souls had already been sold to the Celestial Emperor. Therefore, they definitely wouldn't allow anyone to insult the Celestial Emperor. Kill him, the thin cultivator said coldly. The group of experts revealed murderous intent, and they all charged towards Lin Feng. Kill. Lin Feng's voice was cold. He raised his right hand and a dazzling sword chi shot out. That sword chi seemed to be able to destroy everything. Fart. The sound of something being torn apart suddenly rang out. One cultivator after another was killed. Only the thin cultivator was left unkilled by Lin Feng. This was intentional on Lin Feng's part. He still wanted to ask this person some questions. Spare me, young master. Seeing Lin Feng's tyrannical strength, the thin cultivator was almost scared to death. Tell me what I ask you. Lin Feng said indifferently. I will definitely tell you the truth, young master. The thin cultivator hurriedly said. Lin Feng sneered inwardly. Just a moment ago, he still looked incomparably loyal to the Celestial Emperor. In the blink of an eye, his attitude had changed greatly. It was truly laughable. For some people, they were filled with loyalty to their master. They would rather die than submit. But for some other cultivators, what was loyalty? It was just empty talk. For example, this cultivator in front of him was like this. Lin Feng really thought that they were incomparably loyal to the Celestial Emperor. But now, it was truly laughable. Lin Feng looked at the thin cultivator kneeling on the ground and asked coldly, "Is Muyashi still inside?" Chapter 55-79. The skinny cultivator hurriedly said, "She's inside. We've been waiting for her to come out on her own, but she never did." "Where's Di Wudao?" Lin Feng asked. "I don't know what he's doing either. Most of the time, he's very secretive. Nobody knows where he is." "Even we don't know where he is," said Lin Feng. "If that's the case, then you're no longer of much use. You can die now." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he tapped the skinny cultivator's forehead. Pu. The skinny cultivator's forehead was pierced, and his corpse fell to the ground. Lin Feng flew towards the mountain range. The mountain range was covered in restrictions. It was extremely terrifying. Many of the restrictions made Lin Feng feel that they were difficult to deal with. However, Lin Feng had the stone scripture's protection. No matter how terrifying the restrictions were, they couldn't hurt Lin Feng. Lin Feng went deeper into the mountain range. Half an hour later, he finally arrived outside the Eternal Cave of Demons. Outside the Eternal Cave of Demons, the atmosphere was gloomy and terrifying. Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all. He directly walked into the depths of the Eternal Cave of Demons. The passage was very long and wide. As he walked, he could hear his footsteps echoing in the passage. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a gloomy and terrifying aura envelop his body. Lin Feng looked ahead. He immediately saw pairs of blood-red eyes staring coldly at him. Lin Feng took out the Epoch War Spear. At this moment, the monsters quickly flew towards Lin Feng. They directly pounced towards Lin Feng. When the monsters got closer, Lin Feng's expression changed. The reason for that was because he saw that those monsters were all bats. However, they weren't ordinary bats. They were stone bats. Could they be from the stone race? Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble. Creatures from the stone clan, what kind of terrifying existences were they? If it really was a creature from the stone clan, then it would be terrifying. Lin Feng did not dare to be careless. He waved his Epoch War Spear and swept it at the stone bats. Clang clang clang, clang clang clang. A series of clanging sounds could be heard. The strength of the stone bats was extraordinary. Lin Feng's Epoch War Spear was unable to harm those stone bats. Even though they were sent flying by Lin Feng's Epoch War Spear, they were not injured. It was extremely strange. After those stone bats were sent flying by Lin Feng's Epoch War Spear, they would continue to attack Lin Feng. This was the Eternal Demon Cave. If this continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Lin Feng. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. However, Lin Feng couldn't think of a solution at the moment. You can use your stone golem clone to deal with the stone bat. The avatar cultivates the stone man's 9 transformations immortal scripture, so it's very effective against stone creatures. At the moment of crisis, the demon lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. Then, he summoned his stone golem clone. After the stone golem clone was summoned by Lin Feng, it began to move. It immediately activated the stone golem 9 transformations immortal scripture. As the stone golem 9 transformations immortal scripture circulated, a terrifying pressure surged out from the stone golem clone's body. The pressure directly enveloped the group of stone bats. That terrifying pressure directly suppressed the body of the stone bat. After the stone bats felt such pressure, they actually became restless. The stone bats didn't dare to continue attacking Lin Feng, and they quickly flew away. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng let out a long breath. Indeed, there was always something to overcome something else. Lin Feng stored the stone golem clone in the space-time continuum. Then, he continued to walk deeper. After experiencing the battle with the stone bats, Lin Feng was even more careful. As he went deeper into the Eternal Demon Cave, Lin Feng felt a terrifying magnetic field enveloping his body. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he sensed the magnetic field. It seemed that the rumors in the outside world were true. It was very likely that a large number of experts had died in this place, which was why such a terrifying magnetic field was formed. Facing such a powerful magnetic field, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. Lin Feng continued to walk deeper. About a quarter of an hour had passed. Lin Feng arrived at the deepest part of the Eternal Demon Cave. The deepest part of the cave was a huge mountain. Inside the mountain, there was an ancient golden bell. Apart from that, there was nothing else. After seeing the ancient bell, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Could it be that the ancient bell was summoned by Mu Yashi? Thinking of this, Lin Feng walked towards the ancient bell. However, at this time, the ancient bell emitted a violent fluctuation. Lin Feng was pushed back by the strength of the attack. Asked Lin Feng, "Celestial Mu, are you in there?" There was no response from the bell. Lin Feng continued to try to get closer to the ancient bell. To Lin Feng's delight, the ancient bell didn't send him flying this time. Moreover, it didn't attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng lifted the ancient bell. He saw, a woman was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. That woman was none other than Mu Yashi. Seeing that Mu Yashi was still alive, Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. Previously, he was extremely worried that Mu Yashi had met with a calamity. Fortunately, such a thing didn't happen. However, Lin Feng found that Mu Yashi didn't seem to show any signs of waking up. This made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. "Fairy Mu, wake up!" Lin Feng called out. Mu Yashi still didn't show any signs of movement. This place was dangerous. Lin Feng planned to bring Mu Yashi out of here first. Thus, Lin Feng stored Mu Yashi and her magic treasures into his space-time pocket. Then, Lin Feng quickly rushed outside. However, at this time, Lin Feng encountered a calamity. An invisible force ruthlessly bombarded Lin Feng, sending Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng hadn't even stabilized himself yet when the invisible and intangible strength bombarded him again. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision, Lin Feng was sent flying again. This time, the situation seemed to be more serious than the previous time. Lin Feng's body slammed into the rock wall. Lin Feng only felt his blood and qi churning, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng knew that this invisible force definitely couldn't be born from nothingness. Perhaps, there was an unknown and terrifying existence in this place. Otherwise, Mu Yashi wouldn't have taken out that magic treasure to protect herself. "Don't you have the courage to show yourself, coward?" Lin Feng coldly said. Keikakik. At this time, a sinister sound resounded in the belly of the mountain. That sound was so terrifying that it sounded like a voice from hell. Chapter 5580. It's one thing to trespass into the Eternal Demon Cave, but you actually dare to boast shamelessly here? You're really courting death. A cold voice suddenly rang out. After hearing that voice, Lin Feng's expression became more and more serious. The other party still hadn't shown up. That terrifying existence still hadn't shown up. This was an extremely troublesome matter. Lin Feng said, "Let me guess who you are. You should be trapped in this place. You're not a cultivator from the outside, and you're not even human or living. Are you a yin spirit left behind by a powerhouse who died?" Thinking about it carefully, that doesn't seem to be the case. The aura of a yin spirit is a bit strange. If you're a yin spirit, you shouldn't be able to hide from me. Since you're not a yin spirit, then what are you? Maybe an evil spirit? Or some other kind of existence? No matter what it is, it's definitely related to the dead cultivators and the magnetic field. After all, the magnetic field here is so strong that it wouldn't be strange if it could give birth to some strange existence. The unknown existence sneered, "Haha, I have to say that you're a meticulous person." "Not bad, not bad." Lin Feng asked, "It seems that you don't want to kill me. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to talk nonsense with me. Boy, it's not impossible for you to live, but you have to promise me one thing." The unknown existence said. "What is it? Tell me." Lin Feng said indifferently. Whoosh. There was a flash of light, and something appeared in the void. Lin Feng discovered that it was a sealed scroll. Lin Feng took the scroll and tried to open it, but he couldn't do it. "Don't waste your time. This scroll isn't for you to see, so you can't open it." The unknown existence said. What do you want me to do? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked. Give this scroll to the great bright jade complete heaven of the heaven world, the unknown existence said. The heaven world's 33 layers of heaven. Each layer was different, and each layer had a powerhouse at the level of a Sky Lord. These were the legendary 33 heavens and 33 Sky Lords. The 33 heavens were divided into 4 major heavens. The 4 great heavens were the 6 heavens of the desire realm, the 18 heavens of the color realm, the 4 heavens of the colorless realm, the 4 heavens of the Brahma realm, and the 3 clear heavens. Among them, the 6 heavens of the desire realm included Supreme Emperor Huangseng Heaven, Supreme Bright Jade Complete Heaven, Qingming Hitong Heaven, Mysterious Embryo Pingyu Heaven, Yuanming Wenju Heaven, and 7 planets Mori Heaven. The 18 heavens of the color realm included the Shuwu Yueheng Heaven, Tai Chi Veil Heaven, Kai Ming Hiyang Heaven, Shen Ming Gonghua Heaven, Yarou Ming Zong Piaro Heaven, Zhu Luo Huangjia Heaven, Shen Ming Tang Yarou Heaven, Guan Ming Duanjing Heaven, Shen Ming Gongqing Heaven, Tai Huan Extreme Jade Heaven, Yuan Zai Kongsheng Heaven, Taiyan Emperor Cliff Heaven, Xianding Extreme Wind Heaven, Shahuang Xiaomang Heaven, Tai Huang Wangchong Heaven, Wu Sai River Yu Heaven, Shong Li Wanla Heaven, and Wu Ji Tan Vow Heaven. The colorless heavens 4 heavens included Hao Ting Heaven's Xiaodu Heaven, Yuan Tong Heaven's Origin Cave Heaven, Han Chong Miaocheng Heaven, and Shiola Forbidden Heaven. The 4 Brahma heavens included the unparalleled Chang Rong Heavens, Yu Longting Heavens, Dragon Transformation Heavens, and Ping Yu Jiaoyi Heavens. The 3 pure heavens included the Great Pure Heavens, the Great Pure Heavens, the Great Pure Heavens, and the Jade Pure Heavens. The Great Bright Jade Complete Heaven that the unknown existence asked Lin Feng to give the scroll to was one of the Sky Lords of 6 Desires Heaven. In fact, the 33 heavens and 33 Sky Lords had been passed down from generation to generation. Now, it had been passed down to the 9th generation. Cultivators in the outside world knew very little about the 33 heavens and 33 Sky Lords. However, there were a few existences that many people had heard of. They were the 3 pure heavens. The 3 pure heavens were the highest-ranked 3rd heavens among the 33 heavens. Lin Feng had cultivated the supreme divine power of 1 Qi into 3 pure heavens, which was passed down by the 3 pure heavens. Their status was supreme. Besides, Lin Feng also practiced the primitive celestial scriptures. The Primordial Lord of Heaven once controlled the jade pure heavens. Among the 3 pure heavens, their status was extremely respected. The 3 pure heavens belonged to the first generation of Sky Lords. However, it was unknown whether the Sky Lords after 9 generations were related to the 3 pure heavens. Lin Feng was someone who opposed the 33 Sky Lords. If he sent the scroll over, who knew what would happen? However, there seemed to be no other choice. Lin Feng asked, "Why do you think I can send the scroll over?" The unknown existence replied, "Intuition. I've always trusted my own intuition." "All right, I can promise you that," Lin Feng said. "You're a smart person, and you've made a smart decision." The unknown existence replied. Lin Feng couldn't help but slander the unknown existence in his heart. "I don't want to agree." However, the situation was critical, and Lin Feng had no choice but to agree even if he didn't want to. Lin Feng asked, "Can I leave now?" "Yes." The unknown existence replied. Lin Feng left the eternal demon cave. Lin Feng let out a long breath. He couldn't help but think, although I promised you, I don't have to go myself. I can find someone else to send the scroll over. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly looked at the scroll and carefully sensed it. Some information was transmitted to Lin Feng. Agreed time, 100 years. Mission, hand the scroll over to Great Bright Jade Complete Heaven. If the time is up and you haven't completed anything, the person who accepts the mission will die a horrible death. After sensing this information, Lin Feng felt the power of a curse envelop his body. Damn! A curse! Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Then, he became flustered and exasperated. That bastard had schemed so deeply. He had secretly used a curse on Lin Feng. He couldn't even get someone to send the scroll over. He had no choice but to send it over himself. Otherwise, once the curse was activated, it could very well take his little life. The demon lord said, "This time, I'm afraid it bodes ill rather than well. After all, if you hand the scroll over to Great Bright Jade Complete Heaven, Great Bright Jade Complete Heaven might try to kill you." Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. He had indeed thought of this. Putting aside the fact that he was an enemy of the 33 heavens, he had already thought of this. Now, there was only the matter of sending the scroll over. Lin Feng could sense that the unknown existence in the eternal demon cave was filled with hatred towards Great Bright Jade Complete Heaven. The two of them might have a great enmity. If he helped the unknown existence in the eternal demon cave deliver the scroll, the other party would definitely not let him off. However, since he had already formed a curse contract, no matter how dangerous it was, he had to deliver the scroll to Great Bright Jade Complete Heaven. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'm sure there'll be a solution." Lin Feng didn't stay any longer. He quickly flew outside. Chapter 5581. After coming out of the Eternal Demon Cave, Lin Feng found a secluded cave to hide in. He summoned Mu Yashi out of the space-time continuum. Seeing her pale face, Lin Feng was naturally worried about her. However, Lin Feng discovered that her complexion seemed to be gradually recovering. It was much better than when he had first seen her. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Now, all he had to do was wait and see if Mu Yashi would wake up on her own. If she couldn't wake up on her own, then he would try to wake her up when the time came. Time passed. The next day, Mu Yashi's long eyelashes suddenly fluttered. At this time, Lin Feng had just finished cultivating. His body had completely recovered. Lin Feng looked at Mu Yashi and saw that her eyes were slightly trembling. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face revealed an incomparably pleasantly surprised expression. About a quarter of an hour later, Mu Yashi finally opened her eyes. When she opened them, she saw a familiar face. "Lin Feng, it's you." After seeing Lin Feng, Mu Yashi was extremely happy. She was a smart person, and she knew that she had escaped. In addition, seeing Lin Feng here, she guessed that Lin Feng had saved her. In her heart, she was naturally filled with gratitude towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Are you surprised to see me here?" "Are you surprised?" Mu Yashi was naturally a little surprised. She said, "I originally thought that I would die without a doubt, but I didn't expect to be rescued by you. How did you know that I was trapped in the Eternal Demon Cave?" "Of course it was because I missed you so much that I tried to find out where you were. That's how I found out you were trapped in the Cave of Eternal Demons, so I went in and rescued you," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile. Mu Yashi had no experience in relationships, after all, so when she heard Lin Feng's blunt words, she could not help but feel her face heat up. Her beautiful face blushed a little. Such a beautiful person's bashful look was really mesmerizing. Although Lin Feng and Mu Yashi had known each other for a long time, they didn't develop a close relationship. On the other hand, Lin Feng and Mu Yashi's junior sister, Shu Yihan, had a rather ambiguous relationship. Now that Mu Yashi's sect had undergone a huge change and countless people had died tragically, she was still very sad. However, Lin Feng had risked his life to save her, which made her very touched. Therefore, the way she looked at Lin Feng now was different from before. "Young master, do you know how my sect is doing?" asked Mu Yashi. At the mention of this matter, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He said, "The goddess palace has been destroyed. I'm afraid very few people have escaped." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Mu Yashi's heart was filled with sorrow, and she secretly cried. No matter how peerless she was, people had feelings. Mu Yashi naturally couldn't accept these things. However, this world was too cruel. There were many times. Many things. These were things that the people involved couldn't control. Lin Feng knew that Mu Yashi and Shu Yihan had a very good relationship. Although the two were only senior and junior sisters, they were as close as real sisters. Thus, Lin Feng said, "Shu Yihan, that little girl's luck is not bad. She successfully escaped and came to Sin Domain. I arranged for her to stay there." After hearing about Shu Yihan, Mu Yashi's pale face finally regained some color. She asked, "Other than junior sister Shu, Is there no one else? Lin Feng said, maybe there is. Maybe they broke out from other places. Mu Yashi also knew that this was Lin Feng's words to persuade her. Although she was sad, she kept telling herself to pull herself together. Only by pulling herself together and becoming stronger would she have a chance to take revenge. If not, then, she would never have a chance to take revenge. Lin Feng followed Mu Yashi to the ancestral ground of the goddess palace. Originally, this place was filled with immortal energy and auspicious clouds. It was a famous cultivation holy land. Countless people dreamed of joining the goddess palace. But now, in just a short period of time, this place had become a place filled with yin energy and death energy. It was truly terrifying. Anyone who came here would feel a chill down their spine. After arriving here, Mu Yashi cried again. Although she told herself that she had to be strong, when she saw that the sect she grew up in was in such a state, and thought of her family, fellow disciples, and teachers who had died tragically here, her heart was filled with grief. Boo hoo hoo hoo. Mu Yashi squatted on the ruins and cried. Her shoulders were trembling violently. The sadness in her heart was indescribable. At this moment, about 100 cultivators flew over from afar. These cultivators surrounded Lin Feng and Mu Yashi. Someone smiled coldly and said, Master Di Wu Dao is indeed a genius. He knew that there would be survivors of the goddess palace coming back. Today, 2 of them really came. Lin Feng sneered. So it was Di Wu Dao's people. They were a group of people who deserved to die. Lin Feng was about to kill these people when Mu Yashi said, Lin Gongzi, leave these people to me. Mu Yashi needed to vent the hatred in her heart. Otherwise, she felt that she would definitely go crazy. Lin Feng nodded and did not interfere in this matter. Mu Yashi stood up and charged toward the crowd. This girl is actually so beautiful. Brothers, it's a pity to kill her directly. Why don't we capture her and have some fun? It won't be too late to kill her after we've had enough fun. A cultivator said. Ha 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 ha, that's a good suggestion. We didn't even dare to think about such a top-grade woman in the past. Then, someone else agreed. They were really a group of people who were completely blinded by lust. At this moment, Mu Yashi rushed into the crowd. These cultivators originally wanted to capture Mu Yashi, but they soon realized how foolish their thoughts were. Mu Yashi was like the reincarnation of a female saint. She was really too terrifying. She killed her way into the crowd as if there was no one around her. Many cultivators were killed one after another. Mu Yashi. She's Mu Yashi. At this time, someone recognized Mu Yashi and immediately cried out in horror. Although Mu Yashi was no match for Di Wu Dao, it would be a piece of cake for her to kill all of them. Chapter 5582. Run. Hurry up and run. We'll be dead if we don't. Many cultivators cried out in horror. They were not fools and knew that Mu Yashi was powerful. It was impossible for them to deal with her with their means. Only death awaited them if they stayed here. The only thing they could do now was to run as far away as possible. Otherwise, they might really die without a burial ground. Alas, how could Mu Yashi give them the chance to escape? Mu Yashi immediately froze the void. Then, she took out a sword and walked toward those people with the sword in her hand. She killed the cultivators one after another with her sword. Many people could not help but show a look of despair. They loudly begged for mercy, hoping that Mu Yashi would spare their lives. However, she did not care about their pleas. Who would pity the fairy palace's cultivators? Who would spare the cultivators of the fairy palace? No one. No one would do that. Before long, over 100 cultivators were killed by Mu Yashi. Mu Yashi's expression turned cold as she looked at the dead cultivators. Ever since the fairy palace suffered a great change, Mu Yashi had completely changed. In the past, she was a peerless fairy who was carefree and carefree. Now, she had too much hatred in her heart. At this moment, a violent fluctuation came from the depths of the palace. Lin Feng and Mu Yashi were alarmed, and their faces were filled with shock. The 2 soared into the sky and quickly flew toward the depths of the palace, wanting to see the situation there. It was not very likely. Lin Feng and Mu Yashi arrived at the depths of the palace and saw a distorted vortex above an abandoned palace. Lin Feng didn't know where that vortex led to. When he saw it, he couldn't help but frown. That vortex gave Lin Feng a dangerous feeling. Mu Yashi suggested, "Shall we go in and take a look?" Lin Feng nodded. It would be a pity if they did not go in to take a look at such an opportunity. So what if it was dangerous? Even if it was dangerous, it was worth going in to explore. Hence, Lin Feng and Mu Yashi flew toward the vortex and entered it in an instant. After Lin Feng and Mu Yashi entered the whirlpool, Lin Feng and Mu Yashi entered. The whirlpool quickly disappeared. At the same time, a light flashed before their eyes. Lin Feng and Mu Yashi realized that they had entered a gigantic cave. They walked toward the depths of the cave. There was an altar in the deepest part of the cave. Lin Feng and Mu Yashi were shocked to see a person sitting cross-legged on the altar. The person sitting cross-legged was a middle-aged woman. However, the middle-aged woman's face was ugly. Of course, this was not the most important thing. Most importantly, a middle-aged woman had appeared in such a space. This matter was too strange. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's indeed possible." The two walked toward the middle-aged woman. They kept getting closer to her, but at this moment, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. This was because he sensed something strange. There was a trace of fluctuation coming from the middle-aged woman. Although it was very weak, Lin Feng still sensed it. Mu Yashi seemed to have sensed it as well, and her beautiful eyes widened at once. "Senior, are you still alive?" she asked in surprise. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded and said, "The situation is unclear, so don't act rashly for the time being. Let's wait and see." Mu Yashi nodded. Then, they began to wait. In fact, they did not wait for long. About half a quarter of an hour later, the middle-aged woman opened her eyes. The middle-aged woman was actually still alive. It seemed that she had cultivated a divine ability like the tortoise breathing technique. That was why she gave people the feeling that she was dead earlier. The middle-aged woman's eyes were very turbid, and Lin Feng could not help but raise his brows slightly when he saw her eyes. The middle-aged woman glanced at Lin Feng before looking at Mu Yashi. She asked, "What's your name? Are you from the fairy palace?" Mu Yashi replied, "This junior is called Mu Yashi, and I'm indeed from the fairy palace. May I know if senior is an ancestor of the fairy palace?" The middle-aged woman asked. "I can't be considered an ancestor, but I can be considered a member of the fairy palace." "How is the fairy palace now?" When the middle-aged woman mentioned the fairy palace's current situation, tears welled up in Mu Yashi's eyes again. She was truly heartbroken. She said, "The fairy palace has been destroyed." "What? The fairy palace has been destroyed? How is that possible?" the middle-aged woman exclaimed in disbelief. Mu Yashi continued to cry. "It's true. The heavenly court has destroyed the fairy palace. D***MNit. 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 The middle-aged woman cursed angrily. Her gaze was extremely gloomy, and her face was ugly to begin with. Now, coupled with her furious gaze, it made her look even more hideous and ugly. "I will definitely destroy the heavenly court and tear them to shreds. I will avenge the fairy palace," the middle-aged woman said hatefully. She then looked at Mu Yashi and asked, "How many members of the fairy palace are still alive?" "This junior isn't particularly sure, but based on the information I received, there shouldn't be many survivors," Mu Yashi said sorrowfully. The middle-aged woman said, "This is an absolutely irreconcilable hatred." She then continued, "Yashi, come here. Let me take a good look at you." Mu Yashi felt a little strange when she heard the middle-aged woman's words. However, she did not think too much about it. She nodded and walked toward the middle-aged woman. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in the depths of the middle-aged woman's eyes. However, she hid it very well, so no one noticed it. "Yashi, wait a moment." Lin Feng's voice rang out. "What's wrong?" "Lin Gongzi." Mu Yashi looked at Lin Feng in puzzlement. She did not know why Lin Feng had called out to her. Lin Feng said, "It's nothing. I just feel that this woman isn't as simple as she seems on the surface. It's better to be on guard against people. Mu Yashi's expression changed slightly when she heard Lin Feng's words. She naturally trusted Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng had said so, he might have discovered something suspicious. Thus, she nodded and stood where she was without taking another step forward. Chapter 5583. Brat, what do you mean by that? The middle-aged woman seemed to have been angered by Lin Feng's words. Her expression was cold as she looked at Lin Feng gloomily. Lin Feng said, "Senior, please don't be angry. I don't mean anything by it. I just feel that sometimes, it's better to be careful," said the middle-aged woman coldly. "If that's the case, are you suspecting me?" Lin Feng said, "Suspecting you? Why would I suspect you? Senior, could it be that there's something shameful that's worth my suspicion? What a sharp-tongued brat. No matter how glib your tongue is, you won't be able to change one thing," the middle-aged woman said. Lin Feng asked curiously, "What is it?" The middle-aged woman said, "You're trying to sow discord between me and Yashi. What are you trying to do?" Lin Feng could not help but be speechless. He said, "You're wrong. I don't need to sow discord between you two because my relationship with Mu Yashi is definitely much closer than yours with her." Mu Yashi could also tell that Lin Feng was targeting the middle-aged woman. This made her extremely puzzled, as she did not know why Lin Feng was doing this. Mu Yashi asked, "What did you see?" Lin Feng said, "Actually, I don't know who this woman is, and I don't know if she has any ill intentions towards us, but I still don't want you to come into contact with her because I saw something unusual in her eyes." "Oh, what do you mean?" Mu Yashi asked in confusion. Lin Feng said, "It's said that the eyes are the window to the soul. Look at my eyes. Aren't they very clean? This shows that I'm an incomparably pure person." Mu Yashi spat softly after hearing Lin Feng's words. "You really have the nerve to say that you're a pure person. All you do is flirt with women." Of course, she did not say these words out loud in the end. Lin Feng continued, "But look at the middle-aged woman in front of you. Her eyes are cloudy, and this kind of cloudiness gives people a very uncomfortable feeling. Old people's eyes are cloudy because they are about to die. Young man, middle-aged man's eyes are cloudy. As far as I know, there are several reasons for this. First, they harbor evil intentions. Second, indulge too much. Third, he might have suffered from an eye disease." I excluded the third point. Why did I exclude the third point? It's completely an intuition. I have a feeling that this woman's heart isn't in the right place, and she's the type of woman who indulges too much. This, Mu Yashi did not know what to say. She originally wanted to ask Lin Feng why he ruled out the third point, but since Lin Feng said that it was his intuition, the answer would probably be the same even if she asked. In fact, Mu Yashi had long noticed the middle-aged woman's turbid eyes. That gaze made her feel a little uncomfortable, but she did not think too much about it. From the looks of it now, things might not be as simple as they had imagined. Those turbid eyes were actually filled with secrets. "Brat, do you think that you can judge what kind of person I am with just your conjecture? How laughable." The middle-aged woman looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrugged. "You know that my friends believe you, don't you?" The middle-aged woman's eyes were extremely gloomy, and she let out a sinister laugh. Her laughter was so unpleasant that it sounded like the laughter of a malicious spirit. The middle-aged woman said, "What a meticulous brat. That's right, you've guessed correctly. You're not from my fairy palace?" asked Mu Yashi with an ugly expression. She was naturally furious after being deceived. The middle-aged woman replied, "Of course, I am." Following that, an extremely sinister expression appeared on her face. "Although I'm from your fairy palace, I hate it very much." Lin Feng said, "It seems that you've been imprisoned here, but the destruction of your fairy palace has caused the seal here to loosen, giving you a chance to escape. However, you won't be able to escape with your own strength, so you want to borrow our hands to escape, right?" The middle-aged woman looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "You've guessed wrong this time. Although I can't escape now, I'll be able to escape very soon. I don't need your help to escape." Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Mu Yashi asked curiously, "Then, why did you trick us into coming here? Do you want to hear my story?" asked the middle-aged woman instead of answering. I'd like to hear the details, asked Lin Feng. The middle-aged woman continued, I've been ugly since I was young, so many men would stay far away from me. Later on, I joined the fairy palace by chance. The fairy palace is filled with beautiful fairies, but I'm the only one who's unbearably ugly. I've seen many outstanding geniuses trying to woo the fairies of the fairy palace, but when they saw me, they avoided me like snakes and scorpions. I hate it. Why does everyone treat me like this? Is it just because I'm ugly? Mu Yashi replied, a cultivator's focus is on improving their cultivation, not on their appearance. The middle-aged woman said angrily, you're a natural beauty, so of course you can say such things. However, you shouldn't be saying such things to me. You're just standing there and talking. You can't understand how I feel. You can't understand how much I want to have a perfect face, said Lin Feng mockingly. I think you're just unwilling to be left out and want to be the center of attention, right? Especially the center of attention for men, said the middle-aged woman. That's right, I don't deny this. I like men, strong men, and beautiful men. Even in my dreams, I'm always in love with 100 men. Mu Yashi could not help but feel disgusted by the middle-aged woman's words. She was a pure woman, so she naturally could not bear to hear such things. Lin Feng said, you're awesome, said the middle-aged woman. However, I can't get those men, so I started looking for a powerful technique to pluck them dry. It doesn't matter if the men I fancy don't like me. If they don't like me, I'll use this technique to suck all their young energy dry. When Lin Feng heard that, he couldn't help but shiver. This woman is too disgusting. You're a disciple of the fairy palace, how can you do such a thing? Said Mu Yashi with an ugly expression. The middle-aged woman's words had a huge impact on her, and she could not accept it at all. Chapter 5584. The woman's actions were indeed hard to accept. Even though she was a promiscuous woman, she wouldn't do such things, right? However, she had done such things. The goddess palace represented holiness. At least, that was what the cultivators of the goddess palace thought. Therefore, when Mu Yashi heard what the woman had done, the impact on her heart was indescribable. Lin Feng said, it's not your fault that you're ugly, but it's your fault for coming out and scaring people. The woman was born ugly, so she naturally hated it when people talked about her appearance. Now that she heard Lin Feng mocking her, she was instantly infuriated. She looked coldly at Lin Feng and licked her lips. If Mu Yashi were to do such a thing, she would definitely be incomparably charming. However, the woman's actions were so disgusting that Lin Feng almost vomited his dinner from last night. Be a human. At the end of the day, one still needed to have some dignity, right? The woman said, boy, you're so handsome and strong. One look and I can tell that you're not a silver spear. Later, I'll suck you dry. *CKU. If you continue to disgust me, do you believe that I'll beat you up so badly that even your mother won't recognize you? Lin Feng could not help but scold her angrily. This was really intolerable. It was too disgusting. Mu Yashi seemed to have lost all hope in this woman. She said, you're a disgrace to the goddess palace. A disgrace to the goddess palace? The woman said disdainfully, what goddess palace? It's just a group that gained fame by deceiving the world. Now that the goddess palace has been destroyed, the heavens have opened their eyes. Moreover, the heavens have treated me well. Later, I'll take your beautiful body, and from then on, I'll have a pitilessly beautiful face. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped up and flew toward Lin Feng and Mu Yashi. Die. Lin Feng's voice was cold. He held the Epoch War spear in his hand and used the Epoch spear technique to attack the woman. Mu Yashi took out a guqin. She sat down cross-legged. Her jade-like hands plucked the guqin. The sound of the zither rang out. The melodious sound of the zither was filled with endless killing intent. Streaks of terrifying cold light condensed. His speed was even faster than Lin Feng's. The terrifying cold light attack instantly slammed into the woman, but it did not cause her any harm at all. A star map appeared on her body. That star map. It was a diagram of meridians. Lin Feng was very surprised because this woman actually cultivated the meridian diagram. Lin Feng hadn't cultivated the meridian diagram yet. In fact, there were many ways to cultivate the meridian diagram. Different meridian diagrams. The power was also different. However, one had to consider carefully when cultivating the meridian diagram because the power of different meridian diagrams differed greatly. If one did not choose a good meridian diagram and casually cultivated it, it would be irresponsible to oneself. The reason for this was because cultivators only had one chance to choose the meridian diagram they wanted to cultivate. In other words, cultivators could only cultivate one type of meridian diagram. If he chose to cultivate the meridian network diagram, in the future, he would not be able to choose other meridian diagrams. The meridian network diagram that this woman cultivated was obviously an extremely extraordinary one. After neutralizing Mu Yash's attack, the woman launched an attack on Lin Feng. She was still some distance away from Lin Feng. Therefore, she used a long-range attack. She slapped out with her palm and condensed a huge energy handprint in the air. That energy handprint instantly flew in front of Lin Feng and ruthlessly slammed toward him. Lin Feng swept the Epoch War spear at the energy handprint. Bang! Along with the violent collision, a loud sound was suddenly heard. Lin Feng was actually sent flying by the woman's attack. She then quickly charged toward Mu Yashi. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. He really did not expect that woman to be so terrifying. It was too late to save Mu Yashi at this time. Soul shifting technique. The woman flew in front of Mu Yashi and directly grabbed the top of her head. The technique she used was extremely terrifying and could destroy Mu Yashi's soul in an instant. Then, her soul quickly took over Mu Yashi's body. This kind of overbearing divine power was extremely evil, so it had been lost in the outside world. However, this woman knew how to use it. Lin Feng's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, Mu Yashi's body suddenly exploded. She disappeared without a trace. Only a small golden puppet was left on the spot. Puppet technique. Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal a look of joy. This was an extremely brilliant puppet technique. After it was used, it displayed an extremely extraordinary ability. Swoosh! A light flashed. Mu Yashi appeared beside Lin Feng, her face very pale. Lin Feng hugged her. He then planted a kiss on her red lips. Seeing that Mu Yashi was still alive, Lin Feng was really too excited. Mu Yashi was stunned on the spot. When she came back to her senses, her pretty face had already turned red. Cough, cough. About that, I was too excited just now. Fairy, please don't blame me. Lin Feng said awkwardly. Mu Yashi snorted softly. Her beautiful eyes became watery. That look was really going to mesmerize people to death. The woman said coldly, "What a pair of lovers who only envy mandarin ducks and not immortals. How dare you flirt in front of me? You really deserve to be killed. You old woman, not only are you old, ugly, and black-hearted, but do you think you can kill us? You're simply daydreaming." Lin Feng sneered. "Killing you naturally won't be a problem," the woman said coldly. This woman was not so confident for no reason. She was indeed too powerful. With Lin Feng and Mu Yashi's methods, dealing with this woman was indeed too difficult. However, the key was that Lin Feng still had a backup plan. Lin Feng sneered and said, "It's too early for you to be happy. Today, I'll let you know how powerful your grandfather is." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng waved his hand. Suddenly, the Book of the Undead flew out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Next, one after another, the undead creatures flew out. There were a total of 56 undead creatures. Oh my God, how is this possible? Mu Yashi's face suddenly revealed a look of disbelief. Her cultivation was extraordinary, so she could naturally sense how terrifying those undead creatures were. Sage Realm. Those undead creatures. They were all sage undead creatures. A total of 56 undead creatures of the Saint Realm. What kind of terrifying power was this? And these undead creatures were all summoned by Lin Feng. How many unknown methods did Lin Feng have? Even Mu Yashi was extremely curious. Chapter 5585. Why do you have so many sacred realm undead subordinates? The woman's voice trembled slightly, although she was powerful. But, on Lin Feng's side, there were 56 saints. There was more than one saint of the seventh sky of the Saint Leia. This was too terrifying. The woman was naturally aware of her own limitations. Looking at the situation in front of her, she knew that her situation would be extremely bad. Because I am the Lord of the Underworld, I can summon these powerful undead at will for my use. Lin Feng said with a smile. Mu Yashi shook her head slightly. Lin Feng seemed to have started to become indecent again. In fact, Lin Feng's character was indeed like this. Sometimes he was very serious, and sometimes he was very indecent. Mu Yashi had long been used to it. There is no need for us to fight to the death, right? The woman said. Hihi, if I don't kill you, the anger in my heart will not be appeased. Lin Feng said with a cold smile. He waved his hand, and 56 sacred realm undead quickly attacked the woman. All kinds of terrifying attacks condensed, and it was as if they could destroy heaven and earth. They all bombarded the woman. The woman's face turned bitter. How could she resist so many sacred realm undead? She hurriedly took out a defensive magic treasure. It was a true dragon shield. She quickly activated the true dragon shield. The true dragon shield formed a powerful shield to protect the woman. Bang, 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 the powerful attacks ruthlessly bombarded the shield. The defensive power of the shield was very strong. However, it was difficult to resist the attacks of so many powerful undead for a long time. Under the continuous attacks of those powerful undead, it was not very likely. Crack. A cracking sound could be heard. Looking carefully, only to find, it turned out that many cracks had appeared on those shields. It seemed that the shield would be destroyed soon. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a smile. It seemed that the ugly middle-aged woman could not hold on much longer. Eliminating evil and defending the Tao is what cultivators of my generation should do. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. Why do I have such a sense of justice? In this world, it would be hard to find another person with such a sense of justice like him, right? Bang. There was a loud bang. The shield was completely shattered. All sorts of powerful divine abilities quickly blasted toward the woman. Without the protection of the shield, he could only endure the attacks head-on. She hurriedly condensed a powerful divine ability to resist the attacks of the 56 saint-level undead spirits. Bang! The attacks from both sides collided fiercely. The woman was immediately sent flying, vomiting blood in mid-air. Initially, Mu Yashi could not bear to see her like this, but when she thought of all the things the woman had done to tarnish the reputation of the fairy palace, she could not help but feel sorry for her. The trace of sympathy in his heart dissipated. As for Lin Feng, he didn't have much sympathy for the woman. As the saying goes, a pitiful person must have something to hate. This woman was not a good person and deserved to be killed. Just as Lin Feng was about to kill the woman, suddenly, the woman loudly begged for mercy. I know some secrets, and I'm willing to exchange them for my life. Lin Feng sneered. I'm not interested in your secrets, so you'd better die. At that moment, Mu Yashi said, Sir, don't kill her. Are you feeling compassionate now? Lin Feng looked at her and asked. Mu Yashi replied, Perhaps I am, but I think that the situation outside is chaotic, and you need people. Why don't you subdue her? She'll be of great help to you, and when the war comes, she'll definitely be able to help you. She'll also be able to redeem herself. After hearing her words, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. He thought about it carefully. Mu Yashi's words made sense. Lin Feng said, In that case, I'll give her a chance on your account. Lin Feng then looked at the woman and said, I originally wanted to kill you, but the fairy beside me pleaded for mercy on your behalf. If you swear allegiance to me now, I can give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Otherwise, you won't be spared. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the woman did not dare to say anything else. It was already extremely difficult for her to survive this time. She hurriedly kowtowed to Lin Feng and said, I'm willing to submit to you, sir. Make the oath. Lin Feng said. The woman raised her right hand to the sky. She began to swear, I, Liu Wen, Hereby swear that I'm willing to be loyal to you, sir. If I dare to violate the oath I've made today, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. After the woman made the oath, both sides immediately formed an oath rune. From then on, the woman had completely become Lin Feng's slave. After subduing such a powerful existence, Lin Feng was in an extremely good mood. Such a terrifying existence, what kind of astonishing battle prowess did he possess? With such a strong cultivator joining them, Lin Feng's side would be of great help. Let's go, Lin Feng said. Liu Wen said, please wait a moment, sir. What? Is there something else? Lin Feng asked. That altar is extraordinary. It swallows earth fiend qi and suppresses me. After a long time, it's very likely that earth fiend pills have been formed. Earth fiend pills are condensed from dark energy. Ordinary people can't refine them, otherwise, they'll definitely suffer a backlash and die. But you're different, sir. If I'm not wrong, you must have many kinds of celestial flames. With the celestial flames protecting your body, you won't have to worry about the backlash from the earth fiend pills. Once you refine them, your cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Liu Wen said. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he heard that. If there really are earth fiend pills, I'll definitely remember your contribution. Then, Lin Feng quickly arrived in front of the altar. There were many restrictions on the altar. If he wanted to forcefully destroy the altar, he might suffer a backlash. However, Lin Feng didn't care at all. He activated the stone scripture. Buzz. Then, the stone scripture shot out a terrifying beam of light. The light beam shot out by the stone scripture directly bombarded the altar. Crack, crack. The altar began to crack. The stone scripture's power was becoming more and more tyrannical, and the beams of light were becoming more and more powerful. Dozens of beams of light continuously shone on the altar. Finally, the altar completely shattered, and a large amount of earth fiend qi surged out. In the middle of the earth fiend qi, a pill was floating. When he saw the pill, Lin Feng was overjoyed. That pill should be the earth fiend pill that Liu Wen had mentioned before. Chapter 5586. Lin Feng's large hand suddenly grabbed at the air. In an instant, the earth fiend pill quickly flew towards Lin Feng and was caught by Lin Feng. The earth fiend pill was a good thing. It just so happened that he could refine the earth fiend pill to increase his cultivation. Moreover, he had experienced many battles during this period of time, so he could already try to continue breaking through. After Lin Feng received the earth fiend pill, he did not continue to stay here. He left with Mu Yashi and Liu Wen'er. After arriving outside, Liu Wen'er was incomparably excited. Being able to see the light of day again made her feel as if she had been reborn. Liu Wen'er used her transformation technique and instantly turned from an ugly middle-aged woman into a charming and seductive young woman. Her every move was extremely charming. Lin Feng said with a dark face, "You better not have any more bad ideas, and don't think about plucking male cultivators." Liu Wen'er was a little depressed. She had transformed into such a charming appearance because she wanted to seduce some men and then pluck them. Previously, when she encountered some troublesome characters, Liu Wen'er had used this method to transform into a beautiful woman to seduce them. Then, when the other party relaxed, she would take them down in one fell swoop. Liu Wen'er was proficient in this kind of thing, and it was tried and tested. But now, her intentions were seen through by Lin Feng, and Lin Feng had already warned her. Although Liu Wen'er was depressed, she did not dare to disobey Lin Feng's orders and could only agree. Lin Feng and the other two did not continue to stay here. After leaving this place, Lin Feng found a secluded place to cultivate. He wanted to refine the earth fiend pill to increase his cultivation. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and began to refine the earth fiend pill. Right now, Lin Feng was at the first heaven of the Tao Immortal Realm. His soul was at the first heaven of the Great Sage Realm. His physical body was at the peak of the Great Sage Realm. After Lin Feng refined the earth fiend pill, Lin Feng's cultivation had risen to the third level of the Tao Immortal Realm. He had broken through 2 levels in one go, which made Lin Feng rather happy. Lin Feng's soul power had also made a breakthrough, from the first firmament of the Great Sage Realm to the second firmament of the Great Sage Realm. His physical body was much stronger than before, but he was unable to achieve a breakthrough. It was not an easy task to make a breakthrough in one's physical body. However, Lin Feng believed that with the accumulation of time, a breakthrough was only a matter of time. Therefore, there was no need to worry. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng, Mu Yashi, and Liu Wen went to investigate Di Wudao's whereabouts. Mu Yashi knew how terrifying Di Wudao was. Previously, when she heard that Lin Feng wanted to find Di Wudao for a life-and-death duel, she was extremely worried. She was afraid that Lin Feng would suffer a huge loss at Di Wudao's hands. But now, she wasn't worried at all. After all, Lin Feng had so many undead creatures as his subordinates. Even if he couldn't defeat Di Wudao, those undead creatures should be enough to kill Di Wudao, right? Of course, she couldn't rule out the possibility that Di Wudao had ways to restrain those undead creatures. Perhaps those undead creatures couldn't threaten Di Wudao. However, no matter the outcome, Mu Yashi believed that Lin Feng could at least protect himself. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others found out Di Wudao's whereabouts. It was said that Di Wudao had led a group of people to Dragon Soul Mountain. Dragon Soul Mountain was home to some dragon clan cultivators. By the time Lin Feng and the others arrived at Dragon Soul Mountain, it had already been destroyed. Hundreds of huge dragon corpses lay in the forest, dyeing the ground blood red. Then, Di Wudao and the others disappeared. Lin Feng went to investigate again, but he couldn't find any news about Di Wudao and the others. They were really good at hiding. No one knew where they were hiding. Many forces were in a state of panic. After waiting for a few days, there was news that Di Wudao was heading to Donghua Immortal Palace. Hence, Lin Feng and the others rushed to Donghua Immortal Palace. By the time they arrived at Donghua Immortal Palace, it had already been destroyed. Then, Di Wudao and the others disappeared once again. D***MNit. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. Di Wudao, that bastard, was really good at hiding. Mu Yashi said, it seems that Di Wudao did it on purpose. He wanted to make the other forces nervous. Yes. Lin Feng nodded and said, also, I feel that when Di Wudao spread the news, he must have already set off for the forces he mentioned. He didn't even give them a chance to call for reinforcements. They either submit or perish. There's no other choice. Yes. Mu Yashi nodded and said hatefully, Di Wudao is really evil. Even if we cut him into pieces, it won't be enough to vent our hatred. Lin Feng said, he's dead for sure. However, we need to know where he's going before we can stop him. But his whereabouts are really hidden. We have no way of knowing where he's going. Mu Yashi frowned. This was indeed a tricky problem, but Lin Feng thought of a solution. Perhaps he could use the Mirror of Now to try. The Mirror of Now had the ability to predict the past and future. Perhaps the Mirror of Now could really predict where Di Wudao was going. Lin Feng said, I have a treasure here. We can use it to try to deduce. As Lin Feng spoke, he took out the Mirror of Now and started to deduce. However, after a while, he didn't find anything. This made Lin Feng quite depressed. However, Lin Feng still had a solution. That was an ability that he could control. Lin Feng could also see the future. Lin Feng didn't want to use this ability. If he used something that was too heaven-defying, he would be punished by the heavens. However, there was no other way today. Lin Feng used this ability, but he still couldn't find out where Di Wudao was going. The main reason was that Di Wudao's fate was very strong. There was a layer of fate on him that concealed him from others. Therefore, it was very difficult to find Di Wudao's whereabouts. Lin Feng combined the Mirror of Now and his ability to foresee the future. At this time, some blurry images appeared on the surface of the Mirror of Present. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He had actually managed to deduce some images. Lin Feng took a closer look. The image was of an ancient forest. In the depths of the forest, a mysterious wheel was spinning. Then, all the images disappeared. What's the meaning of this? Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. Mu Yashi and Liu Wen also had puzzled looks on their faces. It was very difficult to find the truth through those images. At that moment, the demon lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Don't you feel that the wheel is very similar to the wheel of reincarnation? Chapter 5587. With the demon lord's reminder, Lin Feng realized that it was indeed the wheel of reincarnation. Of course. Lin Feng had never seen the real wheel of reincarnation before. When Lin Feng mentioned the wheel of reincarnation, he was referring to the wheel of reincarnation that he had summoned with a divine ability. Could it be? Lin Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. The reincarnation immortal sect. Was Di Wudao going to the reincarnation immortal sect? Lin Feng felt that it was possible. Let's go to the reincarnation immortal sect. Lin Feng said. Mu Yashi asked, do you think Di Wudao will go to the reincarnation immortal sect? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. The three of them quickly set off for the reincarnation immortal sect. Lin Feng's relationship with the reincarnation immortal sect was too deep. Back in the 9 states, Lin Feng had cultivated in the reincarnation immortal sect for many years. Even his master, Lord Turtle, had a deep relationship with the reincarnation immortal sect. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally did not want the reincarnation immortal sect to be destroyed. They were not too far away from the reincarnation immortal sect. If they traveled at full speed, they could reach the reincarnation immortal sect in 10 days. 10 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the reincarnation immortal sect's mountain gate. Lin Feng saw many disciples patrolling outside the reincarnation immortal sect's mountain gate. The three of them flew over, but they were stopped. Who are you? The leader of the disciples asked in a low voice. Lin Feng, the Lord of Sin Realm, is here to pay respects to the sect leader of the reincarnation immortal sect. Lin Feng said. In fact, Lin Feng did not know who the sect leader of the reincarnation immortal sect was. Even Mu Yashi did not know. The sect leader of the reincarnation immortal sect had always been mysterious. Cultivators in the outside world did not know much about him. You're the Lord of Sin Realm? The pupils of the leading disciple suddenly shrank, and an extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. The rest of the cultivators were shocked as well. Lin Feng's identity was too extraordinary. This gave them a great shock. Lin Feng nodded and said, Go and tell your sect master that I have something important to discuss with him. All right, I'll have to trouble you to wait here for a while. The leading disciple said. Then, he quickly went to report. I heard that the reincarnation immortal sect in the undying world used to be the first ancestral land of the reincarnation immortal sect. But later on, the experts of the reincarnation immortal sect moved it to the heaven world. So now, it's only the second ancestral land of the reincarnation immortal sect. Said Mu Yashi at this time. Lin Feng nodded his head. He also understood this point. He guessed that the reincarnation immortal sect of the undying realm and the reincarnation immortal sect of the heaven realm should have some connections. Not much. The disciple returned. The disciple looked deeply at Lin Feng and said, Leader Lin, our sect leader invites you. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He then said, Lead the way then. The disciple nodded his head and led the way. Mu Yashi and Liu Wen couldn't help but frown. How could the people of the reincarnation immortal sect be so arrogant? Even the higher-ups didn't come to welcome Lin Feng. They were really arrogant. Soon, Lin Feng and the other two were brought to a guest hall. A servant girl served tea for the three of them. Lin Feng sat down and didn't drink tea. Mu Yashi and Liu Wen didn't drink tea either. They were waiting for the sect master of the reincarnation immortal sect to arrive. Not long after, a hearty voice sounded, Ha 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 ha, Leader Lin, we're honored by your presence in the reincarnation immortal sect. You've brought light to our humble dwelling. Following the voice, a cultivator walked in. It was a middle-aged cultivator. He had a medium build and looked quite dignified. Lin Feng smiled and asked, Your Excellency, what's your name? Sect Master of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, Sichu Ming. The middle-aged cultivator introduced himself. So it's Sect Master Sichu. Nice to meet you. Lin Feng cupped his fists in greeting. Sichu Ming smiled and said, There's no need to be so polite, Leader Lin. May I know why you've come to the Reincarnation Immortal sect? Lin Feng calmly said, Di Wudao will attack the Reincarnation Immortal sect in the future. He might be here soon. Oh, there's such a thing. Sichu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. He then asked, May I know how Leader Lin found out about this? Lin Feng smiled. It seems like you already know about it, Your Excellency, said Lin Feng. Sichu Ming's eyelids twitched violently. He said, May I know what you mean by this? Lin Feng said, Sect Master Sichu, why are you playing dumb? Haven't you already sided with Di Wudao? What do you mean, Leader Lin? Sichu Ming narrowed his eyes. Mu Yashi and Liu Wen were shocked as well. They didn't know why Lin Feng would say such a thing. But they didn't think Lin Feng would speak without thinking. He had probably found some clues, which was why he had said that. Lin Feng said, You don't have to deny my suspicions. From the moment I entered the Reincarnation Immortal sect, I noticed that something was amiss. First, you looked down on me. Of course, it's possible that you underestimated me because you looked down on me. Second, after entering the Reincarnation Immortal sect, I sensed the presence of the Grand Tao. This means that there are experts fighting here, and the presence of the Grand Tao hasn't dissipated yet. The battle will happen soon. Third, didn't you arrange for many experts to hide in the Great Formation around the sect? You thought I wouldn't notice them, but I noticed them before I even entered. Based on these 3 points, I can deduce some conclusions. The Reincarnation Immortal sect has been through a great battle, but Di Wudao hasn't come. There's only one possibility for this, internal strife. Why would there be internal strife at a time like this? I'm guessing that Di Wudao has given them a hint or a promise. That's why they attacked. The sect leader is in charge of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, so there's no need for him to do that. Therefore, the person who did this must be a traitor. There's no enmity between us, but you sent people to hide in the Great Formation. It's obvious that you want to kill me. Why do you want to kill me? I'm guessing that you want to capture me and hand me over to Di Wudao. If you hand me over to Di Wudao, you'll be rewarded greatly. Sect Master Sichu, what do you think of what I've said? Or am I wrong? When they heard Lin Feng, Sichu Ming was astonished. Mu Yashi and Liu Wen were astonished. Lin Feng was extremely intelligent. He had managed to deduce so many things in such a short time. Sichu Ming's expression changed, but he smiled coldly and said, Leader Lin, you're really strong. Not bad, you're right. As soon as he finished speaking, Sichu Shi waved his hand, and the entire hall was enveloped by the absolute kill formation. Sichu Ming wanted to use a great formation to kill Lin Feng and the others. Happy New Year! M.